Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see you guys, and if you're new here, nice to meet you. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. If you guys were not aware, I'm an hour late. Ran into a little problem today. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a little Festivus here, a little airing of grievances. Wednesday is comic book day. It is new comic book day, hence the Spider-Man Cup. Hello, political streamer. Hello, political watcher, or political stream enjoyer. How are you? Welcome to the show. So real quick, today's new comic book day. I had a whole situation where my shop that I frequented went under. The owner decided to close. And so I had to find a new place. Well, this new place has it kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie, because like it's really nice. Like if you guys saw the actual store, you'd be like, oh wow, this is a really nice place. Like it's got couches, a TV, all this stuff, designated areas, but none of it gets used. Like they have a designated area for gaming that doesn't get used, and I have a little bit of an issue because comic book polls are pretty easy. Where if you own a comic book store, you know what's coming out each week, and you have your regulars. Usually they have a special box for the regulars where they take out the polls, and yeah, it's pretty easy. You just you poll. That's why it's called a poll. The comics for that week, and you just look at the list and say, okay. This person wants this book, put this in his pile, boom. And then I show up and I pick it up. Yeah, today was the first time in years that I showed up and there was nothing there, and I was like, oh, hey. I was kind of like, it must just be like a limited week or something. Like, it's just small week. No. It turned out to be a huge week. Absolute Batman is one of the biggest books right now. It's insane how much it picked up. There's a new first appearance where it's Absolute Clayface, which, again, first appearances, they get wonky. But, so, I go to just pull them off the shelf, everything's gone. And I'm just like, I showed up not even an hour after they opened. And I just kind of looked at him like, hey, so did you guys, not get your shipment or what's going on? He's like, no, we sold out. I'm like, what? He's like, we had a line outside the store today for this. We sold out. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Then why wouldn't you order more if you knew that there was going to be a big rush for this book? And when I asked another employee, I was like, hey, was there an actual line outside? He just shook his head. So yeah, someone stole it from you? No one stole it from me. He might have actually been holding on to them because there's speculation that this book is going to end up blowing up in price because something, big happened in it. And like I said, first appearance. Yeah, so he's starting to do the shady shit and he's going to sell. Yeah. So, wow. He's probably going to sell them online. That's my thought, is that he is going to sell them online. So that really sucked. That really sucked. So what I had to do is I had to take a trek, which sucked. I was not planning on doing any of that. I was planning on doing my show prep and just getting ready for the day. He's going to scalp them all. Yeah. Now he's gonna scalp them all. That's exactly what's gonna happen. So I called another comic shop that doesn't play that shit, and yeah, no, everything's fine. I did end up getting, oh right. Ooh, crap! I forgot. Yeah, I'll keep that open. So yeah, not the scalpers. Yeah, the scalpers. So yeah, just I kind of went on a tirade about this, where scalpers just ruin everything. I'm so sick of it. Like capitalism, the fact that it's gotten down to the point where it's ruined hobbies. I'm so sick of it. I'm tired of it all, because it happens everywhere. It happens for any, like, if you collect things, you must just be an asshole. I mean, some people would argue that, which, you know, my dad's one of those. But for real, like, they just ruin everything. Like, it's just, for what? For a quick, maybe extra few dollars? Like, fuck you. God. Capitalism really does ruin everything. I know. I'm breaking new ground here on Pep Talks, but nah, it's complete. In the Soviet Union, they were called speculants. Yes, well, guess what? The speculants are ruining hobbies, and they fucking suck. But thank God, there's a larger comic shop in Chicago. They actually have like a chain. That's the thing. I don't like going to chain comic shops. I don't like going to chain stores, especially when I know the owner's kind of an asshole. But fuck it, I did. And you know what? I'm probably going back to that chain again. I'm just so sick of scalpers. What up, tough guy? What up, Dieter? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm talking about how scalpers suck, and they almost ruined my my comic book collecting, because I almost quit. It was so funny. I was coming home, and I'm just like, maybe this is my sign that I just need to stop, because I haven't been enjoying it as much, I will admit. Like, sitting down and reading comics doesn't happen nearly as much, but realistically, it's the summer, and that always happens. So what I end up doing is, once it starts getting cold, and like once the fall just hits and it's all just rainy weather, I'll just sit down and I'll go through my backlogs. Like, I usually have like a short box, like one of these smaller ones behind me, just full of comics that I've been meaning to read for a while. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm gonna continue doing. I didn't quit. So yeah, I ended up going to this chain. Is chain protected from scalpers somehow? Yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because you know what they have? They have a fucking one comic per person policy. As far as the issue that you're trying to get, like cover. Sorry, not comic. One cover per person. So they don't sell out like that. And I also called them and I was like, hey, do you guys have this? Something unfortunate happened, and they were just like, yeah, we got you. Yeah, come on and pick it up. I was like, there it is. There it is. Don't let them break you. I'm not going to let them break me. It just sucks that this comic shop is going to put themselves out of business just with being bad at business, because he's in it for himself. This is the difference. The guy that, like, I'm friends with that owned the comic shop, real good dude. Actually, I'll just, you know what? Fuck it. He's actually technically a public figure. His name's Keith. He's a really, really good guy. Yeah, I became lifelong friends with him just through hanging out at the shop, and like he actually is like one of my, what I would consider, mentors in life. Yeah, he got kind of pushed out of the business because of Trump's tariffs. The first wave of tariffs, it crushed him because he couldn't get any of the stuff from Canada that he was supposed to get, and it was just all of his profit margins just dwindled. I watched him make nothing from like June to October, and he made nothing, literally nothing. But he was still selling everything. Like that's a problem. Yeah, so his whole thing was he had integrity, like, and he's a man of integrity. So when he was running his business, it was like if he knew that there was like traction on a book, he would limit it to one per person. And then he would also make sure, like, he would call any of his regulars, even if you didn't have a poll. He'd be like, hey, this book is kind of it's growing in traction. Do you want this before it sells out? Like, it was awesome. You want to talk about anti-scalping? He was the anti-scalper. This guy, total opposite. He bought this place from a dude that he's been in the business for 40 years, I think. And he just bought it because he wanted a podcast studio. He wants what, like, he likes Kevin Smith, and he's just like, yeah, I want what Kevin Smith has. Now, the guy is a neurosurgeon who retired, which, great, that's awesome, and it's also awesome that he does that. But yeah, man, the fact that he was like, this is my retirement, like, gift to myself. I'm like, you bought yourself a comic book store in this market? Like, dude, comic books are literally on the verge of dying. We're talking about the big two are talking about either merging or just going the way of the dinosaur and going completely digital. That's crazy. Like, this industry is not in a good space. So, like, I don't know. That seemed wild to me. I mean, glad he has passion, and that's kind of what got me to go, like, all right, you know what? I'll stick around. You got some passion for this, at least. It seems like you actually care. No, what he cares about is making sure he gets his. And making sure, like, and then I saw, like, this, I saw some of the shadier side of the business where I was like, wait a minute, man. Are you, like, really scalping Pokemon cards? Like, there was a, when I saw he had one of, like, the new sets that I knew was, like, selling out everywhere, and he had it up there for over $100, I was like, dude, you know what? I hate you. Like, I hate this shit. Like, that... Just no integrity at all. And then I found out his politics because he had a Black Rifle fucking coffee mug, and it explains everything. He's a rich asshole, loves Trump, wants to and like just has absolutely no respect for the customer base that would literally keep him alive. You want to talk about anti-scalping? I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm kind of going on a diatribe that isn't really necessarily political. This is personal to me, but this is kind of what I do. So. There it is. No, that's what... Oh, dude, when I saw that Black Rifle coffee mug, I even went like, Okay. And that's the thing, Keith. He's a leftist. That's another thing. I would call him more... He would consider himself moderate, but the thing is, he has so much empathy that I don't think that if he actually, like, got cornered on stuff, he'd be like, oh, yeah, no. Because I remember... At one point, he was a little, like, boomer pilled as far as, like, the trans stuff. And he was just like, yeah, I don't really get it. But then one of our, like, his regulars, daughter came out as trans and technically non-binary first. And he had to understand it. Because the thing is, he saw that kid grow up and never in a million years would want that kid to feel lesser than. So he accepted it. And I asked him, I'm like, so are you kind of like, are you having a problem with this? He's like, I guess I'm just trying to, I'm trying to get it. Like, it's a little weird. Like, for me personally, I'm kind of, but I don't, he's like, when you really break it down, it's the same person. I'm like, there you go. I'm like, holy shit, you actually did it. You got it. You didn't do it with hate. You didn't do it with, like, you didn't, perceive your confusion as to be like, oh, I must now turn to hate with this because I don't understand. Like, dude, and that's where I immediately was just like, okay, man, like, you're a good person. Overall, he's a good person. Like, has there been times that he said some boomer pilled shit? Fuck yeah. There's been a few times. But realistically, man, he's a really good dude, and this is where literally the Disco Elysium mug part. Yeah, I know you guys love Disco Elysium. I need to check that game out. You guys have told me that it's like a leftist game. It's awesome. I'm gonna have to check that out on stream here. If anybody wants to gift it to me on Steam, I'm PepTalks. I think I'm just PepTalks on Steam. Here, let's see. I haven't actually checked my Steam in a long time. Let's see. Steam. Please don't crash my computer. 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 PepTalks. Yeah, just PepTalks. Not no TV. So yeah, if you guys want to... Also, if you want a game, Disco Elysium is a fascist game. I thought it was I thought it was a leftist game. I thought it was technically a commie game. Man, people be out there fucking confusing me with stuff. It's okay. Politics is about distribution of resources, and scalping is exploitation. You're perfectly on brand right now. This might be peak high on politics, actually, come to think of it. Oh, hey. Appreciate that, man. it just sucks. Like it's dude, because it really, this is gonna sound kind of dumb. I understand it. It's so trivial, but it really did kind of start hitting me in a way where I'm like, I can't even enjoy the one thing that I have I've enjoyed Comic Book Wednesdays since I was 7 years old. I have enjoyed that for fucking 32 years. I have been going to Jesus, that just hit me. 32 years I've been collecting comics. Yikes. No wonder I have such a ridiculous fucking collection. To be fair, though, it's not like I was collecting, like, giant stacks of books. For a while there, I was just collecting Spider-Man and Flash. Like, I would just show up, get those books. I even quit Batman for a long time. Occasionally, I would go back to, X-Men, Wolverine, I have, like, scattered arcs, but still. There are 2 Pep Talks. Are there? There are 2 Pep Talks? There shouldn't be. There can't be. I'm all capitalized. And it should also have my logo. But yeah, there shouldn't be. Not on Steam. Maybe I know for a fact on YouTube there's another one. He's got like the YouTube logo and it's Pep Talks. I'm still a little upset about it, where it's just like, wait a minute. One has your pick, the other one is a dragon. Well, the one that's not the dragon, the one with my pick, that's me. Hey, Etch, I just realized. Hey, you got my Steam. There you go. Actually, Etch, I need to send you my my Switch code if you have a Switch, and I also have a PS5. Although the PS5 I will likely be hooking up to my my capture card here, because once GTA 6 comes out, I want to play that, and I'm going to play it on PlayStation. Sorry, I know. But anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, scalping. So yeah, I started getting like what I would consider to be a little silly about it, where it was just like, man, like why does everything have to suck? The enshittification of everything just continues because they are now taking the little bit of happiness. I already talked about the Pokemon cards. I can't just walk into the grocery store anymore and just buy Pokemon cards. I had a perfect period there too, where people were like, I could play the game, they printed enough, the scalpers weren't even a thing with Pokemon because they didn't know about it. They were still doing fucking sneakers at that point, and that was the good old days. Like, I could literally just be like, hey, you know what? I got an extra $25. I'll buy a few packs and let's see. Let's see if I rip something. And, same with Magic, where it's just like, oh, hey, you know what? I got a few bucks here. Let's see if I get, one of the cards that I've been looking for. Can't even do that anymore. Like, I got into the Gundam card game. Fuck me for that. Because apparently it's the same shit. And then, you know why people are into the Gundam card game? Because it's lower print runs. Because it's not as popular. So they're like, well, we might as well take that from them too. Fuck you. Fuck you for fucking God, I hate that shit. And Chicago Toy Company, man, like, ew. One of the worst, most egregious fucking culprits of all this. Chicago Toy Company. I'm calling them out, man. It's ridiculous. And they would just, and like the way that they engage with you, like if you even say like, hey man, like I literally saw you, like, because what happened with me is I saw them at one of the Targets clear out an entire shelf and then take it to their store and then mark it up by fucking almost double. And it's gross. It's fucking gross. And you know who I feel the worst for? The parents. The parents that actually like have kids that want this shit. I feel bad for you. Because as an adult, yeah, I can just accept that I don't need to play fucking Pokemon. It was something nice that I liked to do. I'll just move on to something else. But realistically, like comic books was like where that hit me, where I was just like, oh, now it's actually like attacking my comics? Like, fuck, I get it. Like, yes, there's comics dealers, and I don't do variants. This is the reason I do not do so in comic books they have like one in like 100, 1 in 10. They'll have like a 1 in 5 variant, usually that will cost, somewhere between like $1,000 because they only printed one, per every like 5,000 or whatever the fuck. I don't do that shit. I'm always looking for just cover A, whatever one was on the in the solicitation as cover A. That's the one I want. Whatever the one the editorial board picked to be the main cover, I want that. Because also, how many times, if you guys, I'm not sure if any of you guys collect comic books, but if any of you guys got incentive covers of Absolute Batman, they're worth less than cover A. Whoa! It's almost like people actually want the one that, that becomes iconic because it becomes synonymous with that character and that run. You end up being a scalper after clicking one of those want to make money YouTube ads? Oh, yeah. Yep. Like I said, they're doing it with Gundam cards and Gundams now, like the Gundam model kits, which I don't get it. Like, dude, I used to be walking, like, this is, again, a me stupid problem. Very, very first world problem. But I used to be able to walk into my local hobby store, which is not that far from me, and I would be able to just go get a Gundam model that came out 20 fucking years ago. Because they had that much stock, and they never marked it up. Now, they're doing the thing where they're like, well, this one's super rare, this one's hyper rare, this one was made in blah, 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 blah. Oh, look, this one is still sealed. Now it's fucking $80. It's like, okay, cool. And it's all artificial too, because it's like, realistically, it's not like any of the stock just disappeared to make the other stuff, to inflate the value of the other stuff, because sometimes that happens. Like, I remember one time in the comics industry that happened where one of the printers got fucked up. So there was only, like, I think there was close to like only 1,000 that were released to the market, and I was one of the lucky ones where it showed up to my comic shop, and I already had it in my pull because I really wanted it. So what they did is they did a recall, and it was kind of funny. I looked at my comic, I looked at Keith, and I was just like, "Are you doing the recall?" He's like, "No." He's like, "Absolutely not." That's why I play Magic the Gathering Arena, but the thing is, this is why I'm not sure how to say this. Proxies. We play proxies. There we go. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I cannot elaborate, but I'll just say I play proxy cards. Sometimes I may, like, if I just need to write it, I literally have done this playing Magic, where I knew I didn't have the card, but I just knew it would perfect my deck, and we were playing a friendly game, so I just asked my buddy, I'm like, hey man, can I just write the spell? And I even did like a little like mock-up drawing and just slid it into the sleeve, and that was my card. The thing is, he just wanted to make sure that it was flat, and it had, like, it didn't, like, you could not tell that it wasn't another card. So what I ended up using was like a Pokemon energy card, and I just drew on it. Big fan of proxies. Rock on. That's how I am now. I do not care. Yeah, scalpers, I'm sorry if you've ever encountered this. And as I said, if you've ever had it happen where you were going to get your kid some Pokemon cards and some scalper shithead, like, bought the entire thing out, I genuinely feel fucking sorry for you. Like, God. Because it kills the game. It kills the hobby. I was talking to the guy at the comic shop about this, because when I told him what happened to me, he was just like, that's bad business, and also that will put him out of business. He's like, because I'm gonna guess that you are a weekly shopper. I'm like, yeah, technically I was part of his club. He's just like, oh, you can't treat club members like that. He's like, because then you're here right now spending the money here instead of spending the money there. And he even says, like, even if he sold that whole stack to just one person, he's like, which it does kind of sound like either he did that or he kept them, because as I said, when I couldn't get or when I got a different answer from one of his workers where it's like, there's no line, it's like, that's what I thought. One of the best little investments I've made is my little laminator. Yeah, that thing is awesome. Yeah, that thing is, yeah, she's made me quite a few player cards. Actually, that game, Crisis Protocol, she's definitely like a pro printer with that one. But yeah, guys, like I was saying, it sucks. But whatever. I got my comic books. I'm happy. You know, the little kid in me is happy. Hey. Aw. What's up, Rebecca? Oh, hey, by the way, guys, I forgot to even do this. Let's welcome everybody in. Barbo Bitola. Barbie Bitola, how are you doing? Welcome in. Robin, how you doing? Hermit, pulling it down over on Twitch. I really appreciate that, guys. Dieter, thank you for checking in. If you guys are watching over on horizontal, I also got the vertical up. And vice versa for my vertical. And if you guys want to watch it in horizontal, you guys can go check that out. Just click on my page, and it should be right on the front there. All right, but yeah, I think I already said hi, Rebecca, but double hi. Pinkerbell, what up, what up? Hi, Uni. Robin, over on YouTube, how you doing? Some Dumb Beats, what up, what up? Bloodstone by Stars, good to see you. Jeff, what up? And I think I didn't miss anybody else. Etch! I missed Etch. There. I'll go all the way back to the beginning. And yeah, if I missed you guys, shout on out, and I will give you guys the shout out. All right, we're officially off to the races. It's been a half hour. I went on my little pep rant. I don't need to talk about getting, you know, mad. But I can't draw like Pep, but I can tear up some DIY. Oh, yeah. She's the best at, like, DIY crafting and just, yeah, we definitely make a good pair on this one. But, alrighty. Politics. What do we got on the politics line today? So, another thing. I'm not going to be able to do Pep After Dark, so I should probably let them know that. Yeah, same with the election coverage, which I'm kind of glad I ended it when I did. That was insane. I'm just going to say that was the craziest race I think I've ever seen. My buddy that I was hanging out with, he really does not do politics at all. He's one of those guys that he hates the idea of politics. And I get it, man. I get it. It does annoy me that he doesn't really get more involved, but he's at least, you know, I think, like, with this midterm, he is finally gonna get involved, which is nice, but he is very much like, just tell me, like, I respect you. Who should I vote for? Like, that's how he is with me. But yeah, we were kind of just chilling, and I was showing him the election, and he was even interested in it. He's just like, wait, it's only down to how many votes? I'm like, we are talking it like under 5,000 votes. He was just like, no way. Yeah, that shit was crazy, man. I don't want to spoil it for anybody that doesn't know. Who am I kidding? You guys all know. It didn't go the way we wanted it to. And guess what? Your boy might have called this one. Just gonna say that much. I look back at some of the stuff that I was saying about Francesca Hong before even, like, I knew about the Thanksgiving thing, and I was just like, no, there was something there that was off. And I do think that there was, like, a little bit of an op there, you know, because it really does come across like, dude, the way, you know what's really selling me on this is how the Republicans are reacting. The Republicans are panicking. And I mean fucking hard. Watching Fox News, I watched one of the Pondering Politics things this morning, showcasing Fox News' reaction to it. We'll watch that. I have that pulled up for a little bit later here. Yeah, man. They are going a little insane over there, and I love it. I'm happy that it's happening. So, but that also shows me, I do think that it was because it was an open primary. I think that they're Republican ops, because also they were talking about how the Republican, the Republican turnout was awful. They were talking how there was, like, I think close to 300,000 people that showed up just for the Democratic side, and they were just like, that's almost unheard of during a primary election like this in Wisconsin. So, beautiful. Oh wait, yeah, guys, you post in the Discord. Yeah, Uni, this is what you need to use the Discord for, because yeah, that's why I did the arts and crafts, and we also have the hobbies page, which, oh, you did minis. Rebecca, I just saw your Lego Ducati. Freaking nice. Okay, so I saw that they have the Lego Pokemon out. There's a few of them that I want. I want the Charizard. Because they have one that comes with a Charizard and a Pikachu, like, battling each other. I was just like, I mean, I don't need it. Also, did you guys see that there's I kind of covered this yesterday, but at McDonald's on the 18th, they're doing a crossover with Hello Kitty and Godzilla Happy Meals. Yeah, whenever they make fun of millennials for being a little childish, it's just like, yeah, but you keep putting out cool shit like this. What am I supposed to do? Just ignore it? Like, come on. That's awesome. That's such a good that's a good crossover too, I'm gonna say. Anyway, regardless of the candidates, I think it's good that more people are voting and paying attention. Oh yeah, and also this kind of showed that Francesca Hung, had she maybe gotten out there a little bit sooner, she could have actually done more. What really ended up fucking her was the people that voted early. Like, apparently there was a good portion of people that were like, I already voted, and I would have voted for her, but I already voted for the other candidates that dropped out. It was just like, that's a little shady, man. Like the way that played out. We're gonna get into that though, so do not fret. The Yu-Gi-Oh collab was my favorite. I didn't get all of them though. Oh no, you didn't get all of them. Check eBay actually, and just check. I know that they have some Facebook groups that are literally committed, or like that are committed to doing like trades and stuff like that. Unless, like, of course, chase variants are a different game, okay? Actually, I have a chase variant of something. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is Hulk. Here, give me a sec. This is technically a chase variant. I remember pulling him at the comic shop. I was just like, oh, hey, cool. Yeah, I've never actually really explained, like, what I have back here. I'll show you guys in a video one day. I'll actually do a video of my studio for the members of the channel here. But yeah, I have I have 1, 2, 3 shelves. I got Power Ranger, like, minifigs on the bottom one. I got the X-Men minifig, like, bobbleheads on the middle one. And then I got the Avengers on the top one. Hey, you know what? I know it's just little knickknacks, but I love, dude, this is me. Like, this is the thing that I love about my studio. Like, this is a very good idea of just me. This is stuff I like. I love being in this. You know, I love my studio. This is my happy place. This is my little happy place where I think of little happy trees and happy things. You know? Because there's 2 of us, we always double up stuff if we... Oh, yeah. If anybody needs an extra... Yeah. Uni's just like, you know what? I'm a pro at this. Let me offer my services. I appreciate that. I love knickknacks. Me too. It's some fun. Like, ain't knickknacks is kind of fun. Like, I don't know. I get it. There's like too much. There's a point where it becomes too much. If you have too much shit, you know, my estate sale will be Oh yeah. My estate sale is going to be insane, but it's also going to be... It's going to be good. It's going to be good for somebody. There's going to be a nerdy... I don't know. Like, let's see. I hope that the nerds don't die out with the what I call the Iron Man generation. The ones who grew up with Iron Man as like their first comic book movie, which is awesome. Like, if they got to start the MCU, like, just pure and go from there as a kid, I'm actually jealous of that because, like, I had Batman 89, and I can't tell you how many pictures I have of me in my little Batman pajamas. So I know how that goes. I know how influential that stuff is. Now, the thing that scares me is I've seen that the Gen Z and, like, Gen A, they do not maintain the nostalgic factor for the stuff that they used to like. Like, if anything, once it's just, then it's gone. The P.O. Box is, you can just type P.O. Box in the general, in the search tab. Here, let me see. P.O. Box. Yeah, you can just type P.O. Box in the general tab, and it should take you right to it. I've posted it a few times. Yeah, actually, I'll be visiting my P.O. Box coming up here soon. So if anybody's sent anything, I will finally get that. If you guys haven't sent anything, oh, yay, I get a bunch of campaign materials. Because, man, the last time I checked my my P.O. Box, I had, like, stacks of fucking political flyers that don't even apply to me because my my P.O. Box, you know, is in a different district. It's in... It's one of the smartest things that I think I did. It's just like, but also not, because there's that problem where I'm just like, I gotta go and see my P.O. Box. That's like an hour away. I have Samantha. Wait, since there's my note. Nice. Oh wait, what do you need? Yeah, she does the minis. Yeah, she loves miniverse stuff. Yeah, she loves building that stuff. I can't tell you how many times I've gone into her craft room, and there she is. She looks like a little scientist. She even has like her glasses down like this, and she's doing like the... She's very good at it, though. I will say that all of her mini stuff, it looks delicious. Like, she made these like little mini tacos. They look fucking good, man. Like... Every once in a while, you'll see that. You're just like, wait a minute. Now I'm hungry. And now I actually want the real version of this. Damn it. I was a Kirsten girly, but... Oh, you're talking about the American Girl dolls, right? Right? Because, yeah, that my sister was big into those. We went to the American Girl doll store for her birthday one year. Like, they rented out a room and everything. Yeah, that sucked for me. I got paid for that, though, because my mom's boyfriend, he was just like, listen, if you help out, I'll give you $100. I was just like, yeah, done. I was like 13. I was just like, $100, like, when you're 13, that's $1 million. So I was just like, oh, yeah, let's go. Yeah, that was cool. Hell yeah. No, that was a quick and easy, well, what I thought would be easy. Then I realized how long we were there. Okay. When you have a 3-hour block, yeah, oh man, that was a bit too much for me, but whatever. I have good memories. My sister was really happy. I think that was her favorite birthday that she ever had. Actually, my sister just sent me a voice note today. She doesn't text me anymore, and she'll call me like randomly, but I get voice notes all the time, and it's not like small ones either. The last one she just sent me was like 3 minutes long. I'm like, come on. To the point where I feel kind of bad. I got like halfway through. I'm like, okay, I think I got the point. But I'm happy she does that. You know what? After my mom passed, I realized how much I really appreciate having voice notes and voicemails. That means a lot. So it's Pep, Grandma Flatterson. Thank you for checking on in. Appreciate you also checking out the horizontal stream. Taking down her braids was one of my earliest regrets in life. Ooh. I had to sleep on a $65 impulse buy last week. Really? Yeah, I have this thing where if it's not something that will sell out immediately, like there are times that, like, for instance, if I go like, oh, I didn't really want this as much, but it was something that was going to sell out and it was going to get scalped, I'll get it if I have the opportunity to get it at face. And then if I don't end up wanting it, I'll sell it, but I'll sell it like only a few dollars over what I got it for, just for the trouble of having it and just being like, here. I've made a lot of people happy that way. Because I've grabbed a lot of comic book variants just because I got them at cover price, where I was just like, oh, okay, fine. And then they spiked and I was just like, and one of my friends was just like, yeah, I wanted this one. I was just like, oh, here you go. Because honestly, life's too number one short, and life is all like, what are you gonna like? Okay, enjoy this shit now. Like, this is why I don't like when people like buy exclusively like what do you call it? Slabbed. Oh my god, I couldn't think of the word. Slabbed comic books and cards. I think that is just so dumb. I mean, I kind of get it if you're preserving history, like in a way, but this new age of fucking PSA grading, like, it's all fucking bullshit. I've literally seen a PSA grade 10 card where I notice an imperfection on the back of it. Like, how does that work? You gotta take her to the hair salon. Yep, she has a hair. There's actually a fucking hair salon in the store. You get your hair, like, that's what they did for my sister. She got her hair done just like her American Girl doll, and her American Girl doll got her hair did. I mean, to be fair, my sister had to sit through a birthday party at FAO Schwartz in Chicago before they closed, and yeah, you know what? So, turnabout's fair play. They replaced her head. Hey, go hard for profits. What's up, man? Welcome back to the show. It's always good to have you guys return. Also, I'm kind of glad that your political curiosity keeps leading you back here, brother. I hope that if I can change your mind, I hope that it's not like this, you know, disingenuous like Steven Crowder, fucking Charlie Kirk bit. You know, if I can change your mind, I hope I'm doing it with like just the fact that I live my life with compassion, empathy, and just overall trying to understand where people are coming from. Understanding is a good thing. Like I was talking to my wife about that, where it's just like that Matthew 7:21-23 thing, where it's just, I hope you guys understand that, like, for everybody that is out there that tells you like, oh, I'm a Christian because Jesus said I had to believe in him to get into heaven, it's just like they don't understand Christianity. And the thing is, they're probably like, if there is a hell, or if there is the not getting into heaven, then they're not getting into heaven. That's literally covered in that. And this was Sermon on the Mount stuff. This is like the big stuff. This is the stuff where it's just like, no, if you're going to take one thing from the Bible, is that Jesus, like, you believe Jesus was real, and that a lot of people, like, heard his Sermon on the Mount enough to where it was like, no, this is like divine, even though the Bible's supposed to be all divine, but then we're supposed to pick and choose, and then it's like, some of it's allegory. Not going to get into that, but still. Messing up their hair after the salon always made me feel bad since they looked so nice afterwards. Well, yeah, they're doing the product. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of like when you go like to the dentist and then you get your teeth all cleaned and then you eat one meal and you're just like, oh no, the clean feeling's gone. No. Stingwin. Hello, Stingwin. How you doing? Or am I saying it right? I don't know. Either way, welcome to the show. Thank you for saying hello. Thank you for popping on by. If you guys haven't liked the stream already, please do. It really helps me. So, struck the Sandwich Islands today. What are the Sandwich Islands? And also, what's up with all these fucking earthquakes? I don't know. It's getting a little sus. We took them after we grew up. My mom had us do all the destroying first. Too hard not to do as a kid. Wow, man, you guys are really going to. I'll let this conversation just stay in chat. Hey, I'm glad you guys are having fun though. Okay, so the Sandwich Islands. Let's see. Where are the Sandwich Islands? Thank you for the information, by the way. Are you in the Sandwich Islands? Is that what's going on? Or are you just... You're like, breaking news. Ring of Fire doing its thing. Ring of Fire? Wait, Ring of Fire? That's not Farron Cousins anymore. That's, what's... I don't even know the guy's name anymore. Sandwich Islands, sorry. Hawaii? Wait, Sandwich Islands refer to South Sandwich Islands in Atlantic Ocean? Southeast of South of Georgia. British Sea. South Georgia and South Sandwich. Where the fuck are they? Where are they actually located? Oh, okay. So they're all the way at the bottom. Oh my god. I mean, what the fuck? So the South Sandwich Islands are at the very bottom of South America. You could argue they're kind of in between the bottom of South America and Africa, a little bit closer to South America. I would argue that's almost closer to Antarctica, though. Huh. That's where the sandwich is from. Well, then did they actually... So, wherever the land of sandwiches is, do they have tacos and do they have hot dogs? Or is this like where we finally get the definitive answer of if tacos and hot dogs are sandwiches or not? That would be wild. You show up and you're just like, no hot dogs? And they look at you like, that's not a sandwich. And you're just like, what? We thought it was a sandwich. It's stuff, then bread and clothes. Sandwich. And then they'd be like, we have a torta. It's like, good enough. All right, give it here. Anyway, oh, wow. I kind of stun-locked pretty hard. Also, yeah, man, I just realized that I'm only 45 minutes in, not 2 hours in. Okay, so that means that we got to start getting to stuff. All right, let's start covering the news. Going to Food Truck Festival this weekend. I'm hoping there's a Chicago dog cart. There likely will be. And honestly, please enjoy one. Because, man, if you guys, as I said, one of the best Chicago dogs, low-key, like, I'm just going to say it. If you have a Costco near you, you can make the best Chicago dog ever at that Costco. Get your $1.50 dog. Make sure you get the cup of onions. You got to have that cup of onions because I don't think any Costco's have the onion machine anymore. Got to get your, they got the good relish and they got the good mustard. Stay away from that fucking ketchup. Watching you. But the way that I do it is mustard first. Always mustard first. Now, if they had celery salt, that would make this like that much better, but it's okay. I'll allow it without the celery salt unless you want to be extra trashy like I have been in my life where I bring celery salt with me because I am that guy. I mean, if I'm eating lunch for a fucking $1.50, why not spice it up a little bit the way that you like it? And the thing is, like, it's not the same if you don't eat the hot dog at the Costco. I don't know why. It's very much, like, that's a Chicago thing, too, where it's like, if you leave the hot dog stand, for some reason, it will lose its taste and, like, its flavor. It's just, I don't know why. It's just some kind of fucking food magic that happens. So don't do the food curse. Make sure you eat it while you're there. If you bring your celery salt with you, then you're doing this proper. But again, if you don't have it, so you want to do the mustard first, then the relish, then the onions. That's how you do that. I've watched people do all sorts of craziness with the onions first. What you doing? And then putting the mustard on top of the relish, like monsters. What are you doing? You trying to give me a heart attack? I eat only kebab 5.50. You only eat kebab? Dude, don't you have, like, gout? Like, damn. I mean, kebab is great. I love kebab, but also, piadina? What is a piadina kebab? Let's see. Piadina. What the fuck? I have this. I love where I live. Apparently, we have piadina near us. It's literally trying to take me to our local place. I love Chicago so much, man. God damn it. Ooh, that looks really good. Wow, yeah. Wait, so you get kebab Kebab Piadina. Place the lightly brush. So it's essentially like a burrito, like a tortilla that has lightly, what is it, lightly brushed with? Okay, thin Italian dough made from flour. It looks like it looks like a tortilla. Kebab meat, spiced chicken, beef, lamb. Oh, okay, you can do any of them. Shredded lettuce, shredded tomato, and onions. Good. Ooh, this is already sounding good. Yogurt sauce, garlic sauce, spicy ketchup. Oh, that's where. All right, you got me. Spicy ketchup. Let's go. Let's go, dude. With all them fixings, that sounds fucking amazing. Okay, so where is this place near me? What if I take that? It's still 35 minutes away. Yeah. One of these days. What's it by? Please be by a government building, so I'll eventually have to go there. That's how a lot of this stuff happens for me, where it's like, okay, if this is on the other side of the city, it better be by something that I'm gonna have to do that day. All right, so that is going on my food list. Hey, thank you for that, by the way. Thank you for introducing me to the Piadina kebab. I have got to be. How can I not say that? Piadina. It's not that hard. Chicago food scene sounds. It is so good. Fuck. This is the thing. Anytime that I've thought about leaving the city or like just leave, like I can't. I love this place. Like even in the suburbs, man, like you have so much culture that you can't escape it. Like everywhere has, like, at least within the city, well, okay, let's see. If I'm gonna be fair, you go about 45 minutes to an hour outside the city limits, you still have really good fucking food. That's just, again, it's all source because we have like different freaking cultures living all over our city. So like it will never get boring. And where I live in like the hub of it all. Like I'm so lucky, and I did not plan this, but I literally live in this like circle where we have everything. We have like every fast food place that you guys love. Got them. Minus Hardee's. We don't have Hardee's. That kind of like, I'm still mad about that one. Because every once in a while I'll see a Hardee's commercial. I'll just be like, why don't we have that? But I don't think I'm missing that much, to be completely real. Like, it's not like I've never had a Hardee's. But yeah, man, like we got everything. Literally everything. And I love it. And we even got good seafood, believe it or not. Like, yes, I know we're in the middle of the fucking, the nation here, but because of that, and because of the Chicago River and like the waterways and all that stuff, yeah, we actually do have like really good seafood. Bubba Gump Shrimp, actually, I hate to say this, is one of the best places that you can get some like good fucking butterfly shrimp. There's also a few other places there, like Chicago Shrimp. But there's a few. I think that there's so many Chicago shrimps that have it's not a chain. It's just there's a lot. Bojangles. Yeah, Bojangles is good. I like Bojangles. Yeah, damn. I'm trying to think. Where's the nearest Bojangles near me? Wait, let's see. It's probably gonna be Kentucky. Bojangles. We just got Jollibee. Oh shit, there's a Bojangles in Normal, Illinois. Spring Hill, Tennessee. I knew it. I knew it. That was the last time I had it. Okay, I was wrong about Kentucky though. They don't have one. Oh, it's on the border. That's why I was confused. Yeah, it's on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. Wait. Oh, wait, there's one in Indiana. Oh, shit. But yeah, we just got Jollibee, so. Man, I love shrimp. Me too. Me too. Although, dude, you ever had that experience where you go to, like, you eat some shrimp and then you realize they didn't devein it. This usually only happens at Chinese food places for me. I hate to like, but it's a thing. Southern evangelical mother is on her last leg. Should be gone in a week or two at most. Will be blessing when it happens because she's got a movement disorder and hasn't been able to walk for 3 years. Oh, geez. She was a miserable bitch, but I stepped for her towards the end of her life, or end to walk the high road. I think me making the effort now will make me feel better once she's gone. Oh, wait, so is it your mom, or is this like somebody, like, is that, when I hear Southern evangelical mother, I feel like that's a, that sounds like a groiper, like someone that, like, but it would be a dude. It would totally be a dude that would have that name as a content creator. Yeah, your mom. Sorry, not trying to make light of that. I'm sorry to hear that, but at the same time, like, I think, yeah, I get it, man. Sorry for confusion. Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. As I said, I could totally see some like dipshit fucking groiper doing that. All right, it's tonight we have a debate with Pep Talks and Southern Evangelical Mother. You're pretty matter of fact about death. Yeah, so am I. So am I. I actually appreciate that about you, brother. Like, I like how you don't mince words. It's actually fucking super refreshing. Because I like to think that I have that, but I'm not as unapologetic as sometimes I think that I claim to be. Mr. Giga Doge. Oh, great. Thoughts on Iran war? It ain't going well. It ain't fucking going well at all. I don't know. How well could it be going if Donald Trump's just like, don't ask about the Iran war? Don't ask. Don't think about it. You know what you should be thinking about? Fauci. The Fauci ouchie. You guys remember the Fauci ouchie? You guys were so mad. Be mad about that. Don't be. Hey, wait a minute. We got some Epstein news too. Don't focus on Zorro Ranch. One movie that we're definitely not watching in this White House is The Mask of Zorro. We do not watch The Mask of Zorro because it makes people ask a few too many questions. Not the... I happen to hate a comment. I know. After that, toughen up. I know. The thing is, I have to because, like, I got some people in my life that as much as I would love to say toughen up, you know what? I also give them lots of hugs, and I don't know, man. I like to I think you get this because I got that Happy Gilmore syndrome where I never want anybody to feel bad, man. Like, I don't like it when people feel bad because when I feel bad, I don't like that feeling, and I don't want people feeling the bad feelings that, you know, I feel. I know it's like unrealistic, but I don't want to be the cause of it either. So, I don't like making people feel bad. That doesn't make me feel good. So, yeah, as I said, I've also, like, I got enough people in my life that, yeah. Unfortunately, like, they're very sensitive, and it's okay. Because, you know what? I'm a bit sensitive myself. But that's also where I did harden up, is because I am sensitive, where I'm just like, listen, sometimes I can be too sensitive about things. No, but as I said, I do appreciate that. Listen to the message if the way it's not being delivered isn't perfect. Oh, yeah, well, that's... every once in a while, I mean, dude, I totally fall for it. Like, I get emotional about stuff, and it's dumb, but whatever. I get emotional in the other way, where it's like sometimes I'll let my anger take over. How's life in the U.S.? Guessing you're American? I am American. Life's not... I wouldn't say it's as bad as, like, the media tends to make it out to be. You know, the gas prices aren't as high as they could be, even though it seems like they are going to get high. Like, I'm going to just say this. I am 100% expecting everything to get a lot worse, and I'm mentally and physically prepared for that. But right now, yeah, like, it just sucks so much politically because I hate seeing the just death of our democracy, and I hate to see that it's just really dumb assholes doing it. Dumb, rich, just the worst people, man. like I said, like there's nothing redeeming about it. Like it's not like they're trying to help anybody. They only want to fucking, take everything for them. It's bullshit. And the thing that really pisses me off is how many people they convinced to try and do the same thing and live the same way. It's fucking gross. America is a Greek tragedy. I mean, America is an American tragedy, if I had to actually say. Cheeky. Dieter's just like, semantics. That's a fair point. Same here in Iran. I'm also expecting it to get much worse. Yeah, it seems like they're lying to you, too. Like, what do you guys think about the whole, like, Ayatollah thing, like, just not showing up at all? Like, I don't know, maybe a video message would be good? I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that the guy actually might be dead. I don't know anymore. Because they're just like, oh, yeah, he's totally alive. Oh, yeah, he got a little bit of an injury. But you know what? He's so spry. He had an 8-hour meeting. You know what? They did that to us with Mitch McConnell, and immediately every American was like, I think Mitch McConnell's dead, you guys. So, I don't know, man. I did the conversation in Australia is paying $6 a gallon. Or the conversion. Yeah. Bro, that guy is not alive, and we all know it in Iran. Legit, everyone thinks he's dead. Okay, that's kind of what, I don't know, I kind of got that feeling. I think that everybody, yeah, they're just like, the IRGC is in charge. We kind of know what's going, yeah, okay. Europe is paying $5. Yeah, we're about to pay $5. It just went to like $4.70 or something like that. I saw that it's creeping back up to $5. Or body double. I don't think it's a body double because they haven't had any public appearances. What's the point of having a body double if you're like the thing is there's no video of him, and now is kind of the time where it's like, I don't know. Did he do a video message for the funeral of his father? 3 cents a liter, 11 cents a gallon. See? People in America don't understand that. Yeah, he didn't do anything. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Almost $6 a gallon here in Cali. Jesus. Yikes. I'm just glad I don't have to do that much driving. Like, if I did, that would be a problem. But anyway. Yeah, we're not too crazy about Donald Trump. The thing is, dude, I don't hate you because you're Iranian. If anything, I want to understand, like, why we're at war with each other. And I don't know, I think that we're much more alike than anybody thinks. I hate, like, if you got if you got the religious extremists in your country, yeah, we got some here too. We got some Christian extremists that really, like, and they do the same shit, just, I mean... We have been told that, you guys are a little more intense about it, like, but yeah, we got our problems, that's for sure. We're going to get a whole lot of identity politics in 2028 for POTUS, by the way. I was hoping for policies to drive the discourse, but now thinking it's still going to be a lot of personality. Yeah, well, the policies... Make the policy your personality then. The thing is, dude, like, they gotta do, like, you have your finger on the pulse of this stuff, and I think you understand that they have gotta just fucking buck up, and they gotta be ready for this. Bro, think about it reasonably. Search up to February at Khomeini's house. Yeah, I know. We got the propaganda stuff from that, so, yeah. Something about the cross being wielded as a sword. Oh my god, immediately I just thought of Pete Hegseth. Fucking what a moron. Start using the term Confederate Christian nationalism. There we go. Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, I need the update. It's a war. Whoever says it first has got my vote. And volunteer time. Oh, nice. I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think that AOC is definitely gearing up for it. You know, breaking up with her dude, fucking freezing her eggs. She's just like, I ain't got time for this shit. Because even somebody was like, oh, so, you know, who's the first man going to be? It's like, America. Do you know how fucking strong of a message that is right there? It's like, I don't need to because I'm thinking of America. I don't need to think. See, I don't have kids or I don't have a spouse to think about. I only think about America. You know how much of a hard-on that would give fucking, like, MAGA? I mean, they already have them. Like, let's be real, for AOC, that's why they're all mad punching their dicks, because they're just like, Latina girl don't like me! Although I will say, one thing that was really fucking crazy was how many simps came out yesterday, and they were just like, hey, what's up, man? Hey! AOC was lovely. What's going on? One of my favorite ones was Jeff from Good Morning Comrade. He was even just like, I have a wife, and I'm even just like, eh. Man. Fucking put your tongues away, guys, and fucking, I don't know. Like I said, if you want to talk about message, like, put that shit away. Like, yeah, she's a beautiful woman, but you know what she also is? Intelligent and a powerhouse in politics. And this is something where if she really does keep doing this, like, she's doing great. Like, Dieter, I would argue that the one time we talked about this, she's already solved the problem that she had. She just needs to speak off the cuff. She's like me. I can't do scripts. I hate scripts. Like, I'm the opposite of you, bro. Like, I could not do what you do. This is why I appreciate what you do. Like, I cannot do long-form scripted content. I think she's much better speaking off the cuff and to her true self. So, yeah. Only one Garfield POTUS has gone straight from the House of Representatives to the White House. That's not a big deal. I mean, it's happened before, so... Trump has a proven... Yeah, I know. Wait, even Prince Andrew, you gross pig? Why are you calling me a gross pig? Yeah, Kathy, we agree with you. Like, what? Yeah, he's a gross pig. Why end that? Okay, that's why I think that's a fucking left-wing bot account. Where they just bet and they send it like boom, 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 boom. Because it's, I don't know. Hey, Kathy, what's your favorite food? I'm waiting. Bot test. By the way. Not you, Simply Steve, but also Simply Steve. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Welcome to the show, dude. Also, Twitch holding it down. Holy shit, man. I'm fucking doing okay on Twitch lately. I don't know what's going on, but apparently y'all are digging yourself some high on politics over on Twitch. Thank you for that. If you guys haven't already hit the follow, and if you have the ability to sub, if you got the free sub from your Prime account, please, if it's not committed, consider giving that to me. It really helps out my channel and really helps me out personally. Every bit goes a very long way. There we go. My Godzilla -1 models came in today. Oh, you got those? Oh, yeah. Lucky. Yeah, I don't have any, like, really cool... Like, I got a Godzilla -1 Funko, and then I got, like, the little guy back here. Have I ever shown you him? Here. I don't think you guys can even see him. Yeah. Got this little guy. He's adorable. And then I got this little guy. He's even more adorable. Kathy was calling... oh, yeah, I know. But also, I'm just saying... bot check. Kathy didn't say what her favorite food is. So please do. Godzilla's my spirit animal. Yeah. Yeah, mine too. I was about to say, I'm like, maybe, am I more of a Rodan guy? No. Nah, I'm a Godzilla guy. Now, if we're talking like what Godzilla, I'd say I'm 1980. I'm like the 80s Godzilla. There we go. It's the one I grew up with, so. Bandit, what's up? From Godzilla Returns, or Godzilla 85. If you guys were in America. If you guys, I meant in Japan. Mothra, yes, I was about to say Mothra is literally like Uni's spirit animal. She loves Mothra. She has an awesome Mothra shirt. Anytime I play one of the Mothra movies or like one of the Godzilla movies with Mothra in it, she's always locked in, loves them. It's one of the happiest days I ever had when we watched a Godzilla movie and she didn't make fun of it and it kept her attention. I was just like, yes. That made me so happy. Kathy has been here before and did not appear to be a bot at the time, but copy paste the same message is suspect. Okay. Well, Kathy, I'm not saying you are a bot. I was just doing a bot test because it is like, yeah, you were copy and pasting. It's okay. It's okay. Regardless, thank you for being here. And I do agree with your message. Hey, party people, what's up, Ravy? Good to see you. As you guys file in here, do the thing. Hit that like button. Double tap the screen. If you guys haven't already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. The reason that I am stun locking right now is because I'm waiting for the 420, and then once we celebrate, we will go into the news. I hope you guys are ready for the news. It's gonna be fun. We got a lot of news to cover. I mean, a lot of news to cover. Oh, dude. Okay, so the gas lines. There's gas lines in Indiana, in Terre Haute. Do you know how happy I am about that? I don't care, motherfuckers. Oh, goddamn. As an Illinoisan, oh, man, did I have to hear a lot about, well, come over to Indiana. We got the cheaper gas. Them Illinoisans, they just tax the hell out of you. Come move over to Illinois. Why don't you just secede from Illinois? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Fuck you, and fuck you even some more. Bob. Sorry, okay, I'm over the first hour, thank God. That one, okay, that was close. I gotta be a little more careful with my language, folks. Finally, the point where we have been waiting for. Americans don't give a shit until they have to wait in gas lines. Yep. Well, here, you know what? I will start the news now, because this did make me happy. There we go. Like I said, I am happy that this... I'm not happy about the storms hitting the way that they did, but I'm happy that Indiana got fucked the way it did by them.
Brittany Tulis is live along the Illinois-Indiana border where NIPSCO says it's dealing with its largest outage event yet. I know you were right there at the Meijer. There's a gas station there off of Indianapolis Boulevard and near Main Street. What...
Damn, Meijer has surcharges too, just for being a Meijer.
What are you seeing right now? I know I see a lady behind you with 2 gas cans.
Yeah, Tia, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was just 7 gas cans right behind me. A gentleman with 2 just walked away, but it is a madhouse here. Everyone is telling me this is one of maybe 2 places in the area that still has gas, and we're seeing that with the line. These people...
Hey, Mike Braun. Are you going to come hat in hand to J.B. Pritzker and the Illinoisans? Is that what's happening? This is what happens when you get met with the fucking energy and the attitude that you put out there in life. Ain't that a bitch? Where it's like you were a prick to a whole bunch of people, an entire state of people, and now you want our help?
Filling up for generators, and these are not even the same family. They're just a group that kind of came together.
I actually said that I wanted to propose that if you were an out-of-stater or specifically, if you were coming from the state of Indiana to come and get gas over the border at this point, surcharge.
And are filling up their cans right here.
I'm sorry, guys. Like, that's where I'm at as far as, like, this is how much we have had to deal with the bullshit of their propaganda in Indiana. Indiana is one of the worst states in the fucking union. I'm telling you right now, go drive through it. You will fucking figure out real quick how boring it is. Oh, what do you got? Portage? What do you got? The Hoosiers? This is Hoosier country. Fucking, that's all you have. Notre Dame, where 90% of Notre Dame is Chicagoans anyway. Like, don't forget about Indianapolis. Oh, our big metropolis.
Also seeing people
get fucked
waiting in line on E because they need gas for their cars. They've been waiting for 20, 30, 40 minutes. And this
I actually have to say it. Ohio is better than Indiana at this point.
line.
You guys
And
finally
all of these
did it.
Pumps are packed. All of the working pumps are packed.
Saddest part is I used to like Indiana. I used to actually be like, they're like our brothers that just have less.
There's 2 pumps that are
or
not
like our
working
cousins,
right now.
They're like our rural cousins.
And we also have cars coming in from either side of this gas station too, which is making a little bit of a cluster as cars are trying to leave and enter at the same time, get on the correct side for their gas pumps. But this is the other side. This is the longer side of the line. You're seeing everybody kind of weaving, some people in good spirits, waving, might as well while they're here in line. But yeah, a lot of people.
That's a kid, dummy.
People have been telling me they're getting gas for their generators to keep their generators going. Some
They
saying
see the camera and they're just like, hi!
in the last 12 hours, some
I'm
saying
on
it can will
TV.
last a few hours right now. We're also seeing people kind of out of their cars, standing in the parking lot, hoping they can get someone in a car, fill up their gas tank. We talked with a couple of people waiting in this line. Just take a listen to how they're doing.
He's going to get gas for me. I'm going to pay him $20 to fill this up for me because my mom's 101, and my brother lives with her. He's got a generator, very fortunately, but he's rationing the gas, so he can't get out to get gas. So I'm going to take gas to him.
Do you know how long that tank will last?
I don't know how long it'll last. The generator. I've never worked a generator myself.
They ain't gonna do it. That's a 1 gallon. That's 1 gallon.
I could always go out and get more gas for him.
No, it's 3 gallons.
It's kind of shocking that there's no police
I have a
officer
5 gallon.
here
And even that, I don't think would fill a generator.
helping direct the traffic. Because you have people coming in from the south area, and then you have
Yeah, they'll be just fine. Trump's sending thoughts and prayers. I'm glad that this happened to a Trump state. I am not gonna lie. You know what? This is really bringing out like the part of me where I'm just like, you reached the point where my empathy fucking just was like, no. Like, again, I have a limit.
us
I have boundaries, and you reached them.
who've been waiting. So it's
You guys gonna apologize first? Like, that's where, if I saw a little humility where they were just like, oh, jeez. Excuse me, we need some gas here. We're sorry. Then go for it.
it's a little shocking.
Yeah.
Kingsley, what's up?
Yes for?
Damn, we're becoming a third world country. This was one storm.
For the car.
This was one storm, guys.
I'm like for the car. We do not have a generator at home, so we have no power, no cell phone service. We're charging our phones right now.
In the car.
We cannot make phone calls or anything. With another storm coming, it's a little scary, but we get through it.
Yeah, by the way, more storms are hitting now. Oh, by the way, also 420.
And right now, you're looking.
That's the line to get gas for a gas station that's guaranteed to not be able to fill all those cars.
Down Indianapolis Boulevard, these cars are heading southbound, and this is that traffic line I'm talking about. It goes red on the map at about 45th Street. So that's a mile down Indianapolis Road. Some of the people we talked with said they waited over an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes. Now, NIPSCO is saying that this is the largest outage event across northern Indiana in history. About 274,000 of its 500,000 customers are impacted by this storm. Over 10,400 without power in Munster. Here in Highland, just under 10,000 without.
Yeah, it's almost like they want, again, we have ComEd crews coming from Chicago, and the thing is, we did not get hit. We just got hit a little bit south of where I live. Like, it hit about 35 minutes south of where, like,
without power.
where I'm
But
at,
a
and
dozen
I barely
areas
saw
have been
anything.
hit,
Like, I got a little bit of
considered
rain.
severely impacted by these storms.
the storm
by
was
NIPSCO, saying some areas
insane.
damage is an unprecedented event.
Yeah, it was a huge derecho.
Before power can be restored to individual neighborhoods, crews have to fix major transmission and distribution facilities. And
I think there were
overnight, crews responded
37
to safety hazards,
confirmed
critical
tornadoes
infrastructure
from
repairs,
that one
and
system.
staging areas to where they'll be working today. But right now, times of when this power can be restored, it's just not available right now. We're expecting an update from NIPSCO on its website at 11 a.m. and then we're going to hear from the governor of Indiana
Yikes.
at noon.
Yep.
But
What up,
this
Bandit?
is
Good
the
to see
kind
you.
of need that's happening here. All of these people have been telling me this is the only place they can come and get gas. Some saying they were even here last night waiting an hour and a half, 2 hours to get gas. So we'll be here talking with people and just seeing how they're doing. But guys, the need is big here. A lot of people in this line waiting a long time to get gas, to get power to their homes, in their generators. I'll send it to you for now.
Yeah, you just hope that the gas station doesn't run out of gas when you look at how many cars are in that line. Brittany Tulis, thank you so much.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents and officers soon may be equipped with gloves that deliver electric.
Yeah, we'll cover that in a little bit. Oh shit. Hold on. I just realized that
As we speak, Indiana Governor.
I wanted to watch this. Here we go.
And there are some seriously long lines for gas in Indiana's Lake and Porter counties. Look at the line there.
Wow.
This is from Sky Fox.
Holy cow.
That's remarkable. Widespread
Trump's America.
power outages from last night's
Trump's
storm have people
America.
in need. Guess what? It's not
Guess what, guys?
for their generator.
Remember when they said gas lines and communism?
Cars only is for generators.
Yeah.
Because
Dude, I love this shit. I love it. I'm sorry. I fucking love it. I love that we get the actual representation of capitalism under Trump.
the outage.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody needs to fill up probably like a gas tank.
Yeah, low
If there is a God, this is him flipping the bird to Donald Trump right now.
can or something.
Yeah, can. And so adding insult to injury here, many gas stations are closed. The state police there,
Is it communist in the U.S.? No, it's not.
To fill up in other places.
No, we're dealing with.
before
Technically,
heading
we have a
into Lake and
fucking
Porter County. So maybe
republic
drive
democracy
south
or
on
a democratic republic.
Find a gas station down that way before going back up north. 'Cause you don't want to deal with those lines. That's
You
bad.
don't. And I'm curious how long they've been waiting in those lines, because that's going to take a while. You know, meantime here, officials in Portage, Indiana, asking residents to stay home if
Right
they
before
can.
the midterms, too. The folks there are going to remember this. Hope so. Fucking hope so. Hope they were. Yeah, I do hope they remember where the politicians were when this was happening, where their governor was when this was happening.
Yeah, that's happening while
And what he was
investigators are
doing
trying to
when this
figure
was
out what
happening.
Caused a house explosion. It's a deadly house
Because remember when they had that gas moratorium?
explosion as severe weather hit that area. Let's check in with Saquon, who's been live there for the last couple hours with the very latest. Say, what are you seeing out there?
Well, guys, you know, as people and most people here across Lake County are still dealing without power, we're seeing stuff like this as well. The community response. We've seen people from this community coming out here in the early morning hours to help crews clean up. They're breaking down things like big trees, right, into smaller branches and putting them in piles so that it's easier for crews to come by, pick them up, and haul it off. And
No one
away
cares,
from this
Bigfoot.
area. Now, with that being
Go back
said,
to
we
your
also
cave.
just heard from Governor Braun, who says the Indiana
You're just crying because your propaganda's not working now.
Department of Homeland Security will now be
Isn't that
leading
fun?
the state's response
People are
efforts
sick of your
with
shit.
the help of several other state agencies, including the National Guard. Take a look at this home explosion. This is what people here in Portage, Indiana are waking up to right now. They're also reacting to the loss of their friend and neighbor after this deadly home explosion during extreme weather yesterday. Of course, the obvious question is, how did something like this happen? And while people have been coming up with all sorts of theories and continue speculating, authorities say they are still investigating what caused it. We talked with a neighbor who says even first responders ran into challenges yesterday.
All the tree damage from the store 20 minutes earlier had blocked access, not only the roads coming in, but the main road coming down. So it was a good hour and a half to any type of fire truck or rescue
Damn,
equipment
dude.
could get in here. I ran up here,
All right.
and it
now that I've had my little tirade about how they deserved this shit, I'm just gonna say, as far as the politicians in Indiana deserve this shit, the people did not. And honestly, I do feel God damn it, my empathy's creeping back in. Fuck.
Just burning. And, you know, it was catastrophic. Just the house was already collapsed down.
Well, as you guys mentioned earlier, you know, we did see those lines forming at gas stations across Northwest Indiana. Sergeant Glenn Fifield urging people to avoid the gas stations and recommends filling up in Illinois if possible. And once again, he says,
stay out of our state.
Due to those power
I will say that much.
outages, the gas stations that are open right now are very busy, as you can imagine, and they could run
Only good when you guys need it, huh?
out of both.
Or are you guys gonna, or is there something, how are you gonna pay us back? Like, this is where I'm not even kidding about that part. It's time for these communities, when they have this happen, hat in hand, baby. Otherwise, toodles.
Gas and diesel at the current rate of need with generators running right now about 95%.
Yeah, you know what's also fucked? This is going to jack up the gas prices in the Midwest.
Lake County, Indiana is still without power. Many people telling
Ain't
me
it
they
a
are
bitch
using
that it's all from
generators to get by.
Remember Terre Haute? Yeah, Terre Haute, Bob. It was all about the gas prices. I wonder how. Hey, wait. Hey, where's Jerry? Jerry, where's Where's Jerry? Where's Terre Haute, Bob? Where is he? Because realistically, that right now would be the perfect time for him to come in here.
The mayor has now issued a local emergency
If
proclamation.
anybody doesn't know, I got
basically
into a pretty legendary back and forth with this guy from Terre Haute.
Speed up emergency resources
He was
and funding
just
for cleanup
blatantly
and
lying about
restoration
the gas
efforts.
prices.
And as crews, do continue to clean up today, the mayor is asking people to stay home if they can, hoping to reduce the number of cars and traffic and to let public works and safety crews through.
There were several minor injuries reported across the city. Once again, with falling trees, we had a few cars get crushed, but thankfully those people sustained minor injuries, nothing else serious.
Good.
And in this phase of the operation,
I mean, this is death. Like, there's a lot of death.
Our
in this one.
focus has been just upon getting those roadways back open, getting access for those first responders to get where we needed.
Well, back out here live in Portage, take a look for yourself. I mean, we're not just talking
Let's
about
say, why
the
is
aftermath
Tyrus
of
on
a
here?
home explosion and all of the debris from that. We're also talking about a lot of uprooted trees, a lot of chewed up trees. We're surrounded right now by that. And we're also surrounded by down power lines and other debris in the area. We have actually been told that a lot of these neighbors, and we showed you that earlier today, that neighbors have been out here trying to clean up and help these crews as best as they can. We also know that it was supposed to be the first day of school for a lot of these students here in Portage. School has been closed for the day. It's unclear how long it'll be closed. We have not heard from the mayor, but we do know that the Governor Braun, is expected to speak.
No, people who voted for this deserve what they are getting, and should honestly suffer a little bit more for it. They need help regardless, but the punishment okay, thank you for that. Honestly, man, thank you. Like, I feel vindicated in this, where it's just like, you can only take so much shittiness from these assholes, where they're like, ha ha, ha ha, you have high gas prices, ha ha, come to Indiana, ha ha, ha, taxes, ha ha, JB Pritzker, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Wait, what do you mean we don't have power? Wait, what do you mean our gas prices just shot up because of it? Wait. Illinois, we need your help.
At a press conference today just after noon, and with more severe weather on the way today, and the possibility of that lingering throughout the week, we
that
are
would be
expecting
devastating.
to hear
Jeez.
from Governor Braun on the
Hey,
state's
Bryant,
preparedness
what's up, man? It's going.
for that, guys.
All right,
We're talking about a storm cell that just missed me, but it just tore through Indiana.
Thank you. So with all of that damage, we know Portage and several other communities in Northwest Indiana dealing with these widespread power outages.
Really rode the lake there.
saying more than 274,000 customers impacted.
Terre Haute got hit.
They're calling this the largest outage event in its history. Some of the hardest hit areas include Crown Point, Hammond, Merrillville, and Munster. Hoping to get an update on this a little bit later on this morning.
Yeah, Hammond is where the governor is going to be speaking. Say just mentioned that's happening just after noon. We'll bring you full coverage of what he says, and
we'll cover.
Take a look at what things look like in Munster, Indiana. All those trees. This is
Oh, cool.
video
They actually like did edited coverage for this. Good on
from
them.
the
Hey.
Knickerbocker neighborhood. This is on Briar Lane. People living
Always
in Munster
needing
talking
more
about the
federal help. No. It's not federal help. They want us Illinois taxpayers to now go help them. They want ComEd to go help them restore power. They want our people. They want our resources. It's always like that. And then they always do the thing where it's just like, thank you. Okay. All right. Well, fuck you. You live in Illinois. It's such a bad state, even though it came and saved us.
moments they experience as one of the tornadoes.
As I said, I'm so sick of my tax dollars going to places like Kentucky and Indiana when they had attitudes like that.
Tornadoes confirmed to have touched down came right through their community.
We could hear the trees coming down, and you like felt the ground rattling. And then when it was over, we were downstairs for like maybe 30 minutes. And when it was over, we came back up, and I looked out the window, and our driveway was blocked, and there were just trees that was like the storm just uprooted it like it was nothing.
Yeah, look at that. That's a good example of that. Mike says the ground was saturated too, which makes it easier for those trees to become uprooted. Some folks, helping their neighbors. They brought out their own chainsaws to cut up those trees, help move them out of the street so that folks, especially emergency responders, can get around.
That's nice of them to do. You know, Lake Station, Indiana is under a state of emergency this morning as city staff and first responders there are dealing with several issues. Trees being...
They want a different country to help them, or a different county to help them for free, and then they'll vote for the people who fucked them in the first place and have the gall to point the finger at you for being mildly left-leaning. Yes, and that's where I'm just kind of like, you know what? Nah.
Down in a lot
Like I said, my boundaries have definitely been reached.
of areas around Lake Station. We got city officials asking everyone to stay in their homes.
Also, for my God-fearing crowd here, just remember, Indiana, they're God's country.
And if you...
Well, seems like he's kind of pissed off at y'all.
You can, of course, avoid being on...
You guys going to reflect on this a little bit, or is this going to be like, God works in mysterious... Like, you ever wondered about that? How the same crowd that's like, God works in mysterious ways, never once will look at something bad that happens to them as like, well, this was God's... this was God's lesson to me. This was God punishing me. They always will say that, well, that was God punishing the gays. Like, say, for instance, if this happened in Boys Town in Chicago, they'd literally be like, that's God punishing the gays.
On the road. Part of the roof of an animal hospital in Orland Park was ripped off. This is Midwest Animal Hospital right near 191st
Oh, hey,
and
you're so
Wolf
exhausted.
Road.
Hey, drive safe. I mean, this was the system that you saw.
This was posted on Facebook. This is actually the area of its daycare facility,
Oh, no, not an animal hospital.
Saying it's going to need some big repairs. Which
Oh, shit. See, now I will donate. Now, that's the shit I would donate to, where it's just like, no.
None
Animal
of the
hospital.
other hospital services were
Very
impacted,
needed.
though, and it sounds like all the pets there are safe.
Oh,
so
good,
that is good news.
All right. Me and her were both kind of like...
In Lansing, residents are getting to work cleaning up all of this storm damage.
Brittany Tulis is live there this morning to give us a updated look
have a
at
concussion?
what they are
Please be
dealing with
very
there.
careful, especially driving.
I see some down power lines there, Brittany.
Yeah, guys, we are at another area where there's a utility pole snapped in half, power lines just crossing the street. They're also draped over this person's garage into their backyard. We're right on Illinois Street and Sherman Street. This is on the northeastern side of Schultz Park. We were at Schultz Park the last half hour we talked with you. But one thing we did want to point out here is we believe residents made this. They kind of made a barrier across the street with a sign saying live wire, actually using some of the down tree to hold it up. They've kind of punctured the sign with the tree to keep it standing. But this is one of 2 blocks.
Very observant.
Streets here. You can't get down Illinois Street, and if you look this way, you can't get down Sherman Street either. There's another tree blocking that road.
You saw
There's
flying
a down
chickens?
tree on the corner
Jeez.
here. That's actually the top of that tree right
Jeez.
there. The sidewalk has been pulled up from this tree being uprooted.
Oh, yeah, I got
on
a story
this
about the cop
intersection.
that I
And if
talked
we
to.
swing the back or behind us, there's another tree blocking this road.
Oh.
This road, though, is already a no outlet. It's a dead end, so this road is
No
already
flying cows?
not a through street, but you can see that tree crossing the street, the sidewalk pulled up again. We've
What
been
up,
seeing
Delavani?
this throughout Lansing. We have video from a stretch of 186th Street east of Burnham Avenue from earlier. There has a lot of damage as well. On Henry Street, we saw a trampoline hanging from branches, mangled, uprooted trees, some landing on cars. We even saw some broken glass in the street, showing that some car windows have been broken from those trees. About 2 blocks over on 186th, trees knocked down utility poles and power lines. One transformer was was charred. We talked with Devin, who works from home and was home while all of that fell outside of their home. Just take a listen to what they experienced.
I got a notification on my phone that told me to take shelter, essentially, and that's what I did. I heard a bunch of cracking and booming outside, essentially not knowing what was going on, and after a couple of hours of when it started getting light back outside, that's when I knew that I can come and look, and essentially I seen this entire mess. I do have a generator, but the problem is with that, all of the gas stations in the area are currently without gas as well, and with that being the case, the only one that does have gas is currently out of gas.
Currently out of power, but you're looking at another tree that's uprooted. It's leaning on a house right there. I did check the ComEd numbers. About 80% of Lansing customers right now are without power. Now, if you do have a generator, we're hearing some kind of going right now. If you do have a generator, make sure you keep it at least 20 feet away from your home, your windows, your vents. Keep it 20 feet away. It produces carbon monoxide. You won't see it, you won't smell it, but keep it away. It is a deadly gas. You want it away from your home so it's not getting into your home. Again, we'll be out here talking with people to see how their cleanup is going. The Lansing Public Works crews are out assessing damage. We did see one crew out. They said the post on the Village Facebook page says they're prioritizing emergency access, critical infrastructure, and public safety. So these residential roads may not be a priority right now. As I said, that looks like people made that live wire sign. So crews may not have even been here yet. We are seeing them, but they are prioritizing those main through streets or streets that have emergency access. So if they are not on your street, just be patient. It will take time. And with the amount of damage.
Yeah, dude, it's going to take weeks for this to get fucking taken care of. I hope you understand, like a power outage of this magnitude.
We've seen it with how.
Like I said, this is going to spike gas in my state severely because of this.
Widespread this damage that we've seen is.
But you know what? Like I said, this is kind of on their state, their infrastructure, like their politicians.
Going to take a good amount of time.
I swear to God, if Indiana is lily red come the fucking midterms, I'm going to throw this right back at them and just be like, you know what?
Days even for this cleanup to be completed, guys.
Just here's a little reminder of what happened last year. And just just remember that when you go to your city council meetings, that how long you lost power for.
8:13 right now. ComEd crews. You know, I know Brittany was mentioning some of the numbers in Lansing, but they're working around the clock to restore power ahead of even more rain and possible storms we told you about. More than 140,000 customers are without power right now in the Chicago area.
Yep. Yeah, but let's go focus on Indiana, too, with our Chicago resources, like I said.
So, of course, last night, all the reports started coming in. And by the way, our Indiana Department of Homeland Security was up here yesterday. We've got Department of Natural Resources, the DOC. A lot of resources from the state will be here. Your first thing to do is get a hold of anybody locally to let them know what's wrong. The state's going to be fully involved along the way. With everything I've seen so far, it's going to be probably a statewide emergency declaration, because this thing started up here and it moved all the way down across the state to the southeast, and there were places down like around Newcastle, Henry County, got up to 10 inches of rain. So where it was mostly wind up here and losing power in that neck of the woods, roads were being washed out. There were a lot of water rescues.
I feel bad for this guy. There's a little hat behind him.
Highest recorded winds, and Jonathan with the Indiana Department of Homeland Security will give you some particulars, would have been registered in Gary.
Gravy, you're just like, I know his pain.
So we got a lot of damage across the state. All of our resources will be attentive. We were up here yesterday, and we will pour the coals to it to make sure that we get things back in order. Again, up here, it's going to be power restoration, a lot of cleanup. As you go south, it's going to be more involving damage from heavy rain. Jonathan, come on in and give them some particulars.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jonathan Whittam with the Indiana Department of Homeland Security. Our State Emergency Operations Center is up and running at a level 3, which is an elevated level from normal daily operations. I want to start by commending...
Why don't you go fucking deport like all the branches?
Everybody in this room.
Sorry, man.
All the locals here in Lake County, surrounding counties.
I can't. I ain't doing this. I'm not doing this with these assholes. Here, we'll do the this though. We'll check out
Indiana
the
Governor
cleanup.
Mike Braun is on his way to Hammond, Indiana, to assess the storm damage there. And we want to check in with Mayor Tom McDermott ahead of that. Good morning to you, Mayor. I know you're joining us by phone, and you don't have any power, so that's an issue, which means you don't have any internet.
The Star Trek captain's seats for the reporters was a choice for sure.
So you got to talk to us by phone. Tell us, really what is the major sticking point in your area right now?
Well, I mean, we want to get power back on, but to get power back on, you have to get the trees off the power lines. You got to get the power lines out of the streets. And I imagine NIPSCO's never been more overwhelmed than they are right now. There was 275,000 different residents without power, and that's most of Lake County. So NIPSCO's got their entire service area in Lake County out of power right now. So this could take days. I mean, I've heard some people wondering if they're going to eat dinner tonight, under lights, and that's not going to happen. So if you're out there listening right now, you just got to hunker down. This could take through the weekend to get our power back on.
Yeah, I think it may take some time. I will say hats off to you, and maybe you can speak to this. I did drive through your area yesterday when you compared to other areas in
Apparently,
Northwest
Karoline
Indiana,
Leavitt just
like
quit.
Munster, Dyer, Highland, for
Sinking
example.
ship.
There are trees down everywhere, so many trees down. In your area, I noticed just a few. Would you say that that's a testament to Public Works getting out there and getting some of those trees up, or maybe you didn't get it as bad as some of these other areas?
No, I appreciate you pointing that out. We did get it just as bad as everybody else, but sometimes when you have a big crew like the city of Hammond does, we're a city of 80,000 people and we have a good workforce, and when we put all hands on deck and everybody's got chainsaws, we can clear it up pretty quickly. And my guys were working last night until 9 p.m. and then they were back out at 6 o'clock this morning. So we just did all hands on deck, and we got the roads cleared, and we're hoping to get the trees cut down so that NIPSCO could get in here and get some power back on. That's what we're really focused on right now.
One thing we've seen across Northwest Indiana is that mad dash for gas, right? In order for those generators to be running, you need gas. And in order to go get dinner elsewhere, if there's no restaurants open, you need to head to the gas station. In your area, you do have a few gas stations up and running. Do you have any of your officers out there?
Yeah, nature punched you in the face.
With traffic control.
Yeah, Caroline Leavitt just resigned.
Because traffic in a lot
of
Northwest
I just
Indiana
reported that.
right now is
I just got a
crazy.
update about it here.
Yeah, it's honestly, if there was only one or two intersections to monitor, that would be doable. But basically, every intersection south of 165th without power. So in Hammond, honestly, if you need to get gas, I would drive to Illinois, and I don't say that very often to do business in Illinois, but I would drive to Illinois and get gas, or I would go as far north or as far south as you can. Because if you're in Hammond, Dyer, Highland, Munster area, they're out of power, all the businesses, and it seems like Illinois got through this, a lot better than we did. So I would head west to get gas personally.
That's what I did yesterday. I headed from Indiana to South Holland to get gas. It was still a line though.
Oh, thank God I'm nowhere near that.
Definitely a long line. I think about 30 minutes
Have fun with that one.
to get gas. And I was in the diesel line versus unleaded. That line was even longer. One of the issues that people are having too is being able to access food. Can you speak to the grocery stores, restaurants? Are they operable in your community right now?
They are, but they're extremely crowded. The ones that are open. I was looking for a restaurant to go to last night because I was starving. Still haven't eaten, by the way, but every restaurant would have been an hour wait. Every single one is just slammed. And basically, like I said earlier, if it's south of 165th and Hammond, regardless of where you are, you're out of power right now. Going all the way down through Dyer, there's nothing through that entire swath is open because they're without power for the most part. So again, if you're hungry, if you need to go to a restaurant and you want to, I would go as far west as I can. I would go as far north as I can, but there's nothing you can count on right now through 165th South.
Can't say I'll miss her.
Well, they say America runs on Duncan, and that was the only thing I saw open on Calumet Avenue in the Dyer Munster area this morning. I know that the governor is going to be there today. There's a press conference. You told me that you're going to be there. You haven't spoken with the governor just yet. Anything that you can expect to come out of this press conference that may be beneficial news for those folks that are living with this in Northwest Indiana?
Well, I imagine what the governor's going to do is declare a disaster area in Lake County, and that's good for us, because we'll follow suit and declare disaster areas locally and then apply to FEMA for assistance. So I mean, I imagine that's why he's up here. He's being a good governor. He's touring the damage, and that's significant. And he was
Boring. They're saying that she's just going to fucking be with her family. I don't believe it, but
planning on flying up here,
we'll
and
look
he
into
couldn't
it a
do
little
that because of the weather conditions. And I think the Gary Airport.
Hey guys, breaking news. Karoline Leavitt just announced her resignation.
Yeah, too, so-
Did I get hit by the storm? Barely. I got hit by the rain portion of
Yeah,
it.
I know he drove up this morning to view the damage, and I think that's,
We got
being
a
good
like
leader.
a tiny
And
bit
we're
of
gonna
like the
talk
wind,
to,
but the
Mayor
100 mile,
Eddie
like there
Melton
was
of
100 mile per hour wind about 30 miles south of
A
us.
little later on in this newscast, I want to go back to the damage there in Hammond.
Lasted longer
If you
than
can
Spicer.
Tell me,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
has
it's true.
been
Oh,
some
she'll
of the
start
most
her own
extreme
podcast. Yeah,
damage
for sure.
that maybe you've seen so far.
For sure. She's going to make a home studio and everything.
Trees down. I mean, not just
America
I'm not
doesn't
just
have
talking about
FEMA. You're on
trees,
your own,
75
Indiana.
to
Yep.
100-year-old trees just laying on houses, laying on cars. So far,
Just remember that one dude, the guy that's like, he was hired to make ice even more scary. Well, this was technically in his wheelhouse.
I've heard
Let's
no
see if he shows up.
injuries or deaths, thankfully.
Mark
That's a
Wayne
miracle.
Mullen.
But I mean,
She resigned
we were
again? No, she resigned.
all prepared for that storm.
She didn't
I was
resign the
watching your
first time. She
station
actually
as
went
the
on
storm was bearing
paternity
down on
leave.
us. So we were all well aware of what was coming, but I've never seen anything like that. I was in my backyard when it hit. It was like we were in a hurricane for about 5 to 10 minutes. It was
Yeah, no,
intense.
it lasted a long time. It wasn't one of those tornado like cells that just like it's there for like a minute and gone. Like, dude, this
coming down
was
within a 5-minute
pretty
period. It was-
significant.
I've never seen anything like it, and I've never been in a hurricane, but that's as close as you could be to a hurricane, in my opinion.
The devastation, the aftermath, it definitely looks that way. What's your message to those in your community right now and really Northwest Indiana at large?
Hunker down. This isn't going to be a quick one. This is going to be multiple days we're out. If you get turned on today, consider it a blessing. But I would
It's not
just
happening.
plan for the worst if I was in Northwest Indiana right now.
Hey,
I think
Abdul Percent, what's up?
I know NIPSCO's completely overwhelmed. They're calling for
Hey,
backup. I know
popped
there's a
up
lot
in
of
the
backup coming,
horizontal
but
chat
this is gonna
today.
be a long
Thank you for that.
outage.
Leave a
And
like
stay
and
up
then head on over to the
extremely
vertical if
necessary.
you want to
If
join
there are
chat.
emergencies right
'Cause
now,
that's where
just
everybody's
think
hanging out
about
today.
How long the trip is going to be to get to the hospital. So
Hit the like button, guys.
Considerate neighbors right now, and expect a long outage.
No, that's a good point. I was sitting there on Calumet Avenue. As you mentioned, the traffic there completely backed up going through Northwest Indiana. There are many ambulances trying to get through, and it was really tough for them to do so because so many cars were
Trump just
on
shrugged
the
at the
roads.
report.
I
Yep.
want to talk to you about this part of it because I know for me, kids supposed to start school tomorrow. That's not happening now. The schools have
What a
now
POS,
said
yep.
school will resume Monday. What's the situation in Hammond?
She had to get through that. Ooh, I hate
haven't
that.
heard anything, but I know for a fact none of the schools through this entire swath that's out have power. So, and I was supposed to have Mayor's Night Out tonight in one of the schools, and we canceled.
Oh, by
that
the way,
already 'cause
guys, if you didn't join the stream through your subscription list, please also try that.
have no power, so I don't see any.
We're
way
dealing with
possible
some
that the schools could resume tomorrow.
again.
I would expect
That little
that to
asshole
last
that
until
was in
Monday as
chat
well.
yesterday, that is definitely getting his. I do have an update on what the cops are doing.
What would be your final message?
I'll just say they're taking
to
it
those
very seriously, and they said that they already got him.
out there right
Like
now?
they already got his name and everything.
safe?
He was threatening other fucking streamers for a while.
If you see a line down, stay away from it. Assume the worst. Okay?
BB Shots,
If a
what's
tree
up,
and a
man?
line are mixed up,
Thank
stay
you for
away
popping
from it.
by.
Assume the worst.
Good to see
up
you.
or
Thank you
down.
for returning.
If you have a power generator, I'd just plug in the sump pump and the refrigerator and just wait this
Kinsley,
out.
did you didn't you pop in before, or did you go somewhere?
the time when you rely on your neighbors, you be as neighborly as possible.
Nobody could get her water.
A lot of talking on this show this morning, so a little choked up here. Mayor Tom McDermott Jr., we appreciate your time this morning, and we will be at that press conference, so we look forward to hearing exactly what
Media training. She's not supposed to go.
happens there. And again, as you said,
That's like,
we know it
no,
may
no,
take
no.
a while for
Which is so dumb. Just cough.
the power to be
It's even worse hearing her struggle.
restored. But thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure. Nice talking to you.
All right, nice talking to you.
Oh, you know Abdul Percent is me. Oh no, I did not know that.
Too.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, again, man, thank you for hanging and returning, man. Oh yeah, Gary got hit really bad.
So you just heard us talking to the mayor of Hammond, Indiana. We want to go to the mayor of Gary, Indiana right now. We know Gary was among the hardest hit areas during yesterday's storms, and Mike says another storm is heading that way in about an hour, and we're talking about 60+ mile-per-hour winds. We want to check in with Mayor Eddie Melton now to see how they're preparing. Good morning to you, Mayor.
Hey, good morning.
I know you were talking to me in the break. A lot of areas without power, a lot of trees down. Your crews have been working around the clock.
I'm gonna fast forward this one specifically because I just want to see like if they got any. Yeah, here I want to see the footage of Gary.
Heavy equipment to help us move a lot of the heavy, large trees out of the roads.
Yeah, Gary did get.
We should be back
man. Okay.
functional with our main thoroughfares today.
We were talking with the mayor of Hammond, and we were talking about obviously the governor is going to show up there in Hammond today to assess the damage in Northwest Indiana. He was saying that the governor had a hard time trying to fly. Normally would
You're
land
shut down
there
until
in
the bad
Gary,
weather passes over.
But that was an issue. What's going on right now at the Gary International
everything's south of us right now. You know,
Yesterday, during the midst of the storm, we had a hangar.
Weatherwise, which everybody here should have Weatherwise on your phone if you don't already.
One of their hangars collapsed during the storm, so no one was injured as far as that's been reported to me.
Everything's
So
south.
we thank God for that.
Deep south.
So we're hoping that
Holy
everything
crap,
will be
yeah.
back
Muncie,
functional,
Lafayette,
sometime
Bloomington.
nearly, the end of this day or tomorrow, but that's to be determined.
Oh, wow.
I want you to talk about, gas stations, grocery stores, things that people need.
There's another storm hitting Indiana right as we speak.
Oftentimes considered to be obviously necessity. Are any of those things impacted as a result of the storm that we had yesterday?
Yeah, most of our gas stations and grocery stores are out. I just got off the phone with a couple of our grocery store operators, and what we're doing now is collaborating with them. We're setting up a couple of temporary.
Isn't that wild how one storm, they're already out of things at the grocery store, gas, like this, guys, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. One storm did this. One storm.
Locations, one a food center that we're going to set up is called
You follow a
Progressive
meteorologist on YouTube? Is his name Max Velocity?
Church with Pastor Curtis Whitaker at 656.
He's one of the guys I
Carolina
follow.
Street, starting today at 11 a.m. The first 200 families that are able to, 200 individuals that are able to get to Progressive Church, we'll be able to feed them.
The storms, fires, and earthquakes and hurricanes are only going to get worse. Yeah, like I said yesterday, if I was a Christian, I'd be thinking that this was it.
Also, the YW.
Antichrist is in the White House, or White House adjacent with Bibi Netanyahu. Either way, one of them is the Antichrist. like if there is an Antichrist, come on, they literally fit the bill perfectly.
In the city of Gary, we're setting up there this afternoon as a shelter. We know some individuals can't stay within
Sounds like that guy that was threatening everybody in chat yesterday.
their home because
Wait, is he here?
trees have damaged the entire
If he's here right now, he's one of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet Earth.
structure. So if anyone is
If he's trying to come back here, dude, I don't think that they get it, man. Like, for every time that you call in a swatting or any of those threats, there is a federal fucking agency that also is going to get involved if you push it too fucking far. Do not think that this is just okay and that you're untouchable. That ain't how it works there.
looking for shelter
For
temporarily,
every fucking
we're working
asshole that can find my IP address, just remember there are a lot of cops out there, and there's a lot of fucking law enforcement that can find that shit.
with the Red Cross
What happened yesterday? We had somebody fucking threaten the lives of my life and chat's life.
at the YWCA.
Whether or not it was like a shithead teenager or not, that's a different story because they were acting like they were some secret agent or something like that. But I'll just say right now,
wanna give that-
one of the dumbest people to come on this stream.
Address that's 150 West
'Cause
15th Avenue
man,
in the city of Gary. We'll be
me and the cop. That was the one thing that came from this was the fact that I made a cop laugh.
having food and refreshments there, but there they can shower, they can have a place to lay and to cool off.
Wait, seriously? Yeah.
Talk to me about schools, because I know in Northwest Indiana, a lot of kids back in school already and now have to be back home because schools are canceled. Is that the situation in Gary as well?
Yeah, school started this week, and
You don't know the agency he works for?
just
Oh, okay. So now you're okay. You really are one of the if this is
Got
who
the
I think
phone
it
with
is, you're one of the
Superintendent
dumbest
Dr.
assholes on the
Stokes,
planet.
And she mentioned to me that today it was, of course, obviously closed, and tomorrow will be closed as well. And they're waiting for power to be restored. It is to be determined if there will be back open up the rest of this week. So I would encourage parents to stay tuned in to the Gary School Corporation's website. But we have other
Government can find you? Yeah, I'm aware of that.
schools. We have our charter schools as well. We want to make sure that they follow the protocol that those schools set up.
Talk to me about flooding. I know.
No, that's why I was shocked. Like when I thought I'd have to wait for an update or something like that. No, within the it was like 20 minutes. I was with the talking to the cops, and yeah, by the end of it, they were just like, okay, yeah, we have an idea of who this is. It seems like this person has been up to this for quite some time. They took all the evidence that they needed from me. They took the screenshots. If they need printouts, then I just have to send, I literally might have to take some printouts to the police department. But either way, man, they take this shit very seriously. And just so you guys know, if you guys are a creator or if you're creator adjacent, just know that, no. The trolls online do not have the protections that they think they do.
Oh, you were talking.
If they make any threatening comments towards you, take it to the cops. They will take it seriously. And also, it's nice to have that report on file.
A lot of trees down. Have you seen parts of the community flooded at all as a result of the storm?
Nice.
Yeah, so far so good. We've typically over the last month or so.
Yeah, Twitch isn't going to protect people making death threats. Oh, they ain't. This one was on YouTube.
Heavy rain. So our systems have been really pounded on over the last couple of months. We haven't seen this in many decades, this level of rain. But yesterday we were able to weather that storm. We did have some service interruption. We were able to bounce back from that. So we're encouraging folks if they're
I guarantee that little shit that decided to threaten you doesn't have any idea how to secure anything.
In the streets in the neighborhood, and they see their drains.
I'm telling you, man. I was shocked when the cops, they were just like, yeah, we have this name. Just know that this is where the IP is pinging from. I was just like, oh shit.
Move that stuff out the way.
They didn't give me any information past that they just had an idea of where he was at. And they told me that they would give me an update, which I've never been told that. Not once. This is the third time I've had it happen to me. And this is the only time that they said that they would have a follow-up.
As well. So we want to ensure that we're working collaboratively. This is an all hands on deck. This is not just the city of Gary, the municipalities, but we want the residents to do what they can, where they can, in a safe manner.
You were summoning
I was talking to someone that lives in Northwest Indiana yesterday. They said they've lived there for 50 years, never seen anything like this.
Nope. And guess what? That's what a lot of people will be saying all over this freaking country. It's almost like it's I don't know, there's this pattern or something. Hey, all right. Marvel Studios faces supersized fine after Comic-Con. Random story of the day. Let's get to this, and then we'll get to more of the politics stuff.
Comic-Con has come and gone, but it is still top of mind for the city of San Diego,
Spaceball's the new
which
one.
just issued a supersized fine of $160,000 against Marvel Studios for covering up the gas lamp arch. Good evening, and thank you for
You're banned from Australia Comic-Con? What the hell did you do?
joining us. I'm
Are you using AI art?
Ravy.
Stephanie Simmons in tonight for Marcella. The studio and its advertising partner covered up the arch to promote an upcoming Avengers movie. News 8's Steffi Roche joins us live now from the Gas Lab Corner with more on what we know so far. Steffi.
Well, today the city confirmed this fine, telling me that they told the contractor that they couldn't install anything on the gas lamp sign here behind us. Now, some information from the city. They tell us that they told the contractor that when they saw the installation was underway, they say they told them again it was not allowed. They said they told the contractor they had to remove the installation on the sign, but the city claims the installation continued, which led to this fine. Now, the city tells us the San Diego Municipal Code was recently amended to increase the max amount of fines for
Vampire Lestat?
administrative citations from $1,000 to
Hey, check that show out. I heard it's good.
$10,000. That went into effect on July 15th. Now, in a statement shared with News 8, the city tells us, quote, the city wants Comic-Con to be a fun and safe event for all attendees.
Oh, shit. Apollon the Immortal. this helps with your the recovery fund. I have a lot of family and friends that go through that fight. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And no,
recovery fund.
it goes
I have
very,
had a
very
lot
far.
of family
Thank you.
and friends go through that fight.
Man, thank you. And thank you for also sharing, because yeah. Anybody that's going through cancer treatment, holy shit. Like you're not prepared for what they have to go through. So I really appreciate that. And I know that my wife also really appreciates that.
And has a responsibility
Thank you for the kind
to
words.
ensure temporary
YouTube's
additions
constant
in the
buffering of
public
live streams
right-of-way
lately has been
are
really
installed
annoying. Yes, it
safely.
has been.
The city told this
As I said,
contractor
it's because they're
weeks before the
rolling
event
out some new
that they were
stuff.
not allowed to install anything on the gas lamp sign. Likewise, when they had just started the install, city staff informed them once again that it was not allowed and directed them to safely remove it. They continued construction despite several additional reminders.
Yeah, they figured why not just do
The
it.
contractor knowingly created a safety risk and
Yeah.
refused to address it and was cited and fined accordingly. Now, this started as a
Wait, why did you get rid of the lineman? He was talking about linesmen.
$10,000 fine. And tonight at 11, I'm going to have a breakdown on how that fine just continued to go up. I'll have a full breakdown on that tonight
Why did you wait, Pinkerbell? Was that by accident or was that just?
at 11.
Oh wait, is that an alt for that one guy?
We also reached out to Marvel and the Gas Lamp Quarter Association, but we're still waiting to hear back by showtime. But for now, reporting live from Gas Lamp, I'm Steffi Roche, News 8.
Very serious story that we must take very seriously. All right, let's do it. All righty. So, first off, I thought that this summed up everything quite perfectly. I lost by 3,000 votes. The left is dead. I won by 15K votes. The left is dead. That is exactly how the mainstream media is reacting to this. And you want to know how I know? Because I've watched some of this already. But I'm going to share this with you. My bad. I was checking comment history. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, here's the update on what happened yesterday. I tried to stay as long as I possibly could. When I ended stream, they were literally, he was at, I think, 40.5. She was at 40.1. And they were still tallying up votes from Milwaukee County, which apparently there are recounts happening that could change some of this, but we'll see. It seems like they're already calling it. It seems like Francesca already is conceding, but yeah, it was one of the craziest elections I have ever seen. I was trying to tell you guys, I was watching it with one of my friends that does not like politics, he does not care at all. But even he was just like, dude, this is insane. Like every update is just it's by a couple hundred votes, and then you just saw him go boop 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 boop. Like it was just even for almost all night. Like I went to bed without knowing who won. So yeah. Because what time did they call it? Like 4 a.m., something like that? It was insane. But here's some Breaking Points updates, because Breaking Points be badass with their coverage.
Good morning, and welcome to Breaking Points. We're going to recap
But this is what we call the Speed Up Squad.
Wisconsin, Minnesota. We had other elections, Connecticut, South Carolina.
Yeah, this space was having a lot of fun with
Wild
it. Yeah, no, I saw that Christina and the newcomers is what
really
I can call
wild
them.
night. Actually, it looks like another miss for the polling industry, but we're going to break all of that down. Really interesting results to look at on the ground in Wisconsin, again on the ground in Minnesota, where the polling seemed to be more accurate.
Is anybody going to tell her about her shirts? Is anybody going to tell her about her shirts? Like, why has nobody told her about her shirts? Like, dude. Like, what the fuck? They're doing Emily dirty here.
So kind of all over the map here. And
also, that shirt doing you dirty.
A lot
Or doing us dirty, I should say. Ayo.
to go over, but also a lot of other news. Donald Trump.
His solution to the polling errors is to just basically end voting and declare a national security.
Why not just
Emergency?
neutralize the entire polling industry?
Yeah.
One fell
By
swoop.
getting rid of voting.
Yeah, we have wild audio of Trump calling into a conservative show yesterday and flirting with the idea of a national emergency for election security. We'll bring you the audio.
She shops Ryan's closet. I'm convinced. All right, so in my headcanon, I don't want to do this because it's very disrespectful. So this is literally just like a, on today's breaking points of our lives, you know, like if this was a soap opera, Ryan you know, he loves his wife, loves his kids, but he's just so beaten down by the job where it's the convenience, you know, and she's lonely and she's just and like they got their little trysts going on. And yeah, like she's not even thinking about it. And then like he does the thing where he like does a little peek over and he's just like
audio of that and get into a new ProPublica report actually about his own
such a child
mortgages, maybe looking a little bit like the mortgages that he's pursued in other cases, other kind of punitive cases. So much to discuss on that front. We're going to be talking about Zohran Mamdani's recent political, I don't know if we can call it challenges. Can we call it challenges?
Well, sir, the New York Times, Donald
That's why his hair is always mussed up.
Trump and a bunch
oh no!
of very rich homeowners are teaming up to try to stop him from doing his little pied-à-terre tax.
Right.
So we'll talk about that. Andrew Epstein, who was his communications director during the campaign, is going to be in the studio to talk about that, as well as his thoughts on last night's elections.
Hunter Biden stopped by the Tucker Carlson show to blame
I never covered
Israelis
that.
for his entire laptop fiasco. Maybe some truth, maybe some less than truthful things you will be surprised to hear he said on Tucker's show. And a story that's getting very little attention is the USS Lincoln. This is a headline. We're going to break it down, but the headline from the Military Times: multiple USS Abraham Lincoln sailors have tried to go overboard amid extended deployment, families say. So we'll have
the carrier group that hasn't been chased away yet.
Yes,
Iran.
right. And so we'll have details on that. And Ryan, you are going to bring us up to speed, unfortunately, on what continues to happen in Gaza.
Yes, we had a ceasefire in October. Hamas, the Board of Peace, and the United States have now agreed on a plan for disarmament in exchange for Israeli withdrawal. The Israelis have rejected that. So we're going to talk about what the Israelis have done in Gaza since October.
Yes, and when we were planning the segment, Ryan accidentally referred to it as a peace fire.
No,
and I think that's actually a good.
It's just as inaccurate.
It's the perfect oxymoron.
It's good, though. It's better than ceasefire.
Yeah,
Peacefire. Yes.
So as a reminder, please do go ahead and sign up for the newsletter over at breakingpoints.com. That's also where you can get a premium subscription to the show. Now, the newsletter is totally free. Everybody's been loving the newsletter. The whole world is abuzz about the Breaking Points newsletter. We love doing the newsletter, though. Breakingpoints.com is where you can sign up for free, but that's also, of course, where you can get a premium subscription. That means the show drops early in your inbox. Yeah, we're still doing the free month trial. So if you've been wondering whether or not you should try a free premium subscription, or you should try a premium subscription, you can do it right now for free at breakingpoints.com. That means you can see the premium version of the newsletter. You can see what it's like to get the show early in your inbox with no breaks every single day. It's a great way to support the show. We appreciate everybody who does it so much. Breakingpoints.com. Let's get to Wisconsin.
I just signed up for the newsletter.
Great. Francesca Hong, a DSA candidate in Wisconsin who was on the show not too long ago, ended up losing. Right now, it is very close. The race, as of right now, has been called for David Crowley, but it's within a percentage point. You see up on that screen, 39.8%.
Yeah, this could come back.
For David Crowley, 39.
That would be wild if that happened.
4% for Francesca Hong, who was leading by double digits in the Real Clear Politics polling average, and many polls had her not just in double digits, but easy double digits. Obviously, that race, similar to what we saw in Michigan, turned out to be much, much closer. So polling missed, and we can get into some of the reasons that we might have seen a polling miss. Here was Francesca Hong's opponent, David Crowley, who is now the Democratic nominee to be Wisconsin governor, talking about why he decided to resurrect his campaign, got back into the race, ends up winning. This is how he explained it.
You said, no, we're not doing it. I get a phone call Wednesday night. He said, well, just sleep on it. Yeah. And so actually,
you joke about her wardrobe, but I love the brown jacket. The brown jacket ain't the problem. It's the fact that she's wearing a shirt that's literally like popping at like the point where it's just like she's going to expose herself on fucking breaking points just by having an ill-fitting shirt.
Oh, me and my wife prayed.
Which
my wife,
I don't know, man.
During the prayer, she said, "God."
I could have sworn I saw some skin, but that could just be, a flesh-toned bra. But
I don't like subtlety, so make it very obvious.
Oh my God, Pep, chill out.
She actually asked us like red bird and was very specific, right? And so Thursday come around and we're still getting phone calls, and now my wife is actually answering.
And now Ravi's just like, Pep's a prude.
Answering my phone and saying, "We're done. We're not doing this." Okay. Because if she's not there, I'm absolutely.
If you're gonna show cleave, then do it right. Yeah, like what she's doing is just kind of like it's like.
Yeah, we know how that works.
Yeah.
And so Friday, but Thursday.
It's not a deep shirt. It's not the deep shirt that's the problem. It's the fact that the buttons bunch and it's doing the thing where it's kind of just like, it's like literally like a little fucking peekaboo.
Uneasy. I didn't go to bed until like 3 o'clock Friday morning. And so I go to bed, Friday morning comes, my wife goes to work, takes the girls to day camp and everything. And I'm getting all these phone calls, but I am knocked out sleep, because I had a late night. And so my wife.
Because you Milwaukee County executives can just sleep in on a Friday?
That's the first time I slept in a long time. I would tell you that. But my wife is she does outreach. She actually works for an organization called Community Advocates, helping people find rapid rehousing, find homes, working with the homelessness. And so she was actually setting up her outreach table. And as she's setting up her outreach table, what does she see? She sees the red bird that she had prayed. It's not even thinking
It's ruffled edges, you're pretty sure?
She gets a phone call that is informing her about the lieutenant governor dropping out.
Okay, so Crowley also, Ryan's laughing. Crowley has been talking about venture capital on the campaign trail and the like, and the race really consolidated into a two-person contest toward the final days, especially because Francesca Hong, who had gotten millions of dollars in Republican spending. Interestingly enough, Republicans were kind of trying to boost Francesca Hong on this narrative that they were running ads saying she was too liberal for Wisconsin, thinking it would be like reverse psychology, and Democratic voters would then support Hong, which was showing up in the polling. But obviously, as people started digging into her social media history, they found things like her anti-Thanksgiving tweet, which she went on CNN to kind of defend recently. Let's take a look at A3.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. And one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but you know, views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong, thank you for joining us. We hope to have you back on, depending on how things go next week in your primary.
Woke one was crazy. Bad tweet, worst answer. But that maybe got the electability bug back into Democratic, the infamous electability bug back into Democratic voters' minds, and people started consolidating around Crowley, who seems to have pulled it off, although Francesca Hong did not spend a lot of money on traditional TV ads and was able to get within a hair of Crowley, despite being a DSA candidate, actually probably because of being a DSA candidate with a fairly radical agenda in this political climate. So we're going to get into all of that. Just want to mention a couple of other quick election results. A4, we can put Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, managed to win that primary pretty handily, 32.7 to 24.6 against Ralph Norman. I think that goes, that one's going to go to a runoff, so we'll see. And then John Larson lost in Connecticut. And we are also going to get into Peggy Flanagan's big victory over Angie Craig in Minnesota in just a bit, but we want to focus on Wisconsin. And to do that, we're joined by Brian Reisinger. Brian is a former GOP consultant and aide. He has a great book that I really recommend if you're interested in family farming. It's called Land Rich, Cash Poor, My Family's Hope and the Untold History of the Disappearing American Farmer. He is a working farmer as well. Brian, thanks so much for being here.
Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and so I mentioned a former consultant, but you're looking very closely at these numbers. You know the state of Wisconsin like the back of your hand because you've been involved in many of these races and you care particularly about rural voters. But you also look at what that means for suburban numbers. Democrats have made inroads in the infamous WOW counties. I shouldn't say infamous as somebody who's literally from one of the WOW counties. It's, I guess infamous depending on where you're from. But anyway, all this to say, Brian, what is your quick reaction to Francesca Hong coming just so close despite the polling showing a double-digit lead?
You know, I mean, the first thing is just it's incredible to see the gap between someone's polling support and someone's actual voting support at the ballot box. And that casts a lot of polling into question. And as someone who works at a firm also where we've got some bipartisan polling coming up, it's something that we think about deeply. How do you make sure that you're actually tapping into what you need to be tapping into? So I think there's going to be some polling questions in Wisconsin politics. But the other thing is it just shows the degree to which some of this support that Hong had really wasn't real. It was people who would answer poll questions. That's not the fault of the pollsters. It was people who would answer poll questions. It was people who would signal on social media.
No, it seems like they got really fucked over here.
She had a really strong base in Dane County, the major liberal base for the state, but the numbers were not as high as you might have expected them to be, and they weren't high enough to overcome her deficits in other parts of the state. So there was a lot of the support that you saw in the polls that was sort of talk.
Mark Universe crystal ball is kind of annoying.
Unfortunately for Hong, that's the way that it shook out. And so I think that was one of the biggest things is there's a little bit of a mirage there around just how much support she actually had when it came down to the ballot box. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, she still wound up almost at 40%. You know, they both Crowley and her close to 38, 39, 40%. I think it's very difficult to poll these multiple candidate races.
Like, it's not as weird as you think.
Because voters are so strategic. It is the polling itself, ironically, that then undermines the polling. And because we don't have ranked choice voting in Wisconsin, a voter has to go in and say, okay, I might prefer this candidate, but I oppose this candidate more than I prefer this candidate. Therefore, I need to vote for this other candidate. And they're making those decisions by looking at the polling.
Open primaries too, by the way.
And also an open primary. And so they're looking at the polling and they're seeing, some voters, they're seeing that Francesca Hong is up. They don't necessarily like Crowley, but they're seeing that Crowley is the closest competitor. So they're moving away from who they actually prefer, who they told the pollster they prefer, and they're moving to Crowley because they oppose Fran Hong. And that's just a very difficult thing to poll. Now, into that, this is my theory on what happened in the last couple weeks of the race, but I'm curious for your reaction, and also I'll make an exception to read the comments on this one because I'm curious for what the public feels about this one. I think the race focused way too much on culture stuff in the last couple of weeks. Even AOC, virally talking about woke one is great, woke one was crazy. Like the kind of national conversation, the state conversation just became about culture war stuff when Democratic socialists have shown that they are most effective when they're talking about making your life better. Abdul al-Sayed, when he's getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket and passing Medicare for all, like you don't have to live in Michigan to know like that's what he plans on doing. Anybody who's following politics casually could tell you what Mamdani wanted to do as mayor. He was going to make the buses fast and free. He's going to do free childcare. He's going to freeze the rent. He's going to build these grocery stores. Like, and nowhere in that do you hear discussion about culture fights or Thanksgiving. And that isn't because Mamdani didn't have tweets that could have been brought up. And in fact, he did. He had tons of them. And people would constantly bring them up. But he would say, that was then. That's not what I'm focused on now. What I'm focused on now, I'm going to make the buses fast and free. I'm going to, he'd do his thing. Abdullah, same thing. In that answer, she didn't kind of pivot towards the economy. She didn't say, no, of course I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving. She instead gave a kind of politician-y answer, where she's like, well,
that was the problem.
It almost felt worse because it felt a little rehearsed, like she had thought about what she was going to say.
That was kind of what all right. So the good faith, critiques that I heard of Francesca Hong was the fact that she came off as very disingenuous. That yes, her politics were great, but there were issues because not disingenuous, not genuine. Is that disingenuous? God damn it. I'm about to eat my lunch. I have not eaten yet, so I'm not at peak thinking mode right now. Even though you could argue that I never am.
Off the cuff, and you give a bad answer. It's almost worse if you talk ahead of time and still have a bad answer. And
she seemed fake. Yeah, it seemed fake. Crap! I have nothing to drink.
I'm a chef and I bring people in community, and I love bringing, I love cooking meals for people, but it's very painful for people. I think a lot of voters, even if they're like, yes, we get it, like it certainly, like we now understand our history. Everyone understands our history, founded in genocide, and that is definitively connected to it. Yet, everybody loves Thanksgiving. It's like culturally sanctioned day drinking and football watching and overeating. It's like a whole bunch of
literally. It's not about it has nothing to do with the fucking when the Indians or the Native Americans sat at the table with the Pilgrims and historically sure, fucking whatever, but nobody fucking really nobody talks about that shit. It's literally a family holiday in America where we all get the time off,
of America's favorite things, all combined into one. And so I think regular voters or Democrats looked at that and were like, okay, that's going to get used against her. Even if I myself understand why she's saying it, I feel like now their pundit brain is kicking in. All these people are saying she's unelectable. I think they're right. She probably actually is. And so that pushed more people to Crowley. But I'm curious from your perspective, if you think that analysis works, or what you think Democratic socialists
my lunch.
Can do as they're kind of moving into this new phase of their kind of rise in politics.
Well, there's no question that she was not on message for those couple of weeks, and she was not doing anything to get back onto talking about the economy, and she was not doing anything to diffuse any of the issues she had on cultural things or tweets that she had, et cetera. There's no question about that. I think the reality of the situation is that she had an opportunity that was a challenge for Crowley and that would have been an interesting dynamic for Republicans to tap into working class voters, and she really didn't do that. I think part of the reason for that is she was really a Madison candidate specifically and only. And so, what she needed to do in the primary election. She either needed to run up the score in Dane County with a much higher number than she had, which the polling showed she could potentially do, and she had the momentum to do, but she didn't have the actual voting support to do. Or she needed to be able to get into a position where other parts of the state could see her as electable, and she never got there. And so some of that support that she had was folks who were excited about her, but didn't come out and vote because she needed a higher number in Dane County, or she needed better numbers in other parts of the state. She didn't get either of those things, even though she had a good Dane County number. It wasn't enough.
I'm looking at it right now, Brian. She was in Dane. She's only at 44%, didn't even hit 50%, and she's from Madison.
Yeah, she ought to have had a higher number there. I mean, it's not to say that like her support cratered. I'm not saying that, but she ought to have a higher number there if she wasn't going to be in a position to do better in other parts of the state. She had to put kind of all her chips on Madison, and she came out with like decent winnings there, not the whole jackpot.
Lost Milwaukee County as well.
Yeah.
And so, go ahead.
Which is more establishment friendly, but Madison is interesting. And there's also an interesting comparison between what happened in Wisconsin and
Pep lunch.
Minnesota in a little bit. In Minnesota,
very late
Peggy
dinner
Flanagan, the
at
Senate
this
candidate
point.
there, had the support of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. AOC actually didn't get into that race, but did not have DSA. Over in Wisconsin, you have DSA, which should be strong in Madison, but you did not have AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. You didn't have all of the candidates, who went, say, to Detroit to support Donovan McKinney and have been traveling around the country to support they supported Abdul El-Sayed. They did not go to Wisconsin. And I've seen some on the left saying, I think Nathan Robinson made this point, saying this is a huge missed opportunity. The left blew it here. If they had supported Hong, she would have won. And I think that's probably true. Like a Sanders AOC rally in Madison probably does kind of boost those numbers higher and high enough that in a contest that she's losing by half a point is enough to win. But I think, and I suspect from Sanders AOC's perspective,
Stan's eyes said it all. I know he was upset.
A problem.
Yeah.
The fact that they could have boosted her. I don't think
He's
they wanted
mad
her
at
to
me.
win. I think
He's laying
they were
off his
worried
bed
about,
because
the
away
way
from me.
that her campaign would then be weaponized.
But he cannot
against
have
other
my
campaigns.
chicken
I don't
salad
think they would admit
sandwich,
that out loud.
Right.
It's delicious.
But I think it wasn't that they thought their support wouldn't be enough to get her over the top. It was that they were afraid that it would be enough to get her over the top, and they didn't want her there
Or bagel.
necessarily. From the Republican perspective, there was a leak of a memo to Ken Klippenstein saying like they're actually really afraid of her. They think that she's kind of a secret sleeper like candidate who can rally.
Some people were saying that technically she was like a right-wing plant. And that's why Fox News reacted the way they did, where they were genuinely not just surprised, but they were disappointed that she didn't win.
Kind of independent voters to her
Which
cause,
I'm telling you, man, that kind of that woke me up even
I'm not
more.
sure that was
where
the
I was
case,
just
though.
like, okay.
What did Republicans really think about whether or not they could beat her?
I was going to say, and they put millions of dollars, Brian, you saw this. Republican PACs were spending millions of dollars to boost her just as her surge started. I went back and looked at the dates, and the polling surge coincides when Republicans decided to run this campaign, saying she's too liberal for Wisconsin, hoping that it would boost her with leftist voters.
Yeah. Republicans were licking their chops to run against Francesca Hong. I don't think there's any question about that. The reality is that Wisconsin is a really interesting state to be looking at, not just because it's the tightest state in the country, but because it really does have a deep, deep history of working class politics, which is to say the GOP, particularly in the Trump era, has been shifting in the direction of trying to work and scoop up those working class voters. They're doing a good job. It's part of what has solidified their rural base. But Democrats have in many ways had a long history of working class politics, the union history, all that. It wasn't all that long ago that rural areas that are the Republican base were at times voting for a blue collar Democrat were more competitive. So, on paper, there was potentially an opportunity for someone who was going to come in and focus on that working class economic populism from the left to try to make something happen. But Hung really wasn't that candidate, and her candidacy ended up really being kind of more of like a Berkeley-esque Madison type candidacy that the Republicans were working really hard to define as super extreme, and they were going to do that in a bigger way. And I think, Ryan, to your point, she wasn't focusing on the economic issues that might have tried to tap into that economic populism on a deeper level. So, now where we go is we were going to have this kind of really interesting test.
She always
of
looks so concerned.
Is, Trump aligned,
she definitely
strong
does good
conservative
concern
Tom Tiffany
face.
going to be able to continue to tap into the working class vote, maximize the rural vote the way he needs to do all that stuff, while Hong tries to kind of change that around. Because the reality is that there are folks who thought about voting for Bernie Sanders before they voted for Donald Trump. There are split ticket voters like that in Wisconsin. But we're not going to get to see whether she was that person because she wasn't enough of that candidate to even get through the Democratic primary. So now we're going to have a little bit more of a conventional lineup.
I would have loved to have seen that, honestly, because I'm looking at some of these results, and maybe we can put them up on the screen in post. She got trounced in many rural counties by David Crowley, which is interesting because he's from Milwaukee County, which is not also Milwaukee and Madison. That's where everybody in rural counties laughing at it, like, oh, you're from Milwaukee, or you're from Madison. But it looks like she did okay in Marathon County. It makes sense with Wausau up there, but Oneida, Lincoln, Marinette. I mean, she lost. He had 46% to her 28%. And in the primary and the general, Brian, I know you have a great focus on rural voters. He won the WOW counties.
Kind of wild that she's not actually talking about it local, from a local perspective. She knows
it's a tough environment for Republicans going forward. I mentioned you're a working farmer.
Do they teach you that in broadcasting school? Yeah, it's it's technically like listening phase. So some people they will do their concerned face. It's always supposed to be like neutral and also like you're listening. You're very intent. That's why I do like when I'm listening, that's why I do because I want people to like be reminded that I am listening, and because I'm on an audio, well, I was trained to be on an audio format. That's why.
Rural voters do not want data centers, at least in Wisconsin. That's my read on it. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but she was running against data centers. It's things with
oh my God, they actually teach that? Yeah.
fertilizer, diesel prices. Like,
yeah, they also teach you how to use Midwest broadcast voice and enunciate with your words and your mouth.
Squeeze in rural Wisconsin right now.
But the thing is, technically, you're taught two different ways. You have the way where you're on camera, and then you have the one where you know you're not on camera, which is like, that's where you get really close to the microphone, and then you have to welcome to WCKG Chicago.
Oh, that Tom Tiffany's certainly going to have to deal with.
And every once in a while, you'll have to do the enunciation.
That the Republicans are going to have to deal with across the country. I think, Ryan, we're going to talk about Kansas as well. So can you talk to us a bit about the rural versus suburban dynamics in Wisconsin? Because they actually might be more broadly applicable across the country.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something I'm looking really closely at when we have our bipartisan Badger Battleground poll come out at the firm where I work, Platform Communications. We're in the full field actually right now to try to get a sense of where this stuff's going to shake out. And as you said, given my background and my focus on writing about rural voters, it's something I think about a lot. The farm where I grew up, where my dad is still farming and my sister's working to take it over, taking a huge hit around diesel prices. Farms like ours are dealing with that on top of gas prices. All families are dealing with on top of fertilizer prices, all kinds of issues. And what
as
really
I'm eating on microphone
to is look, the economic angst, and this is where Ryan's point is really important. The economic angst and frustration that voters feel in general is particularly strong with rural voters. They've been losing farms at a rate of 45,000 a year for a century, 45,000 a year for.
Have you seen the video that gives mouth exercises to improv?
100 years, right? So that means that we've had an economic core slipping away. We've had communities shrinking as people leave. We've had jobs disappearing as the Rust Belt thing hit on top of all that. So when you talk about the economy and its ups and downs, rural voters have been dealing with an economy that is essentially declining, even when unemployment and the stock market are going in the right direction. So those economic issues and being able to talk about how you're going to address that from the left or the right is crucial. And so these rural voters are going to be more important than ever now, because we have a situation where Tom Tiffany is going to have to figure out how much can he maximize that rural vote. Certainly he's going to work to eat into the suburbs, get some of that Republican support that they used to have years ago.
That's going to be tough, Brian.
No, it's going to be really tough for him. This is what I enjoy about Crowley winning. He doesn't even have to work for it.
It's going to be harder, and I think that the reality is that Hong created...
Tom Tillis having 94, 96% approval in Wisconsin is insane.
A really big, ripe opening, and it was going to be a situation where maybe Republicans
would
say, hey,
let's
do our
Me too. I'm like,
rural voter base, and let's also work our way back into those suburbs a little bit, because Hong created such an opening.
Because the culture war stuff can kind of neutralize the inroads, because you have like independent, kind of swing, affluent, educated swing voters who say, the prices are too high, I don't like Trump, but I'm not so sure about this whole like weird, I didn't shave my legs today tweets that Hong has been putting out over the last 10 years.
They might vote for a conventional Democrat, but they're not going to cancel Thanksgiving, right? They're not going to stop drinking beer in late November. And so the reality is that that was a big opening for Republicans. Now, the flip side is that Crowley has spent a decent amount of the primary trying to demonstrate that there wasn't a lot of difference between him and Hong on a policy level. So the Republicans are going to be jumping all over that, and his challenge is going to be put together that traditional suburban urban Democratic coalition and show that he's more of a mainline Democrat. And the Republican challenge is going to be, how do they try to force him to look as extreme as Hong was and run up the scoreboard in rural Wisconsin? That rural vote is ever more crucial now because Hong didn't make it through.
Good luck.
And so let me ask you about Kansas while I've got you. So the Democratic Super PAC, the Democratic Senate Super PAC, conducted a poll in Kansas, which they told me startled them when they got the results back. So they've shared that with us. Roger Marshall, incumbent Republican senator, polling at 46%. This is before kind of the favorables and all the different things are said to the voters about them. Just a straight up head-to-head. Roger Marshall, 46%. Adam Hamilton, who's a megachurch pastor who's running against the Iran war and Trump's terror.
I know these are newer, but holy crap, man. The Vicky's sour cream and onion might be the best ones I've ever had.
At 45%. So head-to-head, after the primaries,
I like Miss Vicky's. They didn't
Marshall
need
and
to
Hamilton locked in
make me like them even more.
In Kansas. Kansas often shocks the country in the way that it votes when it comes to constitutional amendments. Its voters are generally across the board, kind of anti-corruption, pro-liberty, whether it's whether abortion rights or other kind of libertarian issues in Kansas. So it kind of confounds the typical partisan dynamics.
Good lunch.
What do you think of this? Before this, I'm not even sure I could tell you who was running on the Democratic side in Kansas, but now down by 1 point. Like, is this a mirage, or do you think that the current environment, given what you were saying about fertilizer prices, farm collapse, Kansas is a manufacturing state. If the tariffs were working, running against tariffs would not be working for Adam Hamilton. Why do you think it's this close? And do you think this is a mirage, or is this a serious race now?
It's a great question. I mean, every state is always a unique political animal. You're right that Kansas has some unique attributes, as does Wisconsin, and a lot of the battleground states are all unique in one way or another. Kansas is for sure. But I think it's a reflection of the tough midterm environment, and there's no question about that. And any Republicans who aren't looking at the environment and knowing that they're going to have to be running uphill are not being realistic with themselves. And any Democrats who are looking at this and thinking that they're going to seize the mantle, they've got to understand that the mantle to seize is around economic issues. This midterm election is going to turn on those economic issues. The rural voters are going to either power GOP victories or mitigate their losses, or the rural voters are going to stay home and allow Democrats to have a bigger chance at having a bigger win. They're all going to be animated by these economic issues. And that's why I think the point about, who's focusing on those economic issues is crucial. Whether you have a Democratic socialist or a more conventional Democrat, are they coming out and seizing that economic message in an effective way that actually connects with voters they've lost a lot of connection with? Or on the other hand, the GOP tying.
Wow, super fast talking. Yeah, I got this one sped up, but it's mostly because I'm kind of on a time crunch tonight. So wanted to get through this at a reasonable pace.
Their message that has traditionally resonated with actual policy change about what they're going to do about this economic reality. You don't control everything about what's going on in the economy. That's what's hard about it. All these politicians are always trying to claim the upside and run away from the downside.
But you control tariffs if you're Republicans.
Yeah, well, and you've got a variety of things that are creating economic strains right now that both parties have to figure out how they're going to grapple with by fall.
Final question for you, Brian, is just what do farming communities want to hear from candidates this fall?
Yeah, I think farm communities want to hear, what are you going to do to change the economic status?
Yeah, rural voters are watching their hospitals close.
Well, what are we going to shake this up? It not only means addressing high costs, it does mean that. What are you going to do to address high costs, whether they're fueled by what's going on in Iran or trade disputes or just general inflation from years past, whatever it was. They want to hear what you're going to be doing to address those issues, but it also has to be on a deeper level. It can't just be, structural. It's not only those costs that is a flashpoint. But remember, these are families that have been seeing economic decline for decades. When we look around and say, hey, the unemployment rate's looking good, stock market's looking good, people are feeling good. People in rural areas aren't feeling that. They're saying, when in the hell were the good years? So it's got to be a deeper, more structural message about the economy for either party to make inroads.
Oh, Brian Reisinger, everyone go please check out his book. Brian, where can people pick it up?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find Land Rich Cash Pro on Amazon, anywhere else you buy books online. It's also in bookstores nationwide. And I just appreciate anybody who wants to take a look at what's going on with our rural communities and figure out a way to get in the conversation from all different political viewpoints and figure out what to do about it.
Thanks so much, Brian. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
We got the Karoline Leavitt thing.
Logical liar in the MAGA movement, and she will no longer be used because we have some major breaking.
Oh no, it's doing that thing where you hover over a fuck that.
President Trump announcing just moments ago that Karoline Leavitt will be leaving her role as the White House press secretary at the end of this month. The president taking a Truth Social saying that Leavitt will now serve as one of his, quote, top outside advisors. Joining us now is CNN White House correspondent Elena Train. Elena, what more can you tell us?
So
yeah,
is
look,
this
I think this
technically
came as
not
a
a
surprise
demotion
to
then?
many people, Pamela, and that's partly because this role, particularly under President Donald Trump, had been a tough one to fill. I'd remind you that Leavitt is one of the closest advisors. The president did say this in his post, but she is one of the closest advisors that he has. She's part of that very small group of really loyal people who have been with the president on the 2024 campaign trail. She also worked for him, I should note, during his first term when he was first.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say it. This is kind of like proving that loyalty and yes-manning is something that if you actually want to be a good, effective leader and actually show have a good legacy and all this stuff, you need to admit every once in a while that, oh yeah, you know what, that was my bad.
In office.
That's something that will never come out of Trump's mouth. Is my bad.
And
my
has
bad.
continued to be one of those people that goes in to very sensitive meetings, is one of the
Made
few
a
people
little,
that actually knows what is going on.
I made
at
a
high
little
levels in the
mistake.
West Wing.
Oops.
So it's a loss for the president. I'd also note the timing of this, which I think is pretty crucial. The White House is losing their chief messenger just 3 months before the midterm elections. Now, as for the reasoning for her departure, both the president and Leavitt, who did post her own lengthy statement on social media, said it was because of her family. She did give birth recently to a daughter. She gave birth to her on May 1st. She only took about a month of maternity leave before returning. And I'll tell you, I have been speaking with some of my sources. When she was on maternity leave, the president, even then, was still frequently calling her and at times was asking when she was going to come back. So I think that just highlights the demanding role of press secretary for her to juggle with her 2 young children. She did confirm that the president had asked her, Pamela, to stay on as a top advisor to her. Of course, that would be a role that would be outside of the White House. It does seem that she's agreed to that, but it's a loss for this White House, particularly at a time, as I mentioned, when they're going to be in a very difficult period on messaging around the midterm elections with everything going on with the Iran war. To lose a messenger like Karoline. One last thing I want to say is I've been catching up with some staffers here since the news broke. It's not immediately clear, at least to some of the staffers I spoke with, who would actually replace her. So we're staying tuned for that. When she was out on maternity leave for the month of June, there wasn't really a real replacement. At times you had people like Marco Rubio or the Vice President, J.D. Vance, do a briefing, but not in the way that she has in the past. So I think that'll be a question for who will pick up the helm from Leavitt.
Yeah, and she says that the truth is, since returning to the White House after the birth of my daughter, I have felt in my heart that I cannot be the best mom my 2 young children deserve while devoting the constant time, energy, and attention required of the White House press secretary. All right, Elena Treen at the White House, thank you so much. My panel is back with us. What do you think? I mean, you know, in one hand, it's not a surprise in the sense that she just had a baby. That is a tough job to juggle with 2 young kids. But on the other hand, she's been such a critical part of this administration.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge loss for the White House and President Trump. I remember a few months ago, there was a cabinet meeting or they were in the cabinet room, excuse me, and the Hungarian president was there, and he asked if Karoline Leavitt could come work for him. And Trump said, please don't leave us, please don't leave us. It was a joke at the moment, but it was indicative of how close Karoline Leavitt is to Donald Trump. I mean, I know as a reporter, I would go and ask Karoline questions, and she'd either say, let me go ask the president, or she would say, I was actually in the room at that moment, or I was with the president just a moment ago. So she was constantly in the Oval Office with the president, seeing what was going on. Elena's right, she's one of the closest aides. I would say, though, just in terms of her being a mother, I remember back when she had her first baby, she didn't actually really take any maternity leave because it was the Butler shooting that happened right after she gave birth, until she came back to work. And so she really hasn't had a lot of maternity time when she was with having 2 young babies. And so this is a huge loss.
Oh, fuck off. She had 2 months off. I don't ever want to hear anybody ever talk about maternity leave for a fucking White House official while we don't get those guarantees as citizens. Fuck you, fuck CNN, and everybody that has the nerve to even put that into the lexicon of this fucking media atmosphere.
Of course, the question of who can replace her is a
That's a
huge
good
one that looms over. That was a question that we had for maternity leave. That was never answered.
Yeah, it's crazy that you guys don't get maternity leave.
Now
Nope.
we get a question, or whether they'll replace her at all.
Or paternity leave.
Yeah, how do you see that?
No, I hope that she gets pregnant. Like, okay, this is where I say it. I hope that the thing happens where she kind of like goes, oh shit. Oh shit, did I say that?
The timing of this announcement, Mike, I'm so close to the midterms.
Well, I'm very surprised.
See, concerned face.
By it.
Concerned
Generally,
face.
when you have a transition from one press
I'm glad that
secretary to the
I
other,
let you guys know.
you've got somebody waiting in the wings, or maybe a
little media training for you guys.
deputy that can step in.
I just
or
want a
himself
vacation.
in
I haven't had a
time
vacation over
she's,
15 years.
On maternity leave, that there was just a rotating cast of
you.
characters that would come in to do the briefing.
Look at you. You and your
I guess
brother
the
actually
one thing
having
I
a
would say,
moment of
this is
peace.
the one time in politics where I truly
That was
believe
awesome.
someone when they say, I want to spend more time with my family. I mean, generally, it's kind of a joke in Washington. You say that when somebody has to leave. That's the catch-all. I think in this case,
down
it's
here.
probably right. And I'd be surprised if it was more to it than that. But she's going to be missed.
I'm just wondering, just given your experience, having been the former communications director for Trump, I mean, how difficult of a role is it to fill?
It's a
when you
very
have someone like
difficult role.
Trump who likes to be so.
Well, he is obviously his best press secretary. Right. It's a very difficult role to fill, and the fact that she's been there almost through the 2 years of this term is a testament to her, really, because it is a very difficult role to fill.
Congressman Walkinshaw, how do you see it, and do you concede that she has been an effective messenger for this administration?
Well, I agree with Mike. I mean, to me, it rings perfectly true that this job is an absolute killer on family life. So I think she's sincere in stating that. I also agree with Mike that it's a tough job. It's a job where, to be Donald Trump's spokesman, you have to willfully deny reality on a daily basis. And she's done that repeatedly. This week, she said Donald Trump has made life in America more affordable. She said the so-called big, beautiful bill reduced the deficit. She said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people, and I think her legacy.
That's why she's good at it. Because she lies.
Further degrading the
And her Botox doesn't really like let her show her fucking poker face. So
relationship between the White House and the press. She banished the AP because they refused.
I love how catty I can be.
To go along with Donald Trump's silly renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I don't think any of that is good for our democracy, that degradation of that.
By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the show and haven't already subbed, please do.
What do you agree with that, Jasmine?
Well, I am somebody who sat in the briefing room time and time again, asked her multiple questions. At times, we've gotten into an exchange that would go viral because of the way that she responded. And so I think that her relationship with the press, when you look back at it in 2 years or 5 years, is going to be an interesting one. I will say.
Hey, Pep, you should take a few days for yourself to just relax in your office, fart around on the internet, and watch the news. You deserve it.
That she made herself available.
I would end up going live anyway.
At the White House. Now, of course, I will
think I did
acknowledge
that once.
They did close.
Where I was like fully intending on just like having a dick around day, and then I was just like, fuck it, go live.
Press, which is where the White House press secretary and the communications director go before this administration and the first
Valuable.
administration.
The inability to emote is a valuable trait in Washington.
Upper press and really go talk to them at will.
Terrible.
And now,
awful.
Poker face.
Poker
face.
It was great. Yeah, close that. Yeah, okay. So they closed that. So they made an appointment based. That was a different note. But she did make herself very available via calls, texts, and all those things. And for a reporter reporting on the White House and needing someone to talk to, that is an advantage. Now, of course, the relationship with the press and the role of the press inside the White House and her relationship to that will be certainly under scrutiny.
Yeah, but I also want to say there was a difference between her outward persona, like at those press conferences. Yes. It's so much a show. Yes. It has been historically, and in this case with this president, it is. But there was a difference behind the scenes with her.
Yes,
you agree?
She's very different behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I think that this White House really feeds on this antagonistic relationship with the press. They want it to be combative. Donald Trump wants to see
I put him up because of you.
Corner really fighting for him and what he feels is unfair press coverage, which he feels that the press consistently
Still
gives
wish
him.
I had a picture of that. Him just hanging in the cords.
And I know a lot of people do not like
it's all caught up.
That is a role in which she sees is the best way to serve the president. But behind the scenes, it was a little bit different.
Yeah.
The only other thing I would just add is that I think it's so interesting. I think about this announcement in conjunction with actually AOC talking about freezing her eggs as two things that actually pair very interestingly together. It is two young, very influential, very good communicator women in politics having very frank and public conversations about how you juggle that kind of a role, that kind of power, that kind of influence, and the demands of it with the demands of motherhood, and that we may be living in a world where you cannot in fact have it all and tough choices have to be made. And I admire both of them for making the choices that are right for them and doing so in public.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think that's important to recognize. I remember seeing her after she came back from maternity leave recently. She had the bassinet in her office, and I remember thinking how tough that must be to juggle one of the most demanding jobs in the world and having a little baby and another child. And so I do think it's bringing the conversation into focus in a way that's important.
All right, here. Oh, hold on, buddy. All right, let's get off this thing with her. Whoa, don't jump. Nah, see, this is why I'm all the way back here, so you don't get on the keyboard. Yeah, I know your play, dude. I know your play. You're going for the keyboard. I don't know why. Every time you step on it, you scare yourself.
The headline absolutely is Wisconsin. We'll go back to the governor's race there because this was an upset. This is something that is giving the establishment a sigh of relief this morning. Let's get right to Jeff Zeleny, who is live in Madison, Wisconsin. And Jeff, you and I have covered a lot of races, but we keep seeing things we've really never seen before. This was a huge come-from-behind victory, and this was close all night long.
John, good morning. We have never seen anything like this before. 1 month ago, David Crowley was out of this race. He suspended his campaign on July 8th for 10 days. But what happened in that 10-day period would obviously change the race. The lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, Sarah Rodriguez, dropped out of this campaign. Mandela Barnes, a former
I don't think it was rigged at all.
Dropped out as well.
I really don't. I don't think that she was. I don't think it was rigged. I think that there was a lot of false vibes out there for her.
Well, Crowley got back in and
I really do.
back to a remarkable comeback.
Crowley wasn't very popular at all. Yeah, but the thing is, with that week that they had, number one, a lot of the early vote, that actually hurt her because I guess a lot of those other candidates had dropped out and there was no way to get that vote. But realistically, the governor endorsing Crowley and then her interviews that week did not do her any favors. I'm going to just say it for me. I don't care what you guys think. If you love her, great. The problem that I have is she comes off as a little disingenuous and a little odd. Which, for electability, that's a fucking thing, bro. Like, you can like these people. The thing is, I probably and would like her as a person too. Like, she's probably very nice. I love her politics. I love the fact that she got as far as she did in this campaign. But realistically, I do think that it does. Like, just say it. Yeah, electability was going to be an issue. Seeing how Fox News is just absolutely losing their shit over Crowley winning is telling me that they were not prepared to run against Crowley. They were prepared to run against a DSA leftist that they could easily portray as being dangerous to the future of America or the danger to Wisconsin. She's not a real Wisconsinite. Oh, hey, Deaf Culture, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that, man. Welcome in, Raiders. Also, what up, Carlos? Hope you're doing well. If you guys don't know, me and Carlos do an awesome panel show on Thursdays. Having a lot of fun with it. I mean, I hope you are. I'm having a blast with it. We call it the Space Station. It is on this space. Get it? Yeah. We're covering the Francesca Hong loss from last night, even though this could theoretically change with the recount, especially in Milwaukee. But I don't know. But I was just pointing out how no matter how you break this, it is disappointing for us as DSA members. But for real, in Wisconsin, it could have been. She was not the most electable person, just plain and simple. She really wasn't. Her campaign was not great. She did not actually go door to door as much as she could have, to really kind of boost her popularity. The 96% poly market stuff for that week before the election, that also kind of made it to where it's I don't think that she felt as she wasn't being pushed to actually go out and do this. She kind of felt like she had this in the bag, which that was kind of where with Kamala Harris, remember when they were saying how well she was doing in the polls? That shit has a real effect where people just stay home. They're like, fuck it, she got it. I mean, that happened in 2016 with Hillary too. And I hate that, realistically, we also know what contributed to people not doing the turnout, but for real. Why would you think trolling is a good way to handle yourself, Han? Yeah, the weird part is he's been doing it for almost 2 years, man. It's crazy. This guy hate watches me more. He's more committed than some of the people that actually love me.
We're showing
or like me.
Those results. There's no doubt that
love me.
Francesca Hong.
I think very highly of myself. Can't you tell?
Was very strong in some college areas. A lot of those cities across Wisconsin. However, here,
no matter what, guys, it can't be worse than the chatter from last night. Say what you will about Han, and trust me, you can definitely do so. Have at it. He hasn't threatened my life.
Dane County in Madison. She also won this county, but David
Oddly
Crowley
enough.
was also quite strong. That contributed to his victory as well. And as we talked to so many voters as they were casting their ballots, they liked Francesca Hong. They liked her call
dealing
for
with
change. And this progressive.
I don't understand hate watching. Don't you have better things to do? That's almost impressive. I know, right?
Through Wisconsin Democrats for years and years, more
I
than
thought the same thing. I'm
back
like,
to fighting Bob LaFollette. But there was also deep concern.
You're a professional. You don't get banned for violating TOS. Well, that tells me that you also kind of understand, oh, hey, threatening somebody because I'm mad because they either like someone politically that I don't like or they're politically adjacent to me, and then I can't handle my emotions, so I have to go and angrily tell them that they need to,
whether she could win in November. The questions of electability here, John, were more pronounced than I have ever heard them. So we do know now that David Crowley will be.
S, but whatever. I'm glad I got it wrong because apparently that one's next. TOL. I'm just having that kind of day. Next TOS update, that one's going to be on there.
This victory in a speech in Milwaukee.
Dude, that
in
is
just
scary.
A couple hours, but the governor.
Thank you for bringing it. Oh no, hey, I'm more than happy to talk about it.
Of the state of Wisconsin.
No,
Governor.
You threaten me or my chat, and you literally say like, "We're going to SWAT you," because he literally said that. He's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna SWAT you." Like a bug.
Tony Evers, he campaigned at
and then
Crowley's
just like
side.
yeah,
And
no, dude. And then the thing is, he went from he actually went to like less coded language. The more and more that we were just like, okay.
For Democrats to not squander all their gains here, so that certainly was a big factor. But there is no question that there's some unifying to be done. That starts this morning with an eye on November, John.
And again, as you point out, Francesca Hong was divisive. Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they did not
Herald of Darkness, W, thank you.
endorse her as they had endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed in the Michigan Senate Democratic
thanks,
primary.
guys.
There.
I appreciate it.
I want to say, I've been on cable the
but...
last few days a lot. It's where I work, and I've heard a lot of Republicans with talking points. They were loaded for bear on Francesca Hong.
Yep, and I was just saying, this is the reason that they're panicking so hard is like, they were just like, yes, we got Wisconsin in the bag, and now they're like, oh, crap!
Francesca Hong was the candidate they were focused on. They were already trying to nationalize her, what they...
Guys, did you know that and this is something that's important, did you know that the governor has it was like 94 or 96, I can't remember the exact number, but it was in the high 90s, of approval ratings in the entire state, not just with his party. That's unheard of.
Saw is her imminent victory in Wisconsin.
Like, dude,
How
the guy's
surprised
so
are Republicans
popular
this morning?
Hey, that's what happens when you lower taxes.
John, they are very surprised. And not only were they talking about
rights.
this campaign and how they would effectively use some of her comments, they were trying to prop her up at the same time. A remarkable play here. The Republican Governors Association was spending more than $4 million running ads showing that she's a strong progressive. Well, that was seen as a way to effectively meddle in this race. So Republicans were hoping to run against her. That did not happen. So
really
this race is an example of the establishment striking back. But John, I'm also thinking back to an interview I had with David Crowley on Sunday evening. I asked
this was so fucking close. I think that she had one of those fucking TV ads, man. Yeah. And as I said, these are very, very effective. The thing is, AIPAC didn't want this. This is one of the weirdest parts is AIPAC did not want Crowley to win.
About that establishment.
AIPAC wants that not Tom Tillis, the other guy.
Thing. He said, look, I'm established,
already forgotten his name.
But I am not a member of the establishment. If he would win, he would be the first African-American governor right here in Wisconsin.
Youngest too.
You, Nicholas.
He'd be the youngest governor.
What did you see in this? What do we call it? The Rust Belt, the Blue Wall. Like, what are we learning from last night?
You know, I'll put my Midwesterner hat on.
They love when we do that, by the way. Yeah, they're excited. They're excited. We know you want this.
Yeah. I mean, I think
sorry,
what we saw
I had to
last night
deadpan
was
that one.
Democratic primary voters really picking electability when it mattered in the state. In Wisconsin, we saw them pick the candidate who, by all accounts, is the more centrist one, maybe would fare better in a general election. But
a single ad would not have. It's not the single ad. It's the fact that they were all over the ad space.
Counterpoint to that,
and they were just like, he got the governor.
Is Minnesota, where voters there
like the governor's approval.
The more progressive Senate candidate, Peggy
I don't know, man. The governor was the one that really begged him to come back because I think he saw the internal polling with the Democratic Party, and they weren't kidding. This wasn't just as much as I want to say this was establishment going after her, it wasn't. This is, guys, this isn't as sexy as what was they were trying to do against Abdul, which is even crazier because technically Abdul is not DSA. But realistically, guys, she wasn't the best.
Angie Craig.
This is one of those ones where it's no, she might have lost on the merits of just her. We were told, we went into it believing that she had a 22-point swing. Again, not talking about the actual, oh, this is guaranteeing her a win, but come on, man. We were all going into it with the same attitude of, she got this. That's why we were all shocked.
Just a House member who was running for Senate, but that's a much bluer state. So
by the way, guys, if you haven't already subscribed or
exactly, one of the things that I'm interested in, Josh,
please do.
Because you've worked for both
really
Kamala
helps
Harris,
out. Also, if you guys haven't already followed A Difficult Truth, please do.
Right, not known necessarily for their retail politics and style, and then also Bernie Sanders, who is still out there now at this point trying to play kingmaker. What do you make of how voters are talking about this?
I think that what we're seeing is progressive candidates winning when they are strong candidates, when they're running strong races, and when they take on power. And I think we saw that with Peggy Flanagan. I think we saw it in Michigan with Abdul El-Sayed. And I think, frankly, we're going to see it with Brian Poindexter in his race against Max Miller, because it's when we run working people who are taking on the powers that be, that are taking on corporate greed, I think Democrats and progressives do very well.
Yeah, and then Bernie Sanders didn't back Francesca
I'm sick of moderates running on most electable. The problem is, dude, in certain areas, you have to do that. If you're doing that in New York, Chicago, or any cityscape where it's pretty much Democrat blue, but you can have these experiments. This is what I was talking about. People were shocked to see how many people were in each county, and they were just like, what do you mean this is only like by 500 votes? That's how Wisconsin is.
And Democrats have been squawking left.
Wisconsin's, again, for everybody that thinks that Wisconsin is like purple, it's not.
And right, one operative
There's
telling
no comfort
Politico,
zone there. Like if a Democrat wins, it's already a shocker. If they do well, that's a bigger shocker. That's why this governor was such a big deal, and that's why him having the popularity that he did, it did lead to Elon losing that Supreme Court seat. This is being, Pep's being realistic. Yeah, I also know Wisconsin. Like, it's my neighbor state. I have spent a lot of time in Wisconsin.
Just doesn't
I used to vacation in Wisconsin. Like, that was the last time I actually went on a vacation.
Or on ability to sort of laugh it off or pitch it effectively. The former chairman of the Wisconsin Democratic Party saying,
so you have to sway 5 families in a county to win? Sometimes, yeah.
This is not the year to test a
Like,
Democratic
no
socialist. This isn't New York.
Centrists piss me off. Yeah, I mean, trust me, I get it.
And David
I'm not
Axelrod
exactly a
hitting her
fan,
with-
but I also understand where I'd rather have a centrist right now than a right-winger winning anything. You can't have it all this election cycle. I'm sorry. That's the facts. We're going to actually have to play ball with some of the fucking more moderate part of the party. I know. We're not going to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries. We're not going to get rid of fucking, even Chuck Schumer this go around. I know. But you got to be more pragmatic. Otherwise, you're going to drive yourself fucking crazy.
With El-Sayed is a serious person. She is a font of zany liberal.
We're doing really well. This is one of those things that really pisses me off, because it's like, you ever done that thing where you're having, like, you have some small wins, and then something really bad happens, and you're just like, man, I really wish I would have focused on all those small wins while they were happening, because holy crap, I didn't even get to enjoy them because I was sitting there looking for the big win that never came, and now here I am sitting with my punishment, essentially.
Faculty Lounge Exotica, the word from David Axelrod. We were talking about this during the break, which is, it's one thing to be talking within your activist community
and
in your primary, where this stuff actually, you get a lot of nods and snaps, right? Like, she wasn't just sitting on a bench yelling stuff and suddenly ahead in the primary.
Yeah. I can barely snap, so it's just like, I'm just sitting there like.
And you saw, for example, in El-Sayed and just neighboring state, that he was trying to seem more moderate. He was running what felt like a tighter, more serious race.
He's also run a bunch of times, so he's had a couple more practice.
And ultimately, politics comes down to perception, so I do think gauging someone less
She lost by what, 3,000 votes? Yeah.
on the very specifics
Yeah, it's
of their
fucking
policy
crazy.
and more on the way that they interface with voters and more on the way that they're perceived. It didn't help that she had some tremendous gaffes going into the last week of the race. Not liking Thanksgiving is not quite a popular
But you're
policy.
Well, again, that was something that was 5 years old that they were just saving for that moment, but that's politics.
Last week is what matters. That's when Democrats got their act together and said, hey,
Did they wait? Because, guys, you guys remember the Grant Plattner thing. Did they do that at the beginning of his campaign? Did they? No, they waited until the last moment that it would have the biggest impact. Politics.
Who dropped out? You come back. You know what I mean? And there was this, like, it was described as chaotic, no?
Yeah, extremely chaotic. Like, we saw the number up on the screen. This, despite all of the noise, this was a race that was separated by 3,000 votes, which is, an incredibly close margin, and speaks to how much this narrowed in the final days of the race, especially when, polling, which by all accounts seems to have missed in a lot of Democratic primaries this season, had hung ahead by, as double digits in some surveys.
There was this, some of the centrists who, with the welcome pack, they told Politico this week, many Democratic primary voters may want to touch the hot stove. but the independents who can vote in Democratic primaries can turn out in large enough numbers to slap their hand away. Who did the slapping?
Well, I just think generally in Wisconsin, races come down to often 1 percentage point, even less than one. So, you know, again, it's really hard to win. I mean, not
This is idiotic. This was so close that her losing doesn't show that she was a bad candidate
only
at
with
all.
zany policies like
Sylvie, the fact that this was a primary does actually, because this is where it, if Crowley, like this is where we can never actually get the answer here, because you would literally need two realities where she goes against the Republican candidate and Crowley goes against the Republican candidate.
not liking Thanksgiving.
No, this is where I'm just going to say it. The fact that you always can be hyper fucking non-critical about DSA or leftist candidates and not point out just the obvious parts, that's what bothers me. Like the fact that she just had awful optics.
But what does permanent
God
affordability
damn,
mean?
dude. She really, and the thing is, she didn't have good answers. She did not, like, I'll tell you what, if I was in Wisconsin, this would have been a hard one for me, because I would have been like, based on her answer about like the Thanksgiving thing, it really did show that she was just as fake as any other fucking politician.
This is a central claim.
Yes, black voters
And not
were
even
white
good at
voters.
it.
Right? This is what happens
Sorry,
in Democratic
man. Like,
primaries.
God
This is how you
damn.
get a Joe Biden coming out on top in South Carolina. Like, I think that Michael Crowley did benefit from
David.
an energized
Wait, what wasn't David? Was it Michael?
black vote. We'll see if the numbers
David
bear
Crowley.
that out.
Wait a minute.
But there's been a lot of talk about whether this left flank is
No, it's David Crowley. That's what I thought.
understanding who's in the coalition and how to expand it. Does that, well, can I let you
Got to call it no matter the party.
finish? I
Yep.
didn't mean to interrupt, but like
No,
that's
no,
my
I think-
theory.
and-
No, I call it like I see it, and I call it being like you want to be like, actually said it, pragmatic Pep. That's what I'm doing.
Some people who are out there who are like, chill, we're not doing.
Wait, being obsessed with politics is a hobby in the USA? Yes.
Absolutely. And when you have states with large rural populations,
Yeah, I'm a masochist that like I love current events and I love this stuff and I love being up to date on it. And it's not even because like I feel like I'm somehow smarter than like the people around me. Sometimes I actually feel like I'm dumber than the people around me for even paying attention.
too, polling has floundered in so many places across the country. So I think that's another issue.
Well, look, I think that there's going to be some finger wagging from the centrists here, thinking that, you know,
Captain Howdy, how's it going?
their theory of the case was right all along. I would not put a lot of credence to that. I
Politics
think that
is the new pop
candidates
culture.
that show that they're really
Well, I would argue that that's a good thing. Giants fancy.
ready and
Giants fanny.
able to take on power are doing very well, and the ones that
Oh,
voters
wait, you've been
perceive
here.
as not ready, willing, and able to take on power are not doing so well.
Well, here's what's different. I think, who did you mention who won over Angie?
Peggy Flanagan.
Penny Flanagan. One of the things she was dealing with is the person she was competing against was actually took some hit on
Oops, I guess I'm not left enough for somebody. They bailed.
immigration
It's okay.
in a state that's very much dealing with the issue. So it wasn't just saying like,
Sometimes I hate being on fucking social, like just in general. Like sometimes like that's the part about streaming that sucks is just when you're having a hot take and then you just watch somebody unsub from you and you're just like, okay, cool. But like I said, all right.
like, oh, you're a moderate. We
Unless
don't care
fucking
about
problem
you.
I'll
It was
have.
somebody who the voter had said, oh, you voted for the Lincoln-Riley Act. As Democrats, we are not into that, and they were punished for it, right?
Local
Is that
politics matter
different than
big
the
time.
progressive
Yep.
winning, more than the moderate being punished?
Yeah, I think so. And also, I feel like too often, those of us in D.C. and those of us in politics think about
Giants fan NYC.
these buckets or labels as centrist or lefty or Democrat or Republican. And I think people are much more in touch with how the political issues are touching their lives locally, and they go with a candidate who is more responsive to that.
Alrighty. Let's get his victory speech here.
Today, I stand before the people of Wisconsin after we rose from the ashes, after we rebuilt this campaign with purpose, and after people of Wisconsin decided that the bright future that working Wisconsin families deserve is worth fighting for. Today, I stand before you filled with gratitude, with humility, and hope as I formally accept the Democratic nomination to be the next governor of the great state of Wisconsin. And I especially want to thank...
It seems a little weird when they're still doing counts when it's only a 3,000 vote differential. I mean, that's a little sus.
Representative Francesca Hung, Her campaign reminded people across Wisconsin that there are no long shots when it comes to believing in a better future and fighting to expand opportunities to every family. From the very first day that I announced this campaign, I said the real threat wasn't any of my primary opponents. The real opponent has always been Tom Tiffany.
Love the long hair, brother. Thank you. Appreciate that. Man, I get a lot of fucking haters telling me I'm balding, which I am not. I'm just having a very bad hair day, as you can see. So appreciate that.
Those who tried to overturn a free and fair presidential election instead of defending our democracy.
Better than a Republican? Yes. Trust me, right now, you guys understand that, right? This isn't like, I get it. I get it. The establishment Dems suck. But you know who sucks even worse than establishment Dems? And I know. This sounds like I'm fucking giving up, but I'm not. I'm just being real. The ones that suck worse are Republicans. And I am getting a little upset that we realistically, like with this Wisconsin race, acted like this general was not even a thing. And that's not okay. God damn, man. That's why I throw the electability thing out there. Okay. Yeah, here's Fox News freaking out about it. This Josiah actually did really good coverage on this one. I will even give him a like for it. If you guys haven't liked the stream, please do. And also,
all right, folks, buckle up.
Yeah,
because
sub and follow. Even though I might say some things that you may disagree with, but the bigger, like, you're a bigger person if you can watch somebody disagree with them on certain things and continue to watch them. I do that with almost every single person I watch because I don't care. I do not agree with everybody about anything.
We begin the day with some major updates
or anybody
to key
about
elections
everything. There we
in
go.
a crucial swing state with massive national implications. And one of these races in particular was a genuinely shocking upset.
We
And
are cool.
speaking of upset, Donald Trump, Fox News, and the MAGA movement are infuriated by this, even as the candidates and their defeated challengers are publicly uniting to defeat the MAGA fascist threat. This is truly inspiring, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video...
Probably should be embarrassed that he couldn't defeat Hong more decisively, given how much better resourced he was. He wasn't really as well-resourced as you think, because Crowley... when he dropped out and then he came back because he was already on the ballot. And then they had literally, I think it was under 14 days to do a smash campaign with him and the governor, where the governor essentially put out a whole bunch of ads saying, this is my guy. He's handpicked. If you like me, you'll like him.
Support the channel. Please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Not only does it alert you the next time I publish a video, and not only is it totally, completely free, but it urges the mysterious YouTube gods to recommend this video and this channel to other YouTube viewers like you.
Damn, he's seen some hits coming to his channel, huh?
So let's dive in. Okay, let's start with the big one, the Wisconsin gubernatorial Democratic primary. Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong concedes after falling agonizingly short.
I think your takes about this race are completely stupid. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop watching because we disagree in a lot of other stuff.
In Wisconsin.
Fine. Wasn't calling you. That wasn't directed at you. That's directed at the person that actually unsubbed from me because I was in the middle of a hot take, apparently. But I also, I think that, honestly, Sylvie, this is no surprise, because I think that you're being stupid about this, too. I think that you're actually being, you're deluding yourself into thinking she was a better candidate than she was.
David Crowley narrowly defeated Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong in Wisconsin's Democratic primary.
Honestly, if she was a better candidate, then she would have won by fucking the gangbuster fucking numbers that we all expected her to.
Victory in a key battleground state.
But that didn't
David
happen.
Crowley, who's the Milwaukee County executive, defeated Francesca Hong in a stunning upset. All of the polling indicated that this would be a friggin' blowout. It was such a blowout that the other major contender in the race, Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor, dropped out of the race, in part due to scandal and also because he himself said it was a foregone conclusion that Francesca Hong was going to win. So why delay the inevitable? Well, it turns out it wasn't inevitable. All of us who were expecting, based on the polling data, Hong to blow out Crowley, we were wrong. The polls were wrong. Yet again, more on that in a moment. And Crowley has prevailed. Now, as a consequence of this, election forecasters are already predicting that Democrats will prevail in the general election. So Larry Sabato, who hosts Crystal Ball, he is one of the most respected election forecasters in the industry. And with Francesca Hong winning the primary and going up against the MAGA fascist Tom Tiffany in the general, the race was considered a toss-up. Now, as a consequence of Crowley winning, he's forecasting that it leans Democratic, that we are more likely to win the general election against MAGA fascist Tom Tiffany than if Francesca Hong had prevailed in the primary, which again was wildly expected. Now, I said that Donald Trump, MAGA, and Fox News are infuriated by this, and we'll get back to the election in just a moment. But the reason I say that is because ASIN of Midas Touch had been meticulously documenting and categorizing the references to Francesca Hong and other Democratic socialists on Fox News and in right-wing media. It was incredibly lopsided. Mentions tracked on Fox.
Critical support for the general.
From 12 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m.
Actually, we're all
Eastern.
stupid
This
assholes.
list is
That is very true. We can all be very stupid assholes.
based on a review of all Fox News programming from noon Eastern to 10
I'm just wondering
p.m.
why
Eastern.
Sylvie's not actually out there, like, trying to be the consultant class for the DSA candidates in Nevada.
Outnumbered to Hannity, relying on video and transcription.
I'm not trying to be a dick, Sylvie, but you really are pretty, like, you're very sold on your ideas. And people like that, if you're that sold on your ideas, then I think that you should get out there and do it. Honestly.
From the programming. Francesca
You seem to have this figured out.
Hong was mentioned by Fox News as many times as they mentioned their cult leader, Donald Trump. Fox News and MAGA and Trump were desperate, salivating to try to...
No, they totally were. Fox News was... Dude, they were chomping at the bit to go against Francesca.
make Francesca Hong the face of not just
You
Wisconsin
agree with Sylvie? That's okay.
Democrats, but the Democrats nationally.
I can think that you're both wrong.
And even if you agreed with much of Francesca Hong's progressive policy positions, the fact of
That's
the
the
matter
thing. I
is
actually do still agree with all of her positions.
that the
I agree
rhetoric
with her
and news
policy.
are
The problem is, I don't think that it was very like this one was going to be hard.
surrounding
Like
her,
this was going to
not
be
just
very
in
difficult to
right-wing
get
media,
past.
but also mainstream
So-
media as well, was incredibly unflattering given the insane shit that she had said over
Why does it matter? It doesn't matter if I understand your ideas or not. I'm literally talking about like the conviction in which you espouse them.
the past several years. Now, I recognize that there's an egregious double standard because Tom Tiffany, the
This is the difference. I don't pretend to have the answers.
Republican challenger, the guy who, by the way, comfortably won the primary and will be the Republican challenger in the general, he has said and done more heinous shit by far than anything Francesca Hong has ever said and done. Tom Tiffany, as a member of Congress, actively tried to steal the 2020 election even after the January 6th insurrection. So there's no doubt there's a double standard.
Yeah, exactly. All Sylvie was saying was that we agree to disagree, and it's not that big of a deal unless you start making it a big deal.
But the goal of Trump, MAGA, and Fox was to put Tiffany Hong in place as the face of the Democratic Party and hopefully win the election that way and potentially undermine other Democratic challengers in Wisconsin. We'll get to the Senate race in just a moment, and elsewhere. That was their goal. Well, now that Hong has lost, Trump, MAGA, and Fox News will not be able to do that nearly as well, nearly as effectively. So they were banking on her winning. They were hoping that she would win the primary, but now she has lost.
Yeah, I agree
and
with them
their
on
entire
this.
strategy is kaput. I will also note that not only has Francesca Hong conceded the race, but she is committed to joining a unity tour, a unity program with David Crowley to beat Tom Tiffany. More on that in a moment.
Nice.
But there was another race.
Nice. Okay, right there. I can already tell you I'm more impressed with the fact that this, like, because the mainstream media narrative of all this, like, you see it on CNN every time where they're just like, well, this was a dirty race. This was a very dirty race. Like, this was close and dirty. Like, they keep saying that kind of shit where it's just like, it was contentious and it caused friction and it caused a divide. And then as soon as the person wins, they're just like, I'm coalescing behind him. I'm going to try and get the people that like me to like him. And they're just like, fuck.
As well. Another extremely important race in Wisconsin, not just the governor's mansion, the Senate Democratic primary. Peggy Flanagan, a progressive.
I show a little support for Hong, and then you ascribe to me that I don't see her issues without ever asking me if I see those issues. Okay. What issues do you actually see? Because every time I bring it up, you're just like, no, that's a stupid take. Okay, so what are the issues that Francesca Hong actually had that might have lost her this race that I'm getting wrong here?
Won the Democratic Senate primary in Minnesota. Friend of the show, Mike Nellis,
I hate that AOC is running for president. She should target the Senate. She's not necessarily running for president. She has not fucking declared anything.
Supporting her, actively
all she's doing is getting ready to have a longer career in politics by freezing her eggs. Again, dude, the speculation that she's going to go right for the presidency is kind of crazy.
She was his preferred candidate. She is a
It also sucks that she's still, no matter what the polling said, like what polling happens, she's still behind fucking Gavin Newsom by like 4 to 5 points, which fucking sucks.
And true progressive.
Just as like a general thing.
And her challenger,
dude, Peggy Flanagan winning was
Representative
fucking
Craig,
fire, though.
Also conceded the
That
race.
was awesome.
And also, like Francesca Hong, pledged to back the person who defeated her. Peggy Flanagan's commitment to Minnesota and dedication to improving the lives of everyone around her.
Why are we talking about freezing her eggs? That's so weird. Because apparently, like, she made it public. Everybody freaked out about it. Then she made it public that she was single. Trust me, you want to see weirdness? Go and look up Twitter after she announced that she was single. That was fucking wild.
Admirable. I offer her my wholehearted support. Michelle,
Pep is real as fuck tonight. Hell yeah. Yeah, really.
FOIA is a threat to democracy.
I've had
Minnesota
it.
to come together and keep this seat blue.
Although, when have I not had it? Like, realistically, guys, I'm not going to sugarcoat this shit. If anything, you know what actually happened? Dieter was in chat today, and he lit a fire under my ass to just,
Current incumbent
I don't
Democratic senator from Minnesota, Tina Smith,
Disagree
is
with me all you
retiring,
want.
so her seat is vacant, and there's an opportunity, a pickup opportunity here for Republicans. But fingers crossed, not only will we keep the governor's mansion with David Crowley, we will also keep the senatorial seat with Peggy Flanagan. So again, good news there. Now, the story about Crowley is genuinely stunning because, again, the polling consensus was that Francesca Hong was going to blow him out of the water. But the last 10 days of the race were particularly unflattering for Francesca Hong, were particularly bad in terms of its coverage. And David Crowley had the support of the current
Pep, did you
Democratic
properly
governor
observe
of
420?
Wisconsin,
No, I
Tony
did not.
Evers, who declined to run
I will in a little
for
bit.
a third term. And Tony Evers was very transparent. He said, in his opinion, he did not think Francesca Hong would be able to beat Tom Tiffany in a general election, but that if she won the primary, he would enthusiastically support her as well. Because in his estimation, the current incumbent Democratic governor, a Governor Tom Tiffany, MAGA fascist Tom Tiffany, would be the worst governor in Wisconsin's history, which is stunning because Scott Walker was also at one point the governor of Wisconsin, and he did tremendous damage to this crucial swing state. So Crowley was in the race initially. Then he dropped out. He was one of the first to drop out. And Mandela Barnes and another Democratic challenger, they were, in a competitive race. But the first Democratic challenger after Crowley had to drop out due to alleged campaign finance issues by her campaign manager. So she dropped out of the race. And then it became then it became Mandela Barnes versus Francesca Hong. David Crowley jumped back into the race once
we did cheers. No, so I got to do Penn.
Democratic.
I didn't get
the
to
Democratic
do
frontrunner
proper.
dropped out, and then it became a contest
You know what I
between
mean?
Hong, Crowley, and the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race not just because Francesca Hong was dominating in the polls, but also because he was also the subject of a particular scandal, allegations of abuse of power.
I guess if Zoran became single, there would be a bunch of thirsting still odd. This is literally this is culture like that. I've never understood it.
To have like some sort of predatory sexual relationship.
I don't really have like that kind of relationship with celebrity or anything like that.
The allegation.
But I understand why, I guess people that do, just because, I've seen it my whole fucking life.
And so between...
You guys remember when Britney Spears, it's the same thing that happens when, wait a minute. There's an entire thing within the K-pop industry where they, my thing is, I think that every single member of Blackpink is secretly married or even have kids, but they all are sold as being single because it's literally part of the brand.
For these two reasons, Mandela Barnes dropped.
Because no matter what, it's a thing where maybe I have a chance. And for some reason, I guess if that's open, then you like people more.
Out the
I don't
primary
know.
race. And he said, it's a foregone conclusion. Who's going to win? It's going to be Francesca Hong. And it turns out
this is a pretty widespread thing throughout entertainment.
Everybody was wrong, including Lieutenant Governor Barnes, including me. I expected, based on the polls, that Hong was going to blow this out, and this was fait accompli.
God, you should see what happens when one of the female wrestlers from WWE announces that she has a boyfriend or she's pregnant. Oh, dude.
We were
it
wrong.
Gets
the
bad.
initial polling was wrong. So with that in mind, I want you to hear a bit from...
I love not knowing what K-pop
David
is.
Crowley himself.
K-pop's actually okay.
Hopefully, the
there's some good
governor
stuff.
of Wisconsin,
I like J-pop,
because we can't let
K-pop.
the swing state fall to the Republicans.
It's
Hear a bit
Korean
of what
pop
he said
music.
this morning.
It's not that big of a.
And I especially want to thank Representative Francesca Hong.
Do you know who the Spice Girls are? And the boy bands from the 90s? It's essentially they copied that and then they just made it an industry, and for some reason it's instead of having, just a few years in the spotlight, it has been 20 something years.
Her campaign reminded people across Wisconsin.
Yeah, Andy Gibb used to portray himself as single, but he was married. There you go.
That there are no long shots when it comes to believing in a
I don't have a wife.
better future and fighting.
I'm out there getting some single poontang
to expand opportunities to every family. That kind of passion, it strengthens our democracy. And I look forward to earning their support and everyone who participated in this campaign as we move forward together. Over the past few months, you've heard a lot of people try to define this election as a battle between the left and the center.
Scary Spice.
Between progressives.
Actually, I like Sporty Spice, and surprisingly, she's the one that aged the best.
And the establishment, between insiders
Even better than
and
Victoria
outsiders.
Beckham. I said
that
it. I
narrative
said
misses
what
the
I said.
entire point of what we're doing. Because when I traveled across Wisconsin, I didn't meet people who introduced themselves that way. I met parents wondering how they'll afford child care. I met workers who want wages that keep up with the cost of living. I met farmers trying to preserve family traditions. I met small business owners trying to keep their...
That was my favorite Andy Gibb song.
And I met seniors who deserve security and dignity after a lifetime of work.
Happy West Coast.
I met young people who simply want a fair chance to build a life right here in this great state we call Wisconsin. We may not agree on every policy. We may not...
I just realized we're doubling up on something I already covered.
Moving over to Minnesota, Angie Craig absolutely annihilated her race against Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Looking at a 20-point loss,
By the way,
Craig
hitting
throughout her
that
career has
like
had the support
button. You guys should do the same if you haven't already. I really appreciate
tried to
it.
publicly distance herself a little bit from AIPAC in this race, told them not to be so outwardly aggressive in their support. AIPAC did organize a ton of behind-the-scenes fundraisers for her, and she also got tens of millions of dollars in dark money from this group called Center Forward. We don't know where that came from. A lot of it is C4. We may never find out.
You wanted to date all the Spice Girls when you were growing up? Me too.
Where that money came from. Turns out it didn't matter.
Except for Posh Spice. I have never had it for Victoria Beckham. She was always the one where I was just like, she has no personality.
Progressive.
She's just ew.
Peggy Flanagan, who had the support of Elizabeth Warren first. Elizabeth Warren was first out of the gate to get behind her, and then Bernie Sanders just kind of blowing Angie Craig out, even as, interestingly, polls were showing she had.
I don't know. When I heard the rumors that David Beckham was stooping the nanny, I was like, that tracks.
That Flanagan had a lead coming into the final weeks, but then the polls shifted, and
I can't imagine Victoria Beckham keeping the fucking fire lit.
The most recent polls had Craig actually up by a point or two. We can put up A7 as well. If you guys watch the Friday show, you know Matt Little. Matt Little, progressive candidate trying to replace Angie Craig in Minnesota's 2nd district, ends up trouncing his AIPAC backup.
The thing about them, like the egg freezing thing, is them like acknowledging like that IVF is. This is where guys get really weird, because now they're like, oh, we can't. We can't control her body. I feel bad for AOC's boyfriend. She doesn't have one. She just announced that she broke up with her fiance. I didn't like. The thing is, she was so private about her life. I didn't even know she had a fucking fiance.
Opponent Matt Klein.
I'll be real, man. That was a surprise to me. And then they showed a picture of him. I'm like, oh god, that guy's tall. How the hell could you miss this?
As well as another candidate, Caleb Burr.
He's huge.
A distant
guy's like
third
fucking
in this
NBA.
race. That's despite millions of dollars.
Damn near 6'8".
Spent either against
At least it
Little
looked like
or
he
for
was.
Matthew Klein in that race.
But yeah, man.
This.
Oh, really? So you're saying there's a chance?
This result?
Every guy, every leftist on the internet, whether you're, gay, bi, or even some straight women were even like, well,
matches the polls that we talked about from last.
How straight am I?
It's May. If you go back and watch that segment, there were
First Lady.
Polls that Lil had released in May. Then millions and millions of dollars were spent
to
try to change that result.
It's gross.
And after several months of that, and $several million getting burned, it's the exact same result.
I'm just happy that she's out there like trolling them by just living her life and actually showing the thing.
There's a drop set piece that you and Julian broke down.
Like she's showing the whole fucking process of like freezing her. Well, almost. Like she's explaining it like almost like point by point, where she's just like, "This is why I can't work out. This is what's gonna happen," and like.
Money
I don't know, man.
Spent,
Yeah. It's so interesting.
All these weird packs that AIPAC has sometimes used
pass-throughs.
As pass-throughs, but also then some major ones. Emily's list went very hard for Berg, the third place candidate. Emily's list has taken significant amounts of money from DMFI and
Grandma Flatterson, were you aware that 40-plus-year-old women are officially having more babies than teenage women, which is good?
And AIPAC,
but also, yeah, the biological clock thing. Biological clock kind of moved back a decade.
I think those groups going forward, and so has 314 Action, they will say, well, in this particular race, this is not AIPAC money.
With all due respect.
Trust us, we're using the AIPAC money in other races. And I think that in future cycles, that's just not going to fly. Like, you can't take AIPAC money and not be then associated with AIPAC
she's like
in every race you
5'2".
participate in.
Yep.
I'm not here to
She's
give
not
advice
like
to
5'2",
Emily's
is she?
List or Elect Democratic Women or 314 Action or any of these PACs.
You're going to do it anyway.
I'm just telling you facts. This is not advice. So if you're fine with the association with AIPAC and you don't think it's an electoral liability, go ahead and keep taking that AIPAC money.
Oh, 5'4".
If you think it might be an
too far
electoral
off.
liability.
Yeah.
Well, they obviously think it's going to be an electoral liability because they're using pass-throughs.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. He's probably just like 6'1", 6'2".
Exactly. So anyway,
I thought he was like 5'6".
Minnesota got
At
so little
least.
attention. It was very interesting compared to Maine.
Her personality
Wisconsin,
got big
and
personality.
Michigan, but it was a very similar race. Left versus corporate center, and the left won by 20 points. So Flanagan maybe benefited from that in the end. Like you can't maybe if they did 50 million instead of 20 million or whatever ungodly amount they spent, it helped her get through. But either way, it's another kind of vote in the progressive bloc in the Senate, which is shifting significantly.
Well, the thing is, there's no guarantee that she will even want kids. This is just in case she wants them.
A very interesting point.
In the future.
The composition of the Senate, what they might be able to accomplish if they're able to band together and vote as a bloc.
Right. And probably another vote for Chris Van Hollen or some progressive
Right.
challenge to Chuck Schumer.
Wow. Okay. And so Flanagan, by
Yeah.
the way, she's not DSA. She was Bernie back, but she's DFL.
Yeah.
But we would expect her to have a very democratic socialist policy agenda.
Yeah, I think she's going to be. She'll be
The
heavily
thing
in
is, for every one of these ones that are not willing to declare straight up DSA, but have the DSA stances already, let's just say it, they're hiding their power level.
Troy Jack.
My Saiyan ability to read the power level,
and Elizabeth
I'm
Warren.
telling you right now, that's a latent power level. Your scouter's wrong.
And Bernie Sanders, Abdul El Sayed. You're going to have a substantial number of progressive senators, and she'll be populist progressive senators, and she's going to be one of them.
And
She's
also,
18.
I think
You're 18
makes the
cigarettes
narrative
tall.
about Francesca Hung much less clean. That this is a total rebuke of democratic socialism. Again, Flanagan, DFL, but she's very she's pretty far left. It's very a leftist.
As we recall, when she
this is
came on the show.
political, not personal, in my
Oh, she
opinion.
said she's,
well, again, part of it is well, I don't know. It's very freezing your eggs is personal, no matter what's going on. But also politically, yeah, no, it's a good. Honestly, it's a great thing to show that women can do this and they can make these choices. That's a great thing.
I'm a fan of we've got
being a fucking just incubator. I don't know if that's what you want to relegate yourself to, because that's how, you know what. If people want to give in to the chauvinist fucking view of women and momhood, you know what it really is? Okay, they like you. You're all hot and, okay, well, then you have the kid. Well, then you're yesterday's news. The thing is, if you don't bounce back, if you don't get that body right, snap back, then you're not even fucking worth it at that point. And I'm going based on the view of most men in society, Trumpers, if you will. You're at the bros, the locker room talk. This is what they talk about. They talk about how fat their wives got, how the beauty marks aren't beautiful. They talk about how they would rather just have a 20-something-year-old fucking, piece on the side. That's the shit that you're standing up for when you talk about that in that way.
Got people.
She's reading Ryan Grimm.
So, I mean, that's bad news for the Senate establishment.
Red pillar shitbags.
If you've got, we've got people readers. coming into the Senate.
It's over for you,
Bad news.
Chuck.
You're simply stating that she's doing it for politics, full stop. I'll admit that it is a little odd that she decided to go out and do it like on Instagram, but I don't know. At face value, if I'm going to take her at face value, yeah, I'm kind of glad that she's bringing awareness of this. I didn't know how it worked.
Wow, it's such interesting results. The Kansas poll that we talked about earlier in this block too. So interesting.
I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to fight with you.
Refusing to concede.
Shockingly.
I'm in the mood where I ain't fucking mincing my words today.
He was running for governor.
Running for governor. Looks like he just didn't make it. Didn't really come close to making it. It seems like he got a third of Minnesota Republican primary voters to support him.
Hope Sylvie comes back.
So not a total embarrassment.
Of Lindell TV.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, he left Lindell TV to focus on the gubernatorial run.
That's why Lindell TV has suffered lately. I've noticed the quality of its programming.
You were saying that actually last week. You said Lindell TV is slipping.
It's not what it's been. Yeah.
I should have mentioned that's what it was.
But, so I'm glad that Lindell will be back at the wheel of Lindell TV.
Some good news.
Yes.
A silver lining.
The pillows are getting a little bit lumpier.
Assuming he doesn't get to the bottom of some widespread fraud scheme.
That's true. I'm sure he was robbed.
Every one of us have tried one of those, and we were just like, "What the hell is this?"
Yep. All right, let's get on to the next block. Donald Trump telling actually a Lindell TV host. Now that you mentioned this is a perfect transition, what he might do about our elections.
Hey. Right.
3 months until Election Day, and both Republicans and Democrats are struggling with poor public perception. And while Republicans face significant polling headwinds, a recent survey shows that the Democratic Party's favorability is actually even worse, with nearly 57% of voters
Yeah, but that's just the Democratic Party. How about the DSA wing of it?
viewing it negatively. MS Now congressional reporter Kevin Fry has been digging into that, and he joins us now. Also joining the conversation, the host of Politics Nation on MS Now, the Reverend Al Sharpton. He's also president.
Wow, this is a who's who of personality.
Of the National Action Network. And MS Now national affairs analyst John Heilman. He is partner and chief political columnist at Puck. So, Kevin, let's dig into the reporting here because, look, polls are telling two different stories. On one hand, polls are really favoring Democrats come November. Right. But it seems like a lot of that is perhaps just an anti-Trump sentiment. These numbers suggest Democrats still struggling to make a case for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and so I talked to 2 or 3 dozen Democrats on Capitol Hill, just try to get their sense of why do these numbers add up the way they do. Because, I mean, you have Trump and the GOP underwater, but certainly the Democratic brand is not exactly, shall we say, golden and shiny either. And they go back to, at the very baseline, this idea of we need to stand for something and not just against something. Now, there are all sorts of other reasons, be it an age question, be it this perception that we come in and we lecture and we don't actually listen to people, that we pretend to be the smartest person in the room. There's also, I spoke to one Democrat who said we've allowed the Republicans to define us too much, that they get away with calling us Democrats as opposed to Democratic Party, emphasis on the rat portion. But at the end of the day, the overwhelming thing I heard from lawmakers was this idea that nobody knows what we want. So here's just a sampling of what we heard.
I think a lot of Democratic voters want younger people running, and the media is turning it into DSA versus everyone because it sells.
I think a lot of people aren't sure.
Gonna be on for a while? No, I will not. Actually, I will be ending at 7.
Depending on where you're from, what it
maybe 7:20 if I go to the 420, but
means to be a Democrat. What do we stand for? What are we fighting for as opposed to what we are against?
We have to listen first and
also tomorrow I'm going to be on late, probably around 8 or 9.
talk second. And I don't think that's something that,
and that's if I'm even able to. Tomorrow's D&D game.
That we over time have done, that we sometimes show up as if we're the smartest people in the room and that we have the plan.
We have to be much more ambitious than just pointing out Donald Trump's failures. I talk a lot about fighting the corruption and corporate power that has made life more expensive, that has crushed the American dream. I think that will be the heart of what we do as Democrats and how we'll win in 26 and I think in 28 as well.
So if this all sounds familiar, it goes back to this idea of affordability is kind of this unifying.
Yeah, it's wild watching you guys red scare yourselves with basic human needs and rights.
Of course, as we have seen in recent weeks, they're not necessarily all corralled around.
At Pep reminds me of when George Michael came out as gay. He sang "Careless Whisper." So many women were heartbroken.
As to what affordability should really look like and how exactly you bring about that affordability on the campaign trail. The other thing that Democrats, some will candidly admit, is that part of their issue is they know, based on talking to voters and based on the polling, that voters want the party to be a group of fighters. And there's only so much you can do when you're in the minority. As one lawmaker put it, they want us to be laying in front of the bulldozer, and we simply just can't be doing that.
So, Rev, I mean, you know these lawmakers. You're obviously, your voice carries some influence in the party. When you see
so be aware of people trying to weaponize against the DSA. Yeah, I understand that.
These numbers that the Democrats.
I understand what the narrative against Francesca Hong is versus what I saw from Francesca Hong.
Sure. They've done a good job opposing Trump, particularly in the last year after being sort of shell-shocked for the first couple months of his term.
That was a really good example, by the way, with George Michael.
How do they make the more assertive case for themselves so they can turn around public perception of the party?
No, I think that they must be perceived more as fighting and leading the fight against Trump, rather than saying, "Oh, hold on, I'm running to catch up with the front line of my troops. They're marching without me." But I also think part of what Kevin and others that
I'm about to make a really good point. Yeah.
Analyzing this was looking.
Sorry, I'm trying to focus on your face so I can make my good point. Hold on. Oh, much better.
Yeah, it's part of the Democratic Party's perception problem is that they are more Democratic than the Republicans. The Republicans kind of like stay in line, where the Democrats do tend to have more internal debate and allow other voices to be heard. So in whatever mild defense I would give of them, even though I want them
to
Jan,
you were right.
be fighters more and stand for something, I would say the fact that you are allowed to dissent in the Democratic Party. You're not allowed to dissent in the Republican Party, so the Republicans get everybody that agrees with them going positive, whereas it dilutes the Democrat support because one day you're mad, one day you're not mad at your own party because you're allowed to express that more.
To the Reverend's point, one thing that I heard from more than one lawmaker was an invocation of the quote from Will Rogers, which is, "I'm not part of an organized party. I'm a member of the Democratic Party."
Yeah, and Hammond, to that, we're seeing this against the backdrop of a real intra-party debate between moderates and progressives, and we've seen that play out in the primary results the last week or so. That includes last night in Minnesota and then Wisconsin, where particularly in the Wisconsin gubernatorial race, a real surprise, as polls had Francesca Hong up quite a bit. We knew the race, the gap was narrowing, but still a stunning result here that she loses in the end. So give us your takes on last night and what that tells you about the party.
Well, look, here are the two big takeaways, Jonathan, is that I think if you combine what happened last night with what happened in Michigan a week ago, they're essentially the same result. And by that, I mean, people who thought there was going to be in these two ultra purple, crucial battleground states, very swingy, that you were going to get some clarity about where the Democratic Party was headed on the basis of what happened in these races. We come out with no clarity whatsoever. We come out with two razor thin margins. In one case, the progressive candidate prevails narrowly, very narrowly, and the other, the most progressive candidate in the race, the DSA candidate, loses narrowly. The party is divided. And that doesn't mean he can't be put back together, but the party has a very...
That doesn't matter. The divided party isn't what's bringing you to this level of unfavorability.
Significant
It's literally the fucking sitting on your hands and letting Chuck Schumer fucking run the party.
Factional.
No. You guys not recognizing that you are the fucking problem is the problem. This is why I watch this shit, is because this is what we're going to hear. And trust me, this is the fucking narrative.
Within it, and you saw that play out in these two races. The other thing I'd say is the turnout in this race, like the turnout in Michigan, was off the charts. Off the charts for Democrats, much more so than for Republicans. In the Michigan Senate race, you had 1.5 million Democrats who voted versus 1 million Republicans who voted on the other side. And that's part of a pattern we've seen over the past 18 months, which is Democratic voters are really eager to vote, whether they are progressives or whether...
Yes, and no matter what, that is, like, this is where they don't want to tell you because they also don't want to, like, make you complacent.
They're normies or established...
Which they kind of get. Again, this is why I think Francesca Hong, she didn't benefit from that at all.
Libertarians or moderates.
They're eager to get out and vote, probably found out to the polls in November. Like what her politics were and her policies were, but then they saw the polling numbers and they were like, I could take the day off.
To try to stop Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans. And so you see two sides to this coin. The party is divided, and yet that what they agree on and what their energy and their motivation is all around is about voting and turning out. And, the pollsters talk about that in terms of the enthusiasm advantage that Democrats have. That is real. And again, we've seen it in off-year elections, special elections.
I'll vote for a guinea pig before I vote for a
these
Trump
primaries.
supporter.
Democrats are just way more motivated than Republicans to cast ballots. Yep. And that is a very good thing for the Democratic Party. It's one of the big structural factors that's favoring them when we get to November 3rd.
No question. We've seen that enthusiasm gap reflect a number of polls. And we, of course, need to keep in mind Trump voters don't tend to turn out nearly the same way when Trump's name is not actually on the ballot. MS Now's Kevin Fry, thank you. Thank you for bringing that reporting to us.
I'm so glad that you sped past that one. Jesus Christ. They always have to speed past the actual good point. Here. This is fucked up.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents and officers soon may be equipped with gloves that deliver electric shocks. ICE is planning to spend up to $20 million to buy them. The manufacturer says that they are intended to de-escalate encounters. CNN's Brian Todd is here in the Situation Room. Brian, Tell us more about these gloves.
Yeah, no potential for controversy here, right, Pamela? As Pamela mentioned, ICE is planning to spend $10 to $20 million for purchasing these gloves. It is called, quote, the CTG5 glove, and glove is an acronym. You see gloves that are very similar to the ones that they're going to be used. Those are from the company's website. GLOVE stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter. The manufacturer, Compliant Technology, says these gloves are designed to
How proud was the guy who came up with that?
de-escalate encounters with people.
You know, he fucking high-fived himself. He's just like, fucking nailed it.
They can deliver a maximum voltage of up to 380 volts at a time. According to the manufacturer, that would, quote, inhibit and distract the subject from performing coordinated muscle movement, end quote. Now, according to the user's manual, no more than 2 of these gloves should be applied to a person at one time.
Oh, yeah, I can totally see that not being a fucking thing. They're literally going to be praying over these people just like, oh.
They should not be used for more than 15 seconds at a time. Company officials and distributors say they can end a struggle in 3 seconds or less. There is video that we've had that we can show you here. This is the company president actually demonstrating this on a subject. And look, he does take him down there in about 3 seconds or less. And the gentleman there on the ground is a little bit shocked, but he is able to get up. One of the things, a couple of things that you have to know about these things, they do not go through.
That should actually be applied to the CEO, by the way.
Hair or clothing. They have to be applied directly to the skin. So that's one of the possible restrictions.
Okay, so a hoodie will fucking take care of this. Good to know.
There of this thing. And the company is warning that they should not be used on high-risk individuals like pregnant women, elderly people, small children, and severely disabled people. They should.
The thing is, you can't tell that, like, you understand that you can have a severe heart disability and not be like not have it visible?
Not be used.
What are you gonna do? Fucking wear a fucking yellow tag on you? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. That's where we're going as a country. Good to know.
15 seconds. Yes.
I mean, how in a moment, how would an ICE agent know if someone had a disability or if a woman was in her first trimester of pregnancy
you
or
don't know
whatever
that.
the case may be?
That's why this could really be controversial. And I was also thinking about
These will be used for torture. Oh, yeah.
Alex Preddy death in January. That's in January in Minnesota, right? He's wearing a lot of clothing. They're wearing a lot of clothing. It wouldn't have necessarily been a factor in that situation. So, yes, you do.
Yes, CNN exists to manufacture consent for corporate brutality.
I don't know if a lady is in her first trimester, if you're using this thing. You don't necessarily, you can't necessarily see someone's disability almost immediately.
Thank you. I just said that.
If you're using this thing in some cases. So yeah, it is really, it really does have the potential for being controversial. It's not clear how many gloves are going to be purchased, how much each glove costs, or when officers are going to start to use them. But
see, I would only sign up if I could do it to them.
ICE officers probably will be using these things.
I'd be like, your turn.
Before too long. And as we mentioned, $10 to $20 million it's going to cost them. As Pamela and I have been talking about, it is controversial.
What about the body cams?
2 groups, the National...
Seems like they're more focused on,
Immigration
getting
Law
their
Center
weaponry.
And the American Civil Liberties Union have come out expressing criticism of the plan to use these gloves. Here's a quote from the National Immigration Law Center. Quote, "This is a rogue agency with an $80 billion slush fund that allows them to concoct and fund new ways to visit cruelty upon our communities." That group calls this disgusting and barbaric.
Just remember, guys, every time that they use these things, every time that they fucking abuse their power, every time that they fucking lock up any citizen, just remember that this is going to come back and haunt them in a major way, whether it be civil lawsuits or, dare I say, class action lawsuits, or even worse, them being tried for treason.
But there is a gentleman who monitors the use of these types of devices, John Peters from the Institute for the Prevention of In-Custody Deaths, who said possibly this thing could be an effective tool if an officer is getting resistance, Pamela. We should say that the Department of Homeland Security and the manufacturer Compliant Technologies, LLC, has not responded immediately to our request for further comment on how these would be used. But you can see clearly there is potential for misuse here. There's a potential for accidents. There have already been prosecutions for the use of these things in South Carolina a couple of years ago.
By the way, it's already happening in Virginia. Two transgender female to male, they were trying to comply with the bathroom bill. They went into the women's bathroom and they got arrested.
So again,
thing is, again, women, they were born biological females. So it's almost like this is kind of that thing that we were like talking about and trying to show them how stupid this is coming to fruition.
It's already controversial. But again, could it possibly de-escalate a situation where an ICE officer or a border protection officer isn't killing someone and instead uses this? Maybe. But again, very controversial.
Compliant Technologies makes the gloves, and in 2024, a distributor said the way the technology is used isn't capable of causing injury, adding, quote, "We usually get compliance within 3 seconds." This news comes as ICE agents are facing scrutiny over what critics are calling aggressive and dangerous tactics, and as the Trump administration is pushing for a quota to make 2,000 arrests per day. DHS did not immediately.
All just because he needs to fucking flex his ego at the end of the 4-year term so he can be like, I deported more people than Obama.
Respond to
I'm the deporter in chief now.
CNN's request for comment.
What a fucking dumb world we live in, where all this cruelty is being applied just because some dumbass wants to fucking fill a quota.
On this story.
It's literally a mark. And it's not even, the saddest part is it's not even on a spreadsheet. It's like, just like someone's a flash a phone at him and he's gonna be like, okay.
Joining me now, CNN senior.
Ice goons are pussies. Oh, fuck yeah. They're the biggest pussies on the fucking planet.
Security analyst.
Kidding me?
Juliet Kayyem.
That's the reason that they react with so much fucking fear and lack of training.
I mean, the first and obvious question is, what do you think about having this as another tool? Obviously, we have seen, police officers around the country using tasers. There have been some issues with those. But what do you think about these gloves and the possibility that ICE will be using these during detentions?
Well, the gloves, in theory, and GLOVE is for generated low output voltage emitter, so it's glove. The gloves generically are a tool. So, like, you put them on. There's sort of an on-off switch. So if you touch someone, they may not feel it. When you turn it on, they're going to get a voltage that's described as sort of an intense bee sting. They're not supposed to do it for longer than 15 seconds. So this may be helpful, and I will say that the devices have mostly been used, at least from the public record. The company is not speaking now, at least from the public record, in confined situations, a jail. That may make sense because there's really no freedom of movement. Go forward to ICE and where we are now. This is asking for intense trouble.
Is this bitch trying to pacify it? Yeah.
For the American public.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, whoever said that CNN's job is to manufacture consent for us losing our rights, they're dead on. I mean, look at the way that this, again, I can't stand this bitch. I can't. This fucking NFL linebacker looking broad. Like, look at her. Like, seriously. I can't. Like, take those shoulders to the training camp and get off my fucking television, because I'm dead serious. I can't stand when someone like her is standing there just being like, oh, well, there's the DSA. Is the DSA the biggest problem that we have in America? Meanwhile, Donald Trump is doing this bullshit and manufacturing consent for fucking shock gloves. Yeah. Cool. Like I said, I have absolutely no quarrels about going after someone's looks. Like, no, I don't give a fuck. You know what? Their looks are what's in front of me, and this is what, like, dude, they're going to go after your, like, are you trans? Well, they're going to go after your looks. They're going to go after your existence. I'm not here to be nice. Sorry. Somebody actually said that to me recently. On another show where they were just like, Pep, I really wish that you didn't have to go after people's looks. It's just like, okay, I'm here to be nice. Well, I'm not.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Let's get.
I'm here to speak my mind and tell you exactly what I feel and how I feel. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, or not even if I'm wrong. If I'm seeing something, a little bit differently, because I still personally, between the me and Sylvie thing, I don't necessarily see that as
Breaking news sources tell ABC News attorneys in the United Healthcare CEO murder case are expected to discuss
not only did they get beat up by a mob, but they were the ones that got arrested. Yep.
Potential federal plea deal. That conference is scheduled for Friday. ABC's Matt Rivers is here for more. Matt, you were there for the hearing in the state.
I like being nice, but some people don't speak that language. Again, I consider myself to be a pretty nice guy. I'm pretty easy to get along with. I'll just say though, once you cross me and once you get to that point, all bets are off.
State case yesterday, but this is for the federal case. So what do we know so far?
Yeah, so just to remind our viewers,
bets are off.
Mangione is charged both at the state level and the federal level after carrying out that assassination-style killing of this United Healthcare CEO, alleged killing.
I can hit them where it really hurts.
In December of 2024. The state case is what we were looking at yesterday. That trial was supposed to go forward on September 8th. The federal case was going to happen at some time after that. Yesterday, though, pops up on the federal docket some hearing scheduled for Friday that wasn't previously scheduled. ABC News is now reporting that both sides, the defense and the prosecution, is going to discuss a potential plea deal in the federal case on Friday. So it's a bit complicated, state and federal, but that is big news. We know that both sides have discussed a potential plea deal going back a few months ago. It was actually in June. We're not sure how
Thank you for the timestamp, Pickerbell. I'll do that one.
Got in the federal case to getting to an actual plea agreement, but we know this has been discussed before. Remains to be seen what comes out of this hearing on Friday, but it's certainly big news. And then the question would become, well, what happens to the state case?
Right? That one's supposed to start soon.
And that one was supposed to be starting on September 8th with jury selection. We're not sure if there is a plea deal reached on Friday, and that's a big if, what that would mean for the state case. One thing we do know is that state prosecutors have said in the past that if there were eventually a
If you're being too nice, some people legit won't even engage with you
plea agreement
or won't engage with you with respect. No.
reached in the federal case, that state prosecutors...
I've actually noticed that. I've had some like bad people. Hell, this happened over on Speakeasy's channel when I was on that right-wing fucking debate space. They even said, they're just like, you know, I may not agree with your politics, but I really enjoy the way that you interact because you're not like every other leftist where you just kind of cower and you feel like you... They said that I don't seem like I'm trying to placate to my politics. And I was like, I'm really not.
would lobby very hard the judge in the federal case to impose an
Are we covering that hate mob tonight? Yeah, it's the next story. Again, I've only got like 20 minutes.
There's a lot up in the air right now, but this is a major development in this case.
Come on.
And it really kind of throws all of this into question about where both the state and the federal case go from here.
So many moving pieces. I know you're watching them all. Matt Rivers, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Fucking hate when this happens. Thank you. By the way, my cat took the dog bed. Here, look at him. Look at him being a little thief. Look at the little thief. Look at him. He's so cute. All right. Wait. I can't find anything on this attack, which is really kind of bothersome because that's insane. How in the fuck does that happen? Devastating flooding across Indiana. Wait, this just happened?
Last night's storms caused major damage across the state. Rescue efforts have been in effect since the early morning in many areas.
We have team coverage for you tonight, and the communities hit the hardest. But we start tonight with News 8's Dante Stanton, where some of the worst...
Yeah, it's not that bad. That ain't that bad. I can already tell. Oh, yeah, by the way, so Andrew Wilson has his own little thing happening here where he admitted that he was part of the Freemasons, shared alongside his debates with challenging Candace Owens. Viewers react with curiosity, jokes, and about Masonic degrees and ties to secret societies, though Wilson hasn't commented recently. And so everybody's kind of like, anybody who's like part of the Charlie Kirk conspiracy crowd, they're mad at him, man. Like they're mad at him. Yeah, you look sniz. You look sniz. I still can't get over just like how weak of an argument that was too. That layout makes it look like he's an animated trading card. A little bit. Yeah, it does. All right, let's do this. Dude, did the internet like scrub this? What the fuck? Had I known that was the only one, I would have clicked on that one. Hold on, guys, because like I totally lost. You know what?
The news starting with this. AOC's.
Yeah, let's just do the fucking Philip D thing, and then I'll probably close the show with the.
AOC's so-called woke one controversy split the internet, and now after the shocking news out of Wisconsin, it's hit a whole new level. We go inside a wild investigation around allegations with a Tennessee youth prison. What's really going on around allegations that prices go up if you don't tip, and you've got accusations that the Treasury is now making it easier for drug cartels and human traffickers. We're diving into all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. This dramatic upset that just played out in Wisconsin is big. I mean, you're seeing a lot of different people having a lot of different takeaways here, because the main thing that people focusing on was the Democratic primary for the governor's race, and way ahead of everyone else was State Representative Francesca Hung. And Hung, she's a DSA member, and if she won this and then the general, she would have ended up being the first Democratic Socialist governor in American history. And at least according to the polls, it looked like she was on her way. Right, one of the most recent ones had her at 44%, followed by David Crowley with just 22%. But then when the actual election results came in, it was like a bomb drop. You had Hung at 39.4% of the votes tallied, and Crowley at 39.8%, which is incredibly narrow, but one, a win's a win, and two, she was supposed to blow him out of the water. And so in the wake of all this, you've seen some shocked, others saying, I told you so, many also relieved, because throughout this race, you've seen more moderate Dems kind of biting their nails at the thought of Hung maybe winning the primary and then losing the general because the general public thinks she's too extreme. And while you've seen this argument even playing out in more liberal places like with Mamdani in New York City, for extra context here, this is Wisconsin, right? It was a state.
Why was that?
With the narrowest outcome in the 2024 election.
I'm so glad that like other people can recognize this
primary,
too.
You had establishment Dems just scrambling to find someone who could beat Hung. Right at first, it was looking like Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, but she dropped out after questions were raised about campaign finances, which was then also awkward for Crowley because he had also dropped out even earlier and endorsed Rodriguez. But then when she dipped, he jumped back into the race, at which point another frontrunner, Mandela Barnes, dropped out as well. And so that pretty much left Crowley, who got the endorsement of Wisconsin's outgoing governor Tony Evers, and Hung. She was riding the endorsements of national progressives like Ilhan Omar and Ro Khanna, though very notably not AOC or Bernie Sanders. Though also a very active voice you saw promoting her campaign was Hassan Piker.
Rapid fire, do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
She probably cooked that meal for him.
A one-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up Big Ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
A Scott Walker statue that people can go to that are made by local artisans and craftsmen that people can slap up if they want to?
Tentatively, yes.
Is there anything in that list of what you told Hassan Piker that you disavow now?
No.
Right now, after the fact, you've got people disagreeing, saying Hung, she did as well as she did because of voices like Hassan Piker, though others say being that closely attached, it weirds out the normies. But that's also just one piece of a much larger debate about why she lost. Because for some additional context here, we then have to talk about some of her controversies. So first of all, the media, especially the right-wing media, they latched on to some comments that she made, particularly on criminal justice. So for example, she once said that police exist to uphold white supremacy and that she supports defunding the police as a first step towards abolishing the police. She also told voters, quote, I think that my perfect world would be a world without prisons because we all see the humanity in one another and then we know nobody's disposable. You had many slamming that comment, with people like Bill Maher saying,
and then we know nobody's disposable. Well, murder victims are. I mean, if you heard this kind of nonsense coming out of the mouth of a teenage beauty queen, it would be an eye roll. Get your head out of your ass. I would vote for Sarah Palin before this shit.
Now, with all this, when members of the press, they asked her about whether she still believes these things, she usually kind of gave answers that a number of people thought were kind of wishy-washy. Because on one hand, she distanced herself from them, saying she's evolved, but then on the other hand, she'd imply that there's still something she aspires to in the long term. Though you did have her, as time passed, giving more clear-cut answers.
The governor cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police. And I'm not interested in abolishing prisons.
But again, that was one part of a much bigger situation. Because you also had Republicans digging up old social media posts that turned this whole thing into a culture war. Or with her tweeting in 2019, I ate 2 bites of my kid's cheeseburger at a Culver's in Black River Falls and told them they ran out of ice cream. Mostly just wanted to leave because I was on the verge of an anxiety attack. Too many old white people who didn't think we spoke English. Many on the right pushing this as she hates old white people. But that also ended up kind of being dwarfed by the whole Thanksgiving thing. Because you had Hung writing in a since deleted a tweet from November of 2020. Cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize why you should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. And I just have to imagine, like, whatever Republican strategist found that post got promoted. Right? It was a post that was like, fuck Thanksgiving. Also, she used the X, or kind of like the term Latinx, which was just a big loser for a lot of people that were using it. And so it ended up being just perfect because, of course, Fox News, they love to sound the alarm about liberals and communists and gay people and whoever else they're afraid of, waging a war against all that is good and holy.
The war on Christmas.
A war on Thanksgiving.
This war on fun.
The war on straws.
The war on meat. The war on dogs.
There is a war on hot dogs. War on cars. War on appetizers.
Declaring war on cows.
War on soda.
There's now a war on styrofoam.
War on red hats.
War on all things conservative.
And so when they heard that Hong wanted apparently to cancel Thanksgiving, they had a field day. Right? And with that, you had Tom Tiffany, the Republican that she would have run against in the general, going for it.
They just want to destroy our culture. It isn't just abolishing police, abolishing our prisons. It is also destroying the culture that holds us together. All those things that are the glue that holds America together, they want to destroy those institutions and those days like Thanksgiving.
Now, granted, that tweet, it was from 2020, and so she had the opportunity to be like, hey, look, it's an old post, I think it's dumb, or I don't stand by it, whatever. But instead, what a lot of people saw is that when CNN asked her about it, she dug that hole even deeper.
I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our community.
And then with all this, you had the New York Post digging up other old tweets where
again,
she also seemed to criticize
that answer specifically was very odd.
Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's
like,
Day, the 4th of July, Halloween, and Christmas. So also I'll say, if you read through the tweets, some of them do seem actually anti-holiday, but others are then debatable. And so, for example, like she posted, I miss working in a restaurant every day except on V-Day. As if we weren't invisible enough to those who don't recognize the emotional and physical labor of service work, the worst of humanity comes out from folks celebrating on another day capitalism tells you how to show love. But then for something like Mother's Day, she posted today.
I will give her that. That's definitely true. Even when I worked at Chili's, it was that bad.
Be a beautiful day of celebration for some and a difficult or melancholy day for others. Whatever Mother's Day means to you, please be gentle with yourself and kind to others. And so as someone that I wasn't a fan.
Okay, she's all right. Now, oh my God. The thing is, she obviously has it in her to say this the right way. Oh my God, dude, because that was well put. Because as somebody that, Mother's Day is a little challenging for me, okay?
Fan of how my mom mommed. I kind of think this is a nothing tweet. But regardless, both.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I loved my mother and I lost my mother, so it's even harder where it's just like I don't get to celebrate.
Right.
I try to do something for her. Like every Mother's Day for the past 2 years, I have done gardening. Because that's something my mom loved to do, so I like to do that.
The tweet got lumped together.
I don't know.
Or as what the Post called her, dipping her ladle into her reservoir of misery. So then with all this, you had Hong trying to deal with apparently the damage that was happening here, and she did
Father's Day, let's be real. My dad hated Father's Day because he was always just like, as long as I get to go do what I want to do, then happy Father's Day, right?
Holiday is
Thanksgiving.
Because
that was weird.
There you have it. Yep. I don't want to cancel it. I actually love it.
But yeah, you ended up seeing this controversy just kind of swallowing up her campaign.
Yeah, it got worse from there. I got to say, man, I don't know. Like, that was just creepy the way she said it, too.
Starting to question whether she was the best pick. And in fact, reports coming out that a Republican
Thanksgiving, because it's like, that's the thing that's literally synonymous with your name right now.
Millions of dollars trying to get her elected because apparently they agreed that she would have been the weaker opponent. Now, at least for this next election cycle, we have no idea how she would have done. But also in the meantime, you're still seeing a heated debate play out about what her defeat means for the electoral viability of democratic socialism outside of places like New York City. But is the takeaway that it only really works in deep blue cities and moderate Dems are better for places like Wisconsin? Or people wondering, was Hong just specifically
Halloween is the best holiday? I like Christmas.
A different DSA member would have won. And as that debate's played out, you've also seen people that are connected to the whole story, like Hassan, largely blaming
minus the capitalist part of it. I actually like the, I like the decorations. Nothing is cooler than seeing Christmas lights when you have a fresh snow in Chicago.
Factors that were out of her control.
Guys, Thanksgiving Gate is not as consequential as you think it is, please. Tony Evers' endorsement of David Crowley at the highest ranking, okay?
Right,
electability arguments as a close second.
We good?
Television ads pumping electability arguments all around the state. also a close third.
Also, another debate that's
telling you, these guys have been I have been having a war between my cat and my dog for the last 2 fucking weeks, and it has been brutal.
playing out is that this isn't actually a setback for democratic socialism, as you have many saying. And this is also coming from people on the right, like Ben Shapiro writing. The dumb take is that the DSA has reached its ceiling and the establishment is fighting back, saying that's totally wrong. The normie Dems are simply negotiating the terms of their surrender, and saying those terms are obvious. The Democratic Party will ingest.
God, this is kind of weird. Ben's not that far off.
And mirror the
thing is, this is a good thing. He's trying to make you afraid of it. I think this is a good thing.
And they won't
also, those fucking caterpillars on his head are just insane.
Out loud. In return, the DSA's most
fucking
important figures will refrain from endorsing the very worst candidates. This is why Bernie and AOC
Whoever
didn't
does your
endorse
eyebrows
If they
did you
had,
dirty.
Who would have won? The goal of the pact is obvious. Candidates who are DSA in all but name, who receive unified Democratic support after the primaries, and who still have a shot at winning a general election. So don't be fooled. The DSA is driving the car, choosing the direction. Normie Dems are just negotiating over the speed. But with Ben, I'll say there's a few factors at play. Right, one, I think this is a very transparent attempt to make the general Dem party more associated with communism. And I use the air quotes on communism because a lot of the things they call communism are just kind of socialist programs. Like, once again, I agree with the argument that if Mamdani threw out the idea of like, hey, library should be a thing, they'd be like, he is an evil communist. And honestly, this bit could, like, that could be a whole video. But then also what Ben's missing or leaving out on purpose is that there are a lot of socialists and progressives who are saying, hey, we need to change. I mean, just last Sunday, before a bunch of incels got really weird about her freezing her eggs, AOC had this to say about Ham's past comments.
I'm glad that he's talking about it.
Local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. I mean, did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, you know, I think the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down. During lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
Right, and that woke 1.0 was crazy comment is something that you're starting to hear more frequently on the left nowadays. Because especially since Trump's election victory, you've had many saying, hey, whether we're right or not, what we've been doing is not working. We need to move on. We're saying that they need to move on from what Vox called the Great Awakening, the era that started around the mid-2010s.
Transports is not what fucking. That's not what crushed your momentum, you dumb motherfuckers.
Peaked in 2020 and came crashing down with Trump's election in 2024. And so the new left playbook, exemplified by figures like
I kind of hope that she revises this and she's just like, okay, yeah, Israel's support was part of Woke One.
Is to downplay or even outright renounce some of the old positions like defund the police and laser focus on issues that are genuinely popular, needed so many people. Right? But even that is an oversimplified way of how things are playing out right now, especially also because candidates are doing different things because they're different people that stand for different things. But yeah, a lot of the argument now is how much of what needs to be changed are the goals themselves and how much are just the methods of getting there. But ultimately, this whole conversation and debate, it's happening now, but it is going to continue post the election, right? It's going to play out even into 2027 and then into 2028, depending on who wins what. And some of the most important ones are going to be around Crowley and Abdul El Sayed, right? Does who win, who loses tell a clear story to a lot of people about electability, right? Is it a BS and fear-mongering argument that gets you through the primaries? Or is it an especially valid argument in a battleground state? And then we've got to dive into this super divisive situation that you've got playing out in Texas and California. But first, next weekend, August 21st and 22nd, I'll be seeing y'all in Seattle and Portland. And then August 28th and 29th, I'll be in Boston and Philadelphia. And you should grab your tickets right now while you can at crashingouttour.com, especially because Seattle is now officially sold out. Right, get out from behind the screen, plop your butt in a seat and crash out with me. And I've said it, but I mean it, my second favorite redhead, who, by the way, on today's brand new podcast that I'll link to in the description, had a huge, I think it's the biggest crash out he's had in a while. But honestly, you should come out. It's a lot more fun than a PDS, but it's still newsy. And again, you can get your tickets at crashingouttour.com. And then /DeFranco. But then jumping from that into other news, we've got to talk about how Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is intervening in the medical care of a surrogate who's carrying a child with a congenital heart defect and wants to continue the pregnancy, even though the parents based in California want to seek an abortion. Or you've got this very complicated case playing out right now. It's testing laws on abortion, parental rights, and even more, really. Right? And you had this starting yesterday when Paxton released a statement saying that he was fighting to save an unborn child diagnosed with a treatable heart condition, and he's trying to demand a Dallas hospital provide care upon birth. And according to Paxton, the child, who he refers to as baby Gabriel, is expected to be born imminently, though we don't really know how far along the pregnancy is, with NBC News simply saying that the due date is early September. But what we do know for
Can we just admit that, okay, so I like Christmas, but the day after Christmas up to the day of before New Year's, Oh my God, it's the longest week ever.
That the baby was diagnosed in utero with hypoplastic left heart syndrome while the surrogate was 20 weeks along. And then after learning about that, the baby's intended parents from California wanted the surrogate to undergo an abortion, but the surrogate, who is based in Alaska, refused and traveled to Texas for protection. And she also apparently sought to be near doctors experienced in treating this, but quote, the intended parents have refused to agree that they will consent to the life-saving surgery upon birth and may attempt to transport the child out of Texas to prevent treatment from being administered. With a filing saying that they might take the baby to California so treatment decisions could be
10 more minutes and then I got a heart out.
Under California law, not Texas.
I'm gonna smoke and then pretty much wrap the show.
And as far as the details of the diagnosis,
I'm going to wrap the show.
surgeries at the center of this, well, hypoplastic left heart
Oh my God, I just had the best chicken fried steak. Ooh, I haven't had chicken fried steak in quite some time.
The causes of it aren't clear.
Stuff.
It's not preventable. And even though it is possible to treat it during pregnancy, that usually only works in a small number of fetuses, and most need to be treated after birth. Right? And that can involve medications, IV fluids, a feeding tube, and a ventilator for breathing assistance. With the babies then usually needing to undergo a series of 3 surgeries. And actually, Boston Children's Hospital is saying that the long-term outlook for children with HLHS continues to improve, but also noting a child's ultimate lifespan and quality of life depends on many factors. And you've got New York Presbyterians saying that without necessary treatment, the life expectancy of an infant with this condition is a few days to a few weeks at most.
Yeah.
And then as far as with the surgeries, the survival rate, at least to the age of 5, is 72%. And then you have other reports noting that even with care, a child can experience health challenges throughout life because of this condition. And that actually seems to be the case in this situation because according to Paxton's intervention, in the child's physician's judgment, surgery offers a meaningful chance of survival. If he survives, he will live with significant lifelong disabilities. So just generally of this very heavy and difficult situation. And as far as
this is kind of what abortion's for.
Paxton, you have him asking a court to issue orders
stuff like this where you're just like, okay,
directing medical
but quality of life for the kid, nah, fuck
care
that.
for the child.
Because you know how they're totally like the government, you know, they definitely want to legislate whether or not you can have the kid, but they're not going to legislate whether that kid can have a good quality of life. I know that this is overstated, but for fuck's sake, that's exactly what we're living through. And until I see Republicans actually stepping up and taking care of children, I'm going to just say it. No, no.
After he's born, barring his removal from the state of Texas and setting an expedited hearing on any refusal of treatment. With Paxton saying, baby Gabriel deserves a chance at life, and I will not allow anyone to unlawfully deny him medically necessary care. My office will use every tool available to protect innocent lives and ensure that every child receives the care required under Texas law.
Paying?
Not long after his filing, you had a court issuing an order ensuring the baby will receive medical care, and specifically, it, quote, prevents anyone from withholding or obstructing necessary treatment or removing, discharging, or transferring the child while the court considers the case. The hospital will also have to notify all parties of the child's birth, medical assessments, and refuse treatment. Also, a court will still have to hold an emergency hearing if treatment is refused, and the order also specifically notes that the surrogate mother retains the right to make decisions safeguarding her own health. So as far as the responses are saying to this, you have the pro-birth, anti-abortion crowds celebrating Paxton's legal victory, with, for example, the Texas Alliance for Life saying, we applaud Attorney General Ken Paxton for taking swift action to protect baby Gabriel's life, saying no contract should have the power to require a child to die because of a disability or diagnosis.
Oh, so you already named
We
him.
are proud to live in a state where the sanctity of human life
Cool.
is recognized
Well,
and
let's pay
protected
attention,
from
see what actually
conception to
happens.
natural death. But again, this is also a legally complicated case because while the surrogate is in Texas to try to get parental rights as the birth mother, there is also a separate parental case that's playing out in California that we have fewer details on. And according to the Texas Tribune, under gestational agreements like the one the surrogate and the couple signed on to, typically the intended parents, not the surrogate, have the parental rights to make choices relating to the fetus. And as you had a law professor at the University of Texas explaining, what the AG is asking the court to say is that Texas...
The problem is, okay, so as long as she signs away, so like as long as the contract that the surrogates had where like, because technically they are responsible for that child. So if this person, because they are opposed to abortion, want to have this kid, but then after they have the kid, they don't want to keep that kid, that's the problem. That's where this, honestly, just terminate the fucking contract at that, like, but have it legally sound that those two parents are no longer on the hook for the future of that child. Again, by all means, have the kid that you're likely going to have to pay millions in health care for, because we totally live in a system that really takes care of children and their citizens. Come on, guys.
His jurisdiction because she's the birth mother, and that's the default rule. But the exception to this law would be if the Dallas judge agrees to the contract signed and recognizes the intended parent's rights to make medical decisions here. And with that, the professor again added,
but this is also what you get for doing a surrogacy in Texas. How fucking dumb are you?
The intended parents decided they didn't want their child to have
Jeez,
surgery.
you couldn't have seen this coming?
Reason, like painful disability. You know, they
I'm
have
sorry,
that right.
but I know that this might seem short-sighted on my part, but Yeah. If I was looking to do surrogacy, I would go to any state but Texas.
Have the right to deny treatment. But even still, the state does have the power to override their decisions if it believes it is needed to protect the baby's welfare. But for now, we're going to have to keep our eye.
Oh, never mind. The baby has critical HLHS. Yes. 72% chance of making it to 5.
On this, see what updates we get. And of course, in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to this whole situation. But then jumping into other news we need to talk about. Serious abuse at several juvenile detention centers in Tennessee was just uncovered by
Oh, no, they were in Alaska and fled to Texas? Oh.
Republica. And it all appears to be run by one guy who they say has gone to serious lengths to keep it all under wraps.
Oh, I missed that part.
For both the state and the public. And maybe one of the best examples of what's going on is the story.
Well, again, we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll see if she actually fucking keeps the kid and, But no, because, this became a political thing. The Republicans are going to get a GoFundMe for her, and they're going to be like, well, look at how great this went. Yeah. Well. All right, we'll see in 5 years. 6 years. In 6 years, if baby Gabriel's still here, living well, cool. Got nothing to say. All right, 5 years. 5 more minutes, and then we're doing a quick smoke, and then I'm going to send you guys to this space, and yeah. That's what's happening tonight. Let's see the space. Apparently, actually, some of my clips are going to be playing for Primetime Pep tonight. So, I don't know. Stick around for that. You guys can chill. I might pop into chat for a little bit. Who knows? Yeah, I got some buddies hanging out tonight. That remains true eternally. Wait, Mitch. Oh, God. Mitch, why am I missing all of your... here we go. Anyway you look at it, Paxton is still a condescending prick. POS F-tard at the end of the day. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, what I hate is when someone like that disingenuously does something like this, like that's performative to women and all this shit, and it gets like this fucking seal clapping. Fucking over it, man. Just rewarding people for the bare minimum. Like, fucking so over it. But whatever, man. Just remember, like, in this context, my opinions about whether or not, and this is where I'm going to come across a little bit salty, but realistically, yeah, when people would rather just fucking, and I'm not talking about you, Sylvie, by the way, like, put that one to bed. I'm talking specifically about, like, other people that are freaking out about the Francesca Hong thing, and just in general, not recognizing, like just the facts behind some of these losses. Like Mike Figueroa, the fact that he still looks at Kat Abu-Ghazali and can't just be like, yeah, she she lost on the merits of the fucking race, because realistically, that's what happened. It wasn't APAC. Like, God, do you understand how pathetic that is to make the boogeyman like the be-all, end-all? I mean, personally, I think it makes you a weaker candidate. If you can't look at what you did wrong and then correct it, then I don't really want much to do with you. Because you're no better than Trump at that point or any other fucking politician. I want to hear what you're going to correct. I want to hear what you think you did wrong, what you can correct. But you know what? I don't hear that from a lot of people. And I know Pacman said something similar to what I'm saying. I've already had this discussion. I feel like I'm actually having legit deja vu looking at that comment. Pac-Man true, but can't stand BTC either. I swear to God, I've had this exact conversation. I can stand BTC to a degree. I don't have to agree with everything that he does or says. Same with Midas Touch or any of these. Like, see, this is the thing. I don't live in a bubble. You guys can. I'm not, this is the thing. I probably might, if I'm in your, biggest, you walking away from your little bubble, cool, but you need to. You need to listen to Midas Touch. You need to listen to people that you do not agree with to get these fucking takes. Otherwise, you're just kind of burying your head in the sand. And then I never want to see like, honestly, I'd rather slap that fucking, that shocked Pikachu off your fucking face if you can do that willingly, where you're just like, well, why did we lose? Why did we lose? Why did we lose? It's like, it's right in fucking front of you. But you'd rather blame everybody else, everything else, than recognize what you did wrong. Or where you can pivot. Like I said, makes you no better than the fucking, than the POS Democrats and fucking the Trumpers, okay? I'm gonna smoke this and then I gotta get going. So, poor Pikachu. But I think I made my point here. You like Democrats who lift? I like people, Democrats, DSA, whoever the fuck is more left than this right-wing fucking fascistic regime that just yes-mans everything that fucking Donald Trump does. I want anybody else in this shit. I'll discuss the finer nuances of this when, like I said, after November. That's where I'll go for it. You know what? We'll make December the what we can do to make these radical changes within, leftist politics. But right now, while we're in this election season, I'm not playing these games. Because like I said, one of my biggest fucking pet peeves is the fact that there isn't this widespread ability to just look at why we lost or why the Democrats even because this is the thing, like I was saying, and I'm going to reiterate this. The fact that the DNC went so far out of its way to hide its fucking its autopsy report on the election, that's literally the same thing that you would be doing if you don't look at why somebody like Francesca Hong might have lost or fucking Kat Abu-Ghazaleh might have lost. You can sit there and go, chauvinism, it's chauvinism, sexism, fucking ageism, all of it. But I want to know policy-wise why it might not have hit. So, have a great night. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. But, yeah, I'm not trying to be too preachy on this one. I really am not. I know. I just want you guys to fucking be able to pull the stick out your ass, or if you have a stick up your ass, then take the stick out. We got, what, it's August, September, October, November? We got 3 more months of this shit. So, it's going to be interesting, but I got to get going, guys. That is just the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. So if you have not already hit the like button, please do, and subscribe. I really, really appreciate that. I'm going to be rating Maple Takes tonight over on there we go. I'm going to raid Maple Takes over on Twitch. I know that he's covering some pretty cool stuff. Remove the stick. Help Uncle Pep. There. And yes, the rest of you guys over on YouTube are going to this space. Like I said, no live show tonight, so I will be seeing y'all tomorrow, possibly. Tomorrow's D&D game. So for anybody that doesn't know, if the D&D game goes late, then I likely won't make it. But yeah, before anyone puts us on, wait, the train, even Hassan said it's because they didn't run a good enough campaign. They didn't try hard enough. Appreciate that. But all right, folks, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Like I said, might see you tomorrow. If I don't, I will 100% see you on Friday. Knock on wood, Anytime I say 100%, I'm just like, well, then you don't know. I could fall down the stairs. Who fucking knows? All right. But yeah, now I'm just unlocking. All right, we'll try to stay on for this space. Cool. Well, yeah, no, yes, stick around. I know Lumencast is on. And also, like I said, stick around for Maple Takes. Shout me out. You know, Maple Takes is cool. I have talked to him a few times, so but yeah. All right, guys. I appreciate you. I will catch you all later. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalks? They want our women.
What the fuck are we doing?
They want our children. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.